See if we can get this on some people's For You pages and get some debates going. Again, share with your friends. Let's drive the likes up. We're almost there to 1K. And it's beautiful. Thank you, guys. What's up, Danny? How are you? If you're joining, you think being lesbian is wrong, click the guest request to debate. What's up, Lee? Howdy, howdy. Alright. We got some people going, so I've had these people before, so I guess we'll run it up with them again. What's
Hello?
up? How old are you?
I'm 18,
What year were you born?
2006.
Alright, you think being lesbian is wrong?
I personally do.
How come?
I find it like disgusting, to be honest. I just personally think that it shouldn't go together. Like I just don't think it's right.
Okay, so why is it not right?
I find it disgusting because
Okay, disgusting doesn't help your argument, brother. You have to be able to substantiate your argument. So using words like disgusting doesn't help you.
well, it's also what I believe in my religion as well.
Okay, so what religion are you?
I'm Muslim.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask something? Have you ever read the Quran?
No, and I'm not interested.
Okay, well,
I've heard parts. I don't believe in God. There's no evidence for a God, so I definitely wouldn't read the
No,
Quran.
I understand. I'm not telling you to believe that. You know, I don't force religion upon people, but my religion says that, you know, it's wrong, and if you do it, you will get a bunch of sins for it. That's why I
Yeah, and
personally.
that's why I don't believe in your God fairy tale book, because if God is all good and all powerful, but you're being punished for two people's, I don't know what the Quran says, but or where things come from, but it would just contradict an all good God. So for there to be evil existing at the same time, I find it obnoxious, and I have to pay for something that I didn't even ask for.
I mean, that's
We're
the
talking
thing.
about sexual orientation, right?
I mean, the thing is with sexual orientation, you can change it. Like there is a way where you can. Like if you, can I ask you, like, what were you born as?
I'm a female, and I am still a female.
Okay, so and you like other females?
Yeah, I'm a lesbian.
Okay, so the thing is with the Quran, it says so. I
Yeah,
forgot
so
what-
prove that God exists. Otherwise, you have no leg to stand on.
prove that God exists.
Prove Allah exists. Yes, prove Allah exists.
It's a
Otherwise,
bit
you have no
difficult
leg to
just
stand on.
like just to say how he exists. You have to read the Quran for
No,
to
you
actually
can't.
understand.
You can't prove that Allah exists using the book. That's a circular. Like that's not how that works. You have to prove that the Quran is real first of all, to even prove that Allah, or you'd have to prove the Bible is real to prove the things that the Bible makes the claims, like the Quran, whatever the claims are that the Quran is. You have to prove those claims to be true by proving
Okay.
the book is true. So if the book isn't true, then the claims go out the door, right? So
can you-
if you'd have to prove to me that Allah exists in the first place.
Can you prove how he doesn't like? Can you prove how he doesn't exist?
No, it's the burden of proof on you. You brought up, I don't have to prove shit to you. So you brought up Allah. You have to prove he
you
exists.
could just like the thing is, can you prove he doesn't exist? Like,
Can I prove
Yeah.
a fairy doesn't exist? I can prove
Like,
contradictions.
you don't have-
I can
you don't
I can
have-
show contradictions in his existence that would help me come to a logical conclusion that he doesn't exist. But no, without no evidence, obviously, the same way I can't prove that fairies don't exist, I can come to the logical conclusion they don't exist because we have no evidence for fairies existing. But I can't prove that something with no evidence backing it doesn't exist. That's just illogical.
okay, yeah. So it goes. The thing is, it goes same thing for me. Like it's a bit difficult for me to explain like how he exists.
Okay, exactly. So if he doesn't exist, why would I care about your fairy tales morality?
Why would you care? Because
Yes. So why would your morality be better than like my morality per se? Why
well,
would I care if you think that being lesbians is wrong because of the Quran if the Quran is just a crock of shit?
okay, all right. Don't say that. That's I was being very.
The Bible's a crock of shit too. I don't care, whatever religion it is. There's nothing that proves, you can't prove those things, so I don't care.
So I love Christians. Like I wouldn't want you
I
to
don't love
disrespect them.
Christians. I don't like religious people that spew hatred from their mouth. So
Listen, the thing is, like I've been very respectful with you. You don't have to be doing all that. You know, like you could at
I don't
least.
care. I don't care if you're being respectful or not, homie. I can say whatever I want to my platform. Thank you for the hand heart. When we're talking about something like this, you're telling me that I'm being rude. You're telling me that I'm being rude, but you're telling me something that I can't help. So again, let's go back to your claim earlier that I can change my sexual orientation. Please prove to me how I can change my sexual orientation.
You definitely can. Like there,
Go
you
for
could
it. Try it.
definitely do
Try
different.
it.
What do
Go
you mean
for
try
it.
it?
Prove it to me. Prove to me how conversion therapy has worked.
How it works?
Do you know what conversion therapy is?
Not really. No.
Okay, so they use conversion therapy. It was created by Christians. They originally used it on bisexuals, but then they changed it and they started using it from homosexuals to heterosexuals. Trying to change homosexuals and heterosexuals using electroshock therapy, using nausea medicine, using hypnosis, and then Bible study. And so they tried to pray these people and using all these torture methods in order to change their sexual orientation. And guess what? It didn't fucking work because you can't change someone's sexual orientation. And so really, you just need to look up and do a quick Google search on if sexual orientation is a choice. And that would help you come to the conclusion that no, it's not a choice because science has already been studying this.
I'm not saying that it's not like I'm not saying that it always like I get that you have like it's an automatic feeling. I understand, but like let's say you do feel like you.
How
like
can you change something that isn't a choice? So can you change it? Like if you actually this doesn't even relate to anything else. Can you change your fucking eye color? No, you can't, unless you go through fucking surgery and change your eye color or put on fucking something else. You can't change. Thank you for the tiny
So
Danny
wouldn't
shot.
that mean you could though? Technically, wouldn't that mean you could change your eye color? Technically.
Through like fucking medical shit, but nobody's been able to change. But then you would have to. But that would just be like a cosmetic thing. That would be like we use that for cosmetics. But then you would have to prove, yeah, you can't change an emotion or a feeling or love.
I personally think you can because the thing is, I actually had I think a lesbian friend. She She used to like other women, but the thing is, after a while she began like trying her best. I don't necessarily know how. I never really asked her that much.
Then I wouldn't speak on it if you don't know how. Because then you're just gonna make assumptions on an anecdotal experience, and I could care less.
I mean, you want to let me finish?
No, because you're talking about an anecdotal thing that you didn't ask about. So why would I care for it?
I'm just saying that she changed hers. Like I mean, it's definitely possible. Like I'm not like it's possible to change your sexual orientation.
It's not. It's literally not possible to change your sexual orientation.
So you're telling me you would live like lesbian your whole life? If like let's say like if you just like a girl one day.
Are you gonna be straight for the rest of your life?
Yes, probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
100%.
So do you have any attraction towards men?
No.
Okay, I have no attraction towards men. I never have, never will. That's not going to change. But let's say it did change. Why the fuck does it matter? Because it's not immoral. Sexual orientation, heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, asexual, all of those things don't matter. Those are amoral. They don't hold any moral significance. So why would it matter whether someone's sexual orientation changes? In your worldview, it matters because you think it's immoral. But when we talk about immoral things, we talk about morality, we have to come to the conclusion of why do we even have morality to begin with? So at the basis of your morality, what do you care about? When it comes to immoral things, what do you care about?
What do I care about?
Yeah. Thank you.
Like I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying. Doesn't really make sense.
Okay, so like for me, my morality comes from suffering. I don't want suffering in the world, at all whatsoever. So my morality comes from empathy and suffering for the world. So I can break down to you why certain things are bad, like grape. I don't need the fucking Bible or the Quran to tell me why something is wrong. I can break down to you the suffering that it causes. and that I don't want that for humanity. I want what is good for society and humanity as a whole. That's what I want. And suffering doesn't help humanity whatsoever. So that's where my morality comes from. So break down to me, in your own innate morality, how being lesbian is harmful for society or is immoral. Beyond your fucking book, because you can't prove your book. So your book just claims that it's wrong, but it doesn't explain why it's wrong. So tell me how it's immoral.
Okay, well...
The same way I can tell you why grape is immoral. Why is grape immoral?
Can you let me speak? So the reason, the way it's harmful. Okay, so let's say everybody in the world was lesbian. How would we repopulate? Like, it wouldn't be possible, right? You being lesbian, you can't.
So when you make an argument like that, it's just irrational. So that's, first of all, one, it would never happen. Two, I can make the same argument. What if everybody was infertile? The same thing would happen. We'd just go extinct. But that's not how life works. Like, we've evolved to this. It's natural selection. It's just how it's going to be. We're not going anywhere. The entire population isn't going to become lesbian or gay. It's just not going to happen. So make a point that is valid in the argument, because it's just absolutely an absurd and dumb argument, because I can back you in a corner with so many other things.
Okay, you didn't really let me finish what I was saying, so I kind of forgot completely what I was about to say.
Because I've heard this stupid argument a million times. Why would I let you continue this stupid argument? It's a dumb argument point. If everybody, yeah, of course, if there was only females on a fucking island, they'd all die. Or if there was only men on an island, they'd all fucking die. No shit.
Okay, but the thing is, people being lesbian, that would bring down population. You have to understand that.
Okay, question. Is overpopulation just as bad as underpopulation?
Not really, because people...
Not really?
People die, people die. So overpopulation eventually, I don't understand, I'm pretty, overpopulation would probably be better than underpopulation. That's what I think. Why? What do you think?
That's why China... I disagree with you. That's why China only allows you to have a certain amount of children, because of overpopulation.
Yeah, overpopulation in that one country. You're talking about...
Yeah, we're talking in our country. In our country, we don't, first of all, we can't have kids. So your argument point is still relevant. We have modern day medicine. We can have children the same way an infertile couple can have kids. So then what?
I don't know what to say.
So why is it immoral? You can't just say it's immoral because my God said so, because then I can question your God's morality. You have to prove that your God's moral in the first place, to even uphold that objective truth, that he's a moral being. I can question your God's morality and go through the Quran and be like, this is immoral. Our morality is subjective, so we can break down what things are subjective and objective truths, and things that are harmful for society. So if you don't have your own innate morality outside of the Quran, then you're just not a moral person. If I take the Quran away, you don't have morals for yourself. So there's no point in arguing with you if you can't even break down to me. If you can't break down to me why being... I
have a lot of the Quran memorized, so...
If you can't break down to me why being lesbian is immoral by itself outside of the Quran, because I know the Quran doesn't break down to you why it's wrong. I know it just says that it's sexually immoral.
So why it's wrong? Like I said before, I personally find it disgusting.
But that's not an argument. What if I said I found heterosexuality disgusting? That doesn't do anything. Do you see how dumb that sounds? That doesn't help your argument. That doesn't do anything for you. That's not an argument point. That doesn't help me. Help you.
I don't know.
Why is it disgusting? Why is it disgusting?
Because because they shouldn't go together. That's why it's naturally naturally shouldn't go together. Naturally.
Really? Define nature. What when you say naturally? Define nature. Why are you using the word naturally?
I'm saying naturally, when your parents naturally, you have to. It's usually a man and a female, right? Naturally. That's how you were.
No.
That's how you were born. Your mom and your dad, right? That's natural. That's natural.
No.
That's usually how natural. Like,
No, natural doesn't equal normal. That's what's been normalized, but that doesn't equal natural. So if we talk about natural, what's the definition of natural?
definition of natural.
Yes.
I don't know. You kind of. I was talking. Like I said, you always interrupt. And then you,
Keep talking, homie. What?
how can I talk when you're?
What is the definition of natural?
Definition of natural?
Thank you, Brianna.
Well, let me think. Definition of natural. Definition of it.
You can Google it if you need help.
I'm not gonna Google it because if I Google it, it'll just kick me out.
No, it won't. You can leave the app. No, it doesn't kick you out, bro. You'll just be a teacup.
Naturally.
You don't want to look it up.
I
Thank you for the
don't.
roses. Okay.
I don't, because I'm gonna actually try to figure out.
So natural is an adjective, right? So natural is an adjective, but it's existing in or caused by nature, not made or caused by humankind. That's what natural is. So what you're saying about something being natural is actually something that's been normalized. Well, you're looking for the word is normal.
But the thing is,
So what you find normal is not what natural is.
But it's.
I don't appeal to nature though, but I will say that 3,000 species engage in homosexuality. In the natural nature kingdom, like in the too fucking tired, the animal kingdom, 3,000 species practice homosexual activity.
Name one.
Name one? Bonobos, penguins. I can go down a fucking rabbit list.
Penguins?
Yeah, penguins. So we have lots and lots of lesbian penguins that will come and adopt. They'll come and take a straight penguin's like child and then foster it as their own.
That was an adoption center. Well, I don't think that makes sense.
Oh my god, bro! No, it's not fucking real life. It's not hard. No, they go and take the child. They go take the child as their own, and then they go raise it for themselves. No, it's not an adoption center. This isn't fucking. This isn't. Bro, what are you on about? This isn't Club Penguin.
No, because you're
JMR, thank you so much.
That's honestly confusing me. That like I don't understand.
Just go look it up. There's 3,000 different species that practice homosexuality. This is not new information. This has been there. Bonobos are famous for being fucking very homosexual.
So can they repopulate?
Yes.
They can repopulate. Well,
why does repopulation matter? Why does repopulation matter?
That is.
They're not going extinct. So name me. If you want to talk about repopulation now, holy pivot.
No,
so if we're going to talk about repopulation now,
I've ever heard. Why does repopulation matter?
Yeah. Why does repopulation matter?
We would die. We would go extinct.
That's
repopulation. Like
yeah. But so name me a animal species that has gone extinct because of homosexuality within their kingdom. Name it to me.
I don't know. I don't really research stuff like that. I never really bothered to.
Because you have a prejudice towards it, obviously. Duh, you have a prejudice. But thank you, Naya, for the heart me. There's not been one that's gone extinct for homosexual activity.
Wow.
Not one. And you think we're gonna go extinct for homosexuality when we've been around since fucking Romans and Greeks? It's been all throughout time have we seen homosexuality.
Okay, but the thing is, what I said before is I was saying, let's say, okay, all right. Remember when I said let's say everybody was homosexual or whatever. Let's say half of the world was. We would still go extinct. There wouldn't be enough people.
We wouldn't. We have modern day medicine, brother. No, we wouldn't.
What
We
is
have modern day
medicine?
medicine.
Do? What would medicine do?
IVF, surrogacy, adoption. Do you think, like, how many fucking straight people don't have
Adoption,
kids? Do you
act
care
like
about the
there's
straight people that don't have
listen,
kids, or do you just care
act like
about
there's
the...
a damn spawner for kids? Like, what do you mean adoption? Like, there's not
Because
unlimited
straight
kids.
people have kids, and then they don't want to take care of those kids, so they give them away. So we have adoption centers that are overpopulated and foster care systems that are overpopulated, where nobody gives a shit about those children. But guess you know who does care about those children? Fucking lesbians in the LGBTQ community, and straight people do as well. They take in. Lots of straight couples only adopt. Is it wrong for them to only adopt and not procreate?
Not what I'm saying.
So then
not
what's your
what I'm saying.
point? So then what's your point?
My point is, my point was saying that if it was half of the world was homosexual, we would go extinct. That's my
No,
point.
we wouldn't. No, we wouldn't. No, we wouldn't. Are you saying that modern day medicine is going to go away? How many lesbians have kids? How many infertile couples have kids? 1 in 7 couples are infertile. Do you know that 1 in 7 couples are infertile? Which means they have to use modern day medicine to have children, which is IVF, IUF, IBF, or surrogacy. That's how they have to have kids, using modern day medicine.
No, I don't
Also,
know what
okay, sorry, continue.
I still personally think that we would go extinct because
Well, you're
thing-
just wrong. So you can just think that. Do you want to back any of your claims up with anything? Like you're just arguing at this point.
I mean, isn't that the point of this?
No, you're supposed to debate. So you're supposed to like come up with a logical argument against me, but you just keep bringing your opinions.
I mean, technically it is going against you because I'm telling you things that would happen if other certain things like
You're
came-
wrong about them though, because you obviously don't know what evolution is, and you obviously don't know about
I don't
IVF
believe in
and surrogacy and how
I
those
don't
things
believe in
work in
that.
modern day medicine when it comes to homosexuals having children. You obviously don't know what those things are, because if 50% of the population, which, by the way, the LGBTQIA population is 6.8%. You know
Okay,
how
and it's
fucking
growing.
tiny that is?
And you know it's growing?
6.8%.
And
You think
do
we're gonna go to
realize it's growing,
50%?
right? It's growing. You have to understand it. It's growing.
Yeah, of course. Left-handedness used to be wrong, and then it grew.
Eventually, it will
then
get
it grew,
very big.
and then it
like,
grew
and-
because what?
And listen. One more thing, like the thing that you said about evolution. I don't believe in evolution. I don't believe in evolution.
Well, I mean, of course, because you believe in a fairy tale.
I don't believe in a fairy tale. He's real.
Yeah, you like to believe things that aren't backed by anything, and that's fine. Go ahead, do that. But then your argument's just baseless. Because there is so much fucking amount of evidence that backs up fucking evolution, but you know it doesn't back up God. There's no arguments for God.
Alright, can I
There's
ask
no
something?
evidence for a God, so I'm not surprised that
okay, how are
you
we
hold
alive?
this belief.
How are we
I'm not surprised you hold this belief. I don't care.
How are we here? How are we on Earth? You're
Okay,
gonna say
so-
the Big Bang, right? Right?
No, first of all, we don't know what created a biogenesis, which religion is the only thing that created a biogenesis. You guys are the only ones that claim that we came from nothing. So whereas the Big Bang only talks about the expansion of the universe and the creation of the universe.
Okay, but before the Big Bang,
From that, then it goes to evolution. We started from a single-celled organism, and we evolved over millions and millions of years.
okay, so how did the Big Bang happen?
You don't know?
How did it happen? I'm asking you.
What do you mean? How did it
What do
happen?
you think?
So first of all, it started with heat, and then it was
How did the heat?
hydrogen and-
how did the heat come? Like, how did everything come together to make the Big Bang? Like, where did that stuff come from out of nowhere? It can't just teleport there. Like, how did it come out of from nowhere? How?
I mean, you can read books on it. Like it's just
No books. I'm telling you, no books in this entire world will ever tell me how that happened. Because the thing that you'll never find out. You will never find out unless you are.
yeah. We won't find out where maybe in our lifetime where a biogenesis comes from. But at least I'm not going to presuppose that a God fucking did it.
And
When
we
have
never will.
nothing to
Not
back
even-
up. When we have nothing to back up
can
that a
have-
God did it. That's
like,
just
we can have so
illogical and
many different
idiotic.
lifetimes, we'll never find
It's
out.
illogical and idiotic to presuppose that God did it because we don't know. At least I'll admit that we don't know. At least I'll admit that we don't know, and I'm not going to presuppose God did it.
Yeah. So you don't know, but religions do. Like most, like if you go read a religion, like any, whether you read the Quran or the Bible, you'll see it's the only one that says how like the Big Bang. Like I don't even. Like
Yeah,
how
and
the
guess
Big
what?
Bang
The Bible. First of all, the Bible gets it wrong. The Bible says that the sun was
Yeah.
created on the fourth day,
I
and
personally
the
think
earth.
the Bible is corrupt. That's the thing.
And guess what? The Quran was created after the Bible. Why the fuck would I believe your book when it's a bite off of Christianity? Because you
It's
guys
not a
took
bite off of
Jesus.
Christianity,
Yeah, because where
actually.
did you get Jesus from? The Bible. Where did Christianity get
prophet,
Jesus
first
from?
of all, first
Fucking
of all.
Judaism.
All
No,
right,
well,
first of
Christianity
all-
came up with
first-
that.
all right,
But
you have to
all of
understand.
y'all's religions are bite offs of other
Islam was the
religions.
first religion.
Judaism and
Islam-
Buddhism are the oldest fucking religions. I don't give a shit about the Quran.
Islam
There's
was
no
the
fucking
first
sky
religion.
daddy, bro. You have no evidence for Allah. There's nothing. You have
Islam-
nothing. You have nothing.
Islam was the first religion, and you
No,
have
it
no-
wasn't. The first religion, Hinduism was the first religion. Are
That's
you
not true.
joking? Are
That's
you
not
joking?
true.
Quran is 500 years old. The Quran is
Okay,
500
that's
years
the-
old.
oh, okay. Hold on. You're making
Don't
me
you
feel like
fucking
really smart.
dare.
That's the
Don't you
Quran.
fucking dare.
That's the Quran. First of all, that's
Yeah.
the Quran, not the whole religion.
Islam is not the first religion. Islam is a
It
culture.
was though. It really was. Islam was
Really?
the first religion when our
Really?
Prophet Adam was the first human being and he was a Muslim. The first human being ever and he was a Muslim. That means that was the first religion ever. You realize that, right? And you say that I have no evidence to back up my Quran, right? But you have no evidence to back up like what happened before the Big Bang and before the heat.
Yeah, but on presuppose God did it. Science already explains the expansion of the universe. I don't care about where we came from.
Okay, but
That's
I'm
a-
telling you, okay,
You
keep,
presuppose God did it with no fucking evidence of it. You presuppose God did it with no evidence. So what's the difference? What's the difference?
Read. Oh my God, read books that
Homie, I'm gonna read science books that will tell me that God didn't fucking do it.
those are human beings.
WJMR for the fucking swan. Human beings that wrote your book too. Human beings that wrote your fucking book too. Come on, brother. The fuck are you on about? What's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I was getting irritated by him. 34.
I'm guessing you don't think being lesbian is wrong.
No, I do have a question though. I know it might sound silly, but
You're good.
when did straight people realize they were straight? Like how they say
Oh, when they were born, or, you know, I don't know. It's just always known. It's typically what they say.
Yeah, because like how they said being lesbian is a trend.
I'm losing brain cells. I don't even know how I got bananaed for that. How did I get bananaed for that? I'm too tired for this crap. Welcome in, everybody. Share the live, like the live, so we can get some people in. And I will Zen mode it from here on out, since apparently me saying a Sky Daddy is hate speech. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. I like your name. Anxiety is my religion. Though that sucks. Anxiety sucks. Share the live, like the live. We'll get some people joining soon, hopefully. Hopefully we can get some people in here. What's up? What's up? Can I jump on real quick? Yeah. I invited you. You can come on. You can come up. You can.
G'day, Golly. How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. So I just want to just sort of get something out there. You do this sort of pretty much every day, don't you?
Not every day, no. I take breaks.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that you know you're okay. There's a lot of hate that comes through here, and
Yeah.
You know, I've noticed at times you can get quite heated and in the discussions.
Well, I do have autism, so my frustration threshold is very low.
Yeah, yeah.
But I try to Zen mode it once I notice I'm starting to get heated. But I get frustrated with people that talk in circles. And also, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only debater that gets frustrated. But I feel like people like to act like I'm the only debater that gets frustrated by people who make dumb statements.
Yeah, no, absolutely fair enough. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, it's not getting to you because there was a lot of hate in that last live.
Yeah. It's okay. He didn't get to me. I just hate whenever people don't want to like concede on things, and I know that's how it is. But like I would concede to anything if you made up an argument point. Like gosh, if you made an argument point that was like against it, that I could see that it was immoral, shit, I'd completely concede to it. I just don't understand why people can't concede to their own crap. It's just like it bothers me, but it is what it is.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
But I've only been doing this for like 3 months, I think. So I'm still trying to figure out the balance of like letting go and you know where to care, when to let the conversation go, when to know the conversation's not worth it anymore, when you start to see yourself getting upset, you know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, just have a good one, stay out of yourself, and remember,
I appreciate you, man. Take it easy, thank you.
And don't sizzle with the runs.
Take care, okay?
Yeah.
Alright, thank you, man. Alright, y'all, share the live. Let's get some shares in this so we can boost this. You people comfortable on here in public? Why? What are you talking about? I don't think I have any mods on this account, so we'll see.
Hello?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21. No, 22.
Okay. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
I do not. I'm a straight white male, and there is absolutely nothing wrong. People can do whatever the fuck they want to do. I'm sorry, I sweared. So sorry.
Period.
People can do whatever they want to do, as long as they don't try and push their agenda onto me. I'm perfectly okay with that.
When you say push, are you talking about us pushing the agenda?
Well, I'm just saying in general, like if people are
like
trying
anything.
to convince me to turn to religion, let's say,
Yeah.
or turn to a different sexuality, if people are trying to push that on me, that's, you know, effed up, and I don't like that. But as individuals, people can do whatever they want to do, and that's okay with me.
Yeah.
I just want to say that. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you, bro. Take it easy, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right.
You have a good
Absolutely,
night.
man. You too, man. All right. Moving on. What's up? How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 15.
You gotta be 18, bro. I'm sorry.
Wait, hold on though.
No, it's TikTok terms of service, man. I'm not trying to get banned on this account, too. If y'all can share the live and like the live.
Hey there.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm freshly 18.
What year and month were you born?
2003. What? Never mind, bro.
All right, on to the next.
Yeah. Oh.
What's up, man? How old are you?
19.
All right, you think that being lesbian is wrong?
Yes. I think it's very wrong.
How come?
Okay, so I'm gonna give you. Hold on. Sorry, my bad. I'm low key. Your boy was in an Overwatch game. Okay, I'm done. All right. So reason I think being lesbian is wrong. Let me ask you a question. Okay, is it true that like most lesbians they like? I don't know if I can say it on TikTok live, but you know, like when they're they're doing the hanky panky. Is it true that like one of them has to wear like a little like a strap thing? You know what I'm saying?
No, a lot of us don't like it. A lot of lesbians don't like peeing. So
Okay,
we don't.
would it be too personal of a question if I said that if you liked it or if you didn't like it or?
No, I
What
don't
is it?
like it.
Okay. All right. Okay, so just I guess for a question for you then is like for those who do like it, does that technically mean like it's a straight act because they're like stimulating that it's like it's not a real
No.
like sausage, but like they're pretending that it's real sausage. You know what I mean? So are they getting pleasure out of like?
No, because the whole point is it's a woman, not a man.
Yeah, but like
It's a woman. That's what they're attracted to, the woman. They're not attracted to the part. So that's why when you go into a store, they're in all different colors, and yes, some of them are realistic, but also a lot of women use these, like straight women use these. Do you know that even men use them?
yeah, I know like
Not gay men, not gay men, like straight
oh, like
men
getting
use.
like wait, can I say pegged on stream? Can I say that? Is that like
No. Yeah, you can
oh,
say that.
Oh, my bad. Okay,
Yeah,
wait,
like
does that mean that is that gay then? My fault, bro. I'm just trying to get like some
No,
outfit or like some
your G spot's back there.
Oh, okay. All right then. I mean, me personally, I feel like that's a little sus because like low key, I mean, you're getting stimulated off of like
I mean, that's where it's
fake
back.
Johnson, but that's just me, though.
It's back there. I mean, why does it matter?
I mean, I don't know. I just think like if you're enjoying something, like I don't really know if it matters about gender because I feel like you're at that current moment, you're just enjoying like something inserting, and then if it's a fake Johnson, then you know it's a Johnson. I think that's the only thing that's
It's not a Johnson. It's a woman. That's what they're attracted to is a woman doing it, not the Johnson. That's why they're purple or different colors. Like, and a lot of women don't like that. A lot of women don't like flesh looking. Then we have like bisexual women that want a realistic looking peen, but they like the woman aspect of it doing it because guess what? You don't have breasts. So
No, that's not true. Men can have breasts too. It's called you just eat.
it's gynecomastia, but it's not. You're
my
not
bad,
a woman. You're not a woman, bro. You're not a woman.
No,
You
but I'm
don't
saying-
have breasts.
You said men
It's
can't
not the
have
same
breasts.
shit.
That's not true. That's not true. Men can have breasts. You just have to eat a bunch of food.
Not-
You just have to eat a crap ton of food, and then you can get breasts. That's all it is.
Yeah, but it's not the same thing.
It's basically the same idea though. It's the same
No, it's
concept.
not. It's not.
I mean, it's just like
no,
chest
it's not.
flaps. That's literally all it is. I mean, it's just flesh on flesh, you know.
Oh, so you think that women breasts are just as attractive as a man that has breasts?
Hey, that depends on the person. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, me personally though, no. But I'm just saying, like, that just depends on the person at that point. I ain't gonna lie. Anyway, though. Okay, well, I appreciate you answering my question. By the way, I'll definitely I'll have some thinking to do. Hey, you have a great rest of your day. And hey, I'll look you. Wait. Last thing. Drink your water. Water's good for you. All right.
You too, bro. You too.
All right.
You too. All right, take care. Bye. All right. Let's bring up Rice.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Hey, I just wanted to continue our conversation from the previous
Yeah.
live.
I feel like the host. I hated that live this morning because that host was very biased.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. Letting Mordale do what he did was very disrespectful. Whenever we were coming in, like the LGBTQ community was coming in and saying that he was being disrespectful, and they immediately got kicked. I felt like that was the epitome of the topic.
Yeah.
You know?
Mordale, he doesn't represent Christ. And
Yeah, not at all. And I know that because I used to be a Christian. I have Hebrew tatted on my neck.
Yeah.
I know that he's the farthest thing from whatever.
yeah.
He's just a little bit petty. But anyways, where did you want to start with?
Well, I'll answer your question. I would say being lesbian is not wrong.
Okay.
Unless you are wanting to live a Christian lifestyle and live under those commandments. I think if you're not, then it's unfair to apply those rules to people who aren't Christian. That's something I see a lot of Christians do is they'll be like, well, it says right here in the Bible that you can't do this. I'm like, well, those rules aren't applicable to those people. If we were living in a Christian nation and those were rules of law, I would agree. But, there's separation of church and state. Not everyone follows those laws. Not everyone follows those rules, and they don't have to.
Yeah, but it's kind of the same as like Muslim, right? Like because you don't follow the Muslim like Quran, like it would be absurd for you to go to a Muslim and be like and uphold your. I completely agree with you.
Yeah. Basically.
I would never argue with you. I want you to have your religion. I want you to have whatever you want as long as you don't impede on me. And so that's why I respected you a lot, because a lot of your views in the debate that we had this morning where I agreed with you. So
Yeah.
I honestly, there's no argument with me because I want you to have your religion. I don't care. I agree we have a separation in church and state for a reason, and we have lots of different religions. So I think it would be absurd for us to push some sort of narrative on somebody
absolutely.
for which one is right. You know what I mean? You guys can
Yeah.
all have your own religion, but if we want to shove that one thing is wrong, it's wrong in the sense of if you're a Christian, it's wrong if you're a Muslim and you abide by those rules. But if you're not, then whatever.
Yeah.
But I could just challenge you. I could challenge you if we want to debate. I could challenge you on why it's immoral beyond the book, right? Because if I take away the Bible and you have no morality, then you had no morals to begin with. Could we agree on that?
Yes and no. I would say my morals don't come from the Bible. I would argue my morals are inherent to my being because I'm visited by God.
Okay, bet. Okay.
I think Christians who say they derive their morals from the Bible are not being intellectually honest. We can attain morals from the Bible, but moral absolutes that I do believe exist are inherent to us, I would believe. But for something like homosexuality, I would say as an absolute that wouldn't be immoral unless you are wanting to be a Christian and have a relationship with God, because the Bible, I have it in Greek here. I can read the verse in Romans. I'm not too great in Roman, but I won't read it all because it's quite long. But in the Greek transliteration, it says arsonist, which is in Greek men, and it also says arsonist and arsonison, which is men with men, and right after it follows it up with orexai, which means strong lustful desires. So it derives a picture of men with men in sexual lustful desires. Now I want to say to a lot of anyone watching, it is not a sin to have these feelings or these attractions. The only thing that is ever considered sin in the Bible is actively partaking in that sex. But like I said, if you're not a Christian, that doesn't apply to you. But you did ask me a good question on the live. You said, well, if someone does have those emotions and they want to be a Christian, does that mean they have to live celibacy? I would say that is a path to go down, because you can find that fulfillment through Christ. But you had mentioned that you tried that for 2 years and it didn't work out for you.
Well, a lot of us do. That's the thing, is a lot of you'll find it. I mean, you can find about any Christian that is in the LGBTQ community kind of has to separate, because we can agree. I think we already agreed that you don't think that sexual orientation is a choice, and that's why I asked you then if I'm supposed to be celibate for the rest of my life for something I didn't choose, right? And so it just seems like something that was just absurd. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I just could never grasp my head around it being a Christian and understanding those. And so I reached, I don't know if you've ever watched the movie The 1946, the mistranslation of the word homosexual in the Bible.
I've seen clips of it. I haven't watched the whole thing.
The documentary is really good.
I'll check it out.
Because it's not biased, because they are Christians, and the man is a gay man just seeking, he just is going after the truth. So, and the man literally has every Bible, he has a library of old Bibles and all the old translations.
Yeah.
So it's not biased, which I found to be really nice, because you hear both sides of the spectrum. Like one of the girls is one of the girls in the movie is a lesbian, but her father's a pastor, and he completely rejects her but loves her, but while she knows that the Bible has been misinterpreted.
Yeah, the Bible, it absolutely has been misinterpreted.
Because I'll say this, right? So how is it that P3DO was so prevalent in those times? We know that in the historical times, but it's nowhere in the Bible anymore. You don't find P3DO or God condemning P3DO in the Bible at all, because they changed the word to be homosexual.
Yeah. I was just gonna say that, because we changed the word from that had mentioned men and boys, and transliterated it into homosexuality. We rounded up the term boy with man. And a lot of Christians will bring up the verse in Leviticus, but that's a hypocritical, because as a Christian you don't follow Leviticus law. That's Old Testament. Jesus he fulfilled the old laws, so those aren't applicable. So if anyone tries to tell you, hey, well, it says here in the Old Testament, it says here in Leviticus, it says here in all
But
those.
do you still follow the Ten Commandments?
The Ten Commandments are the only exception that exceed the fulfillment of the old law. Because those were like the top 10, basically like golden standard rules. But like Leviticus mentions, not wearing silk, not eating pig. And those were rules given to Moses so that he could tell the Israelites, so that they could separate themselves from the other cultures at the time. So it was only applicable to the people there and at the time. It's not applicable to us.
I think that's where I get so confused, because if we go to Matthew, right? Matthew 5:17, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of the pen, will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. Actually, never mind.
Never mind.
Hold on one second. Let me keep reading. Therefore, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commands and teaches others accordingly will be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever practices and teaches these commands will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you that unless your righteousness surpasses that of the Pharisees and the teachers of the law, you will certainly not enter the kingdom of heaven. So how would you interpret Matthew 5:17 through
he had
21?
said,
Because here's my interpretation of, like, I've heard this, he's come to fulfill the law, but it never talks about abolishing the law. So, like, theists have different opinions on abolishing the law and what that means, or fulfilling the law rather than abolishing the law.
Personally, I think it's because even at the time of Jesus, some of those laws were still applicable, right? But he had said he had come to fulfill them and to continue those commandments. So I believe it wasn't abolished because it was applicable to that time, and we obviously don't have Jesus today being like, well, now I have come to abolish them. You don't gotta follow them anymore. But under the new covenant that Christ died for, what we follow is specifically the things that he mentioned. Very specifically the things that he mentioned. And you could even argue that the verse in Romans that speaks about homosexuality isn't really a sin, because that wasn't even Jesus speaking. It was letters that Paul were sending to other churches in Romans, speaking about what is wrong. Now, whether Paul was divinely encouraged to do so, that's one other thing. But there's a lot of gray room and a lot of education that has to go into it. But I think first and foremost, treating homosexual people or anyone of the LGBTQ as less is in direct contradiction of everything that Jesus stood for. And I think if Jesus was here today, he would speak to these Christians the same way he spoke to those back then. They're not truly children of God, and they don't represent him. They don't represent him at all. And that's I strongly dislike them because they give a bad rep to Christianity when it's it's so loving, it's so beautiful, and the power of Christ, the power of his love is amazing. And I feel like a lot of people are a little pushed away from that. I'm not perfect.
I think we'll disagree on that one just because I don't want to go into the argument of the Bible with you.
Yeah.
Because I want to respect you, and I think that we agree on the main points that, the separation, and I think that's kind of kind of all I want. It's just like, nobody wants anything shoved on them, you know what I mean? And like people even talk about the LGBTQ agenda, but it's just acceptance. We just want to be left alone. Like, just accept, like, we're going to be here regardless if you like it. There's nothing we can do about it. I just hate that my existence is looked at as immoral. You know what I mean? Like, when I didn't choose it. It's like, I can't, there's nothing I can do about it other than be celibate, which I did, and a lot of us have tried, and so it's hard because that's why the offing number for us is so high. The offing rate for the LGBTQIA community is so high because of religion.
Yeah. That's a reason why I wouldn't. I'm religious, but I don't like to call myself religious because religion has done a lot of bad. A lot of bad. It's done good, but it's done a lot of bad, and it's used as a weapon. It's to hurt people, to marginalize people, to oppress people.
Totally agree.
And
Totally agree.
and it's horrible.
And not just Christians.
Yeah.
Because at least in America it's legal. You can be legally married, but in 64 other countries it's completely illegal to be GAY, which is absurd. Like, it's so crazy.
And I think absolutely people should have the absolute freedom to choose that. I think it's unfair to oppose those laws on the people. It is, because not everyone follows these covenants.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and that's why it's like freedom of religion too, because it'd be absurd to like claim that yours is the right one. You know what I mean? Versus we have Muslims and Hindu and people who believe in Hinduism and Buddhism and all this, and it's like nobody's pushing. We don't hear them pushing it so hard. But
I mean, I only bring it up when I'm asked about it. Like. I don't.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I
can tell. That's why whenever we DM'd, I was like, I could tell you have a good heart just from the debate, like you, just the way that you were speaking about it and that you were saying, like if you follow it, obviously. But even then, we could break that down. But I agree with you on main points. So it's kind of all I care about.
Yeah. Well, I do have to go, but I really enjoy.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, of course.
Take it easy, okay?
Yeah, you too. Have a good one.
Absolutely. You too, man. All right. Everybody, let's go. It's so dead in here because this isn't my main account. So I'm gonna go over to Sam's live and see if we can go. Let me see if Sam is live right now. Actually, does anybody know if Sam's live still? I'm gonna go to Sam's live. Okay, bet. I'm gonna go to Sam's live and see if I can debate with Sam since my main account is bananered. My main account is bananered. They did not appeal it. Appeal not. Okay. All right. Can somebody type Sam's account? If not, you'll see me be live on Sam if Sam wants me to come up. But y'all take it easy, okay? Appreciate it.
About how this world in the next 4 years is going to be and how you're going to handle it when you don't have TikTok to jump on here and vent and spill your
Justin, I'm just gonna let you know I had a platform. I had a platform before the election. You know that, right?
No,
so I'm gonna be here.
I'm talking about
You're still gonna see me on your For You page. Yeah, you'll still see me on your For You page.
I feel sorry for all the young Gen Z population. Because you're not going to know what the fuck to do, bro.
What?
Like, when the shit hits the fan, y'all are going to be sitting there with your thumbs in your ass like, what the fuck are we going to do? And it's sad, man.
Dude, I promise you if I muted you, it'd take you a while to figure out how to unmute. Don't act like we're the ones that have less of an idea what we're doing. Honestly, to be totally honest with you, I think we're going to be fine.
You think?
I am optimistic for my generation.
That's good.
I'm very optimistic for my generation.
I'm not, man, because when it comes down to it, like the way you were talking about not fighting, that's what this whole world is built on.
What I'm feeling, Justin? I'm feeling like a little bit of a projection, right? Because you guys did a bad job. Here's the hint, Art.
Like, what are you gonna do when you can't protect yourself, Parker?
What do you mean when I can't protect myself?
When all these crazy people just start to go off the handles with knives and guns.
You mean you?
What do you?
You mean January 6th?
No. I'm gonna protect me and mine. That's what I'm gonna do. And
do you think there's gonna be a civil war?
Dude, I mean, what do you think? What do you think?
No, Jennifer thinks that money gun.
Well, this is the way I look at it.
You guys are so fucking insane. Like, actually.
The way I look at it is that it has happened before, so why could it not happen again? right?
Dude, I'm not
It
saying
has
it's
happened before, so why couldn't it happen again? There was 2 world wars, so why could there not be a third? Parker, tell me that.
Okay, so I'm not saying it's not logically possible. What I'm saying is it's not probable. The same way that there have been bombs,
It's
nuclear
not
bombs.
probable.
Listen, there have been nuclear bombs that have been dropped before. That doesn't mean a nuclear bomb is going to be dropped right now.
Well, I
Okay.
mean, because everybody's got
That's a
them, and it
ridiculous
was just
statement to
the
say.
whole world
And
up
Don,
so
thank you for the
bad.
$25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Don. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know how I deal with them. Amber, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Again,
Parker, do
Susan,
you
thank you for the
work,
$5
man?
as well. Do I
Do you
work?
work or like do
This is my job.
anything? Like, so TikTok's your job.
Yeah.
You don't have any. Do you know how to weld or farm or agriculture? Or
Nope.
Anything? And do you even
No.
know how to shoot a gun?
No.
No.
Or I do.
Oh,
I do. Jessica, thank you
You
for the
do.
dollar.
Okay.
Megan,
Thank
super hard. Thank
God.
you so
I
much.
mean, I was like,
I
are
wanted
you
to see your
serious?
reaction. I just wanted to see your reaction.
I was like, are you fucking? I was like, are you serious, man? But you don't worry about that. Like, if so, you go to the store and buy your shit. What if the store's not there for you to go buy your shit?
Yeah,
What you gonna do?
Justin, what if civilization just crumbled
I know.
right
What
now?
if frogs had wings? They wouldn't bump
Dude,
their ass
it's just
every
like
time they-
man
Right?
finds philosophy. Man
Dude.
finds philosophy, dude. Wow, first time.
No, I don't know. I don't find philosophy. I
Man just
speak-
found
I
just finds
speak-
philosophy.
I just speak my mind.
Man has
bud.
critical thought for first time. Dude,
I mean, come on, man. You know,
what if an apocalypse happened right now, dude? Would that
and
be
that's
that'd be
what
crazy,
happened.
bro?
I would have
That
my
apocalypse, man.
guns, and I would have my food and my resources to take care of myself.
Dude, do you
That's
have a
what I
bunker
would do
too?
if it
Wait,
happened.
Justin, do you have
What
some
would
bunker?
you do, though, Parker?
Hey,
Is
have
my
you built
question.
your
What would
bunker
you
yet?
do?
Justin, have you built your bunker yet?
Oh, I'm not. I don't have that kind of money, but I wish I did. Right?
Well, you should be getting ready
I
for it
would
right
sure
now,
as
okay,
hell
man?
have
Okay, you should
one
be
if
getting
I
ready.
could
It could
afford it.
possibly happen like right now, dude.
I mean, it could. I mean, I think there's a lot
Amber,
of
thank you for the
Americans out there
$10.
that's
Thank you
like-
so much, Amber. August. Well, I don't know why I said it though. August, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I
It would-
appreciate
it would-
for the Civil
it would
War.
not be
And
a
Lisa,
bad
thank you for the
investment.
$50 for supplies for Civil War provisions. Thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Look, they
I'm
feel-
really
they
gonna need
feel
that when the
sorry for
apocalypse
you.
happens. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That money's going to mean nothing when the apocalypse happens. You know, you better already have your shit there. You know, rather than needing it. You know, it's going to be that money's going to be worthless.
Justin, oh my god, dude. Are you trolling, bro? You've got to be kidding me. I don't think an
What do you
apocalypse.
mean, bro?
I don't think an apocalypse is around the corner, dude.
No, maybe not. But
Here's the
I
coffee, thank
seriously
you.
think that a
Maybe
World
not.
War III is around the corner. I think
Okay, so what makes you think
that
that?
before the election, some shit is going to pop off because either the Democrats are
Dude,
not going to like
I've heard
what's
this from
gonna
like every
happen.
conspiracy. Hey Justin,
And-
every conspiracy theorist says this with like every single like few months from now. There's like some event that's happening in a few months. It's gonna be crazy. The world's gonna end. You know what I mean? Like, dude, people have been claiming this shit with almost fucking everything. Okay,
I know, but,
you gotta
like-
use a little bit more critical thinking so that you don't accept
But-
beliefs
but
like
it's
this
never
because you
been
just
this
sound
bad,
wild
though.
for no reason. Like, you don't have to hold these views, Justin.
Parker,
you can be a
it's never
rational
been this
person.
bad, buddy. It's never
Savannah,
been
thank you so
this
much. I
bad.
appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Savannah. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the funding for my bunker. Thank you so much. And Greg, thank you for the $10 for Civil War prep fund from the DNC. Thank you so much.
It's never been this. It's never been this close, Parker. That's the whole thing. That's what you don't understand.
Are you trolling?
You like 20 years old, dude.
Justin, I'm 22, but like, do you understand
22?
do you understand in the Cold War we were significantly closer? That we were literally. You can watch a story
That was
of
80 years ago, bro. 80.
So that we were
Dude,
way closer
it's
then.
coming up on that time, buddy. If you look back at all these
Wait,
wars,
actually, I have a question.
it's
Are
coming
we
up on that time.
are we the closest to a world war in history?
We're
Shane, I think
closer
it's $5.
now than the past 50, 60, 70 years now than we ever been. That's if you want to ask that question, yes.
Okay,
Since
so in the
last one,
1970s,
we are
the
closer
1980s, and in the early 1990s, we were somehow less likely to lead to world war than now.
because we've
Okay,
never
what makes
been
you
up
tell
against
that?
Russia, China, dude. China.
Well, we
look at their
you know understand the
country,
Cold
dude.
War happened
Like-
until the Soviet Union collapsed, right?
Dude, China,
that was
they
in
can't even
91.
breathe their air, bro. They can't even
What?
breathe their air because it's so polluted.
Appreciate the hand art.
Like
thank you so much.
China wants
and
the
you guys
United
and you guys
States,
don't want
bro.
climate and you guys want to gut the EPA. So you're
Nobody
sitting
wants
there
to
and you're
get
like,
the
oh,
EPA.
they can't
Nobody
even
said
breathe.
that. We want to be self-sufficient,
Realistic. So you guys want to gut the EPA, you want to gut the restrictions, but like it is the case that you're like, oh, they can't even breathe because it is the case that they don't have regulations. Sir, do you realize that you're arguing for the policy that you just said was bad?
dude,
You just said was communism.
Dude, I want to fucking be self-sufficient country, bro. If we got
Okay, so should we invest in renewable energy in the United States?
It don't matter what we do, dude. Our world's fucked already.
Aaron, thank you for the
It's not gonna
$25
be
for
better,
gold bars
dude.
apocalypse prep. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Parker, quit kissing everybody's ass and listen, dude. It's our world's fucked.
I'm not doing that right now. What are you talking about?
Our world's fucked.
David, thank you for the $10.
bro.
Thank you so much for tell the bro with the Cuban Missile Crisis. He doesn't need to know that. He doesn't know history.
Bro, the world's fucked already, Parker. There's no fixing the world. There's no fixing the environment. No, dude.
not?
You're not gonna, because nobody. The whole world is not gonna do anything better. Our one little country is not gonna make China quit polluting all the air
Powerful
or
dogs,
all
thank you
that.
for $10. Thank you so much.
That's not gonna happen.
Hey, Justin. I think it's not useful at all to be as pessimistic as you are right now. Appreciate that,
Bro, I'm a realist.
I think.
Man.
Listen, no, this isn't being real.
This is called realism.
No, listen. This isn't being real, right? This you just saying that nothing's ever going to ever happen isn't you being real. You have no reason to believe that statement over the fact that we would do it, right? I think it's a lot more useful to be optimistic, to have hope. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Towards us doing well and doing good, because that's ultimately going to get us to try to act in accordance with what's going to lead to the best outcome. Rather than being pessimistic, when you just are pessimistic, you just give up. You have a fixed mindset. You don't have a growth mindset. I want to progress. I don't want to just have a fixed mindset and think that what we have right now is the best we could possibly have. This country can be so great. This country can keep being better. And if we do not recognize things that we've done wrong, right, we cannot recognize what we need to be doing better to progress in our society. And you're trying to not allow for us to do that. And right now, I would so much rather, again, advocate for something that we can do better and be hopeful and optimistic and say that we can lead the world towards a better future, a brighter future for everyone.
Okay, Parker, you want the world to be better. So let me ask
Susie,
you.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Powerful Goddess. Thank you for the $10. David, thank you for the $10.
Come into our country, is that making our country better?
The money gun, thank you. Yes, actually, immigration does make our country better.
Is.
And do you want me to explain why?
Yeah, sure. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee full of economists, indicated that immigration is the main cause of our economy growing by 2034. We're going to see around $7 trillion in growth in terms of GDP, $1 trillion in growth in terms of governmental revenues, which allows for us to pay for Social Security, Medicare, and for the rising debt. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much.
No,
so actually immigration helps our economy because immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate, and we have a population crisis in this country. We are not meeting fertility rates. So if we don't have enough workers who are younger to be able to sustain the people who are on Social Security and Medicare, then we're not going to be able to fund the systems properly, and we're going to get like sort of bottlenecked, like similarly to how like Japan's economy was like bottlenecked and stagnated for the past few decades, and what China is going to see here probably in the next 10 to 20 years.
That's not true, Parker. Actually,
so I can explain why it happens, because lack of population growth doesn't stimulate economy. Population growth stimulates the economy. Amber, thank you for $5. Yes, I will.
Can I talk now? Can we quit thanking everybody for giving you money and your job? So
you're just annoyed, and it's really funny.
I'm not
Thank you so much. Thank you for the paper crane.
I keep trying to talk, and all you keep doing is thanking people for the money they send you. That's all I keep hearing when I'm trying to have a conversation with you. So all these people flooding our country is actually the cause of our inflation.
The Jim Gun, thank you so much.
And I don't know where you get that all these people coming to our country is going to help
That is such a false
job
statement,
growth.
Justin. I'm
They're
sorry.
not making jobs. They're not making
Justin,
jobs.
take
They're
one
actually
econ
taking
course.
jobs from Americans.
Jesus Christ. Take one econ course. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So you literally just you think that immigration caused inflation?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, can you give me any source that indicates that?
Well, because they use up our stuff, obviously.
Okay.
I don't know.
So if immigration is what caused inflation, then why was there global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world? Europe? Appreciate the hand art.
I couldn't tell you, Parker. I couldn't tell you.
because that makes no fucking sense at all.
So what about what
Tracy?
about
Thank you for the $50 for spreading
What
good
about
vibes.
the
Can we get some
crime rate?
W's for Tracy in the comment
What
section
about-
right now? Thank you so much, Tracy, for the $50. Thank you so much.
It's just sad, dude.
What's so sad?
It's sad that y'all get on here and talk about shit that y'all have no knowledge about, like real world.
Wait.
life
Actually,
shit.
you just did that. I have a degree in economics.
I can't tell, dude.
What do you mean? I just explained the economic concepts.
Have
here.
you seen the crime rates in these cities that have been flooded by these immigrants? Have you
Does
seen
your
the
back hurt,
crime-
or does your neck hurt from that one? Push the hand out. Like my neck just hurt. Like that pivot was wild as fuck, dude. Like ow. Ugh.
You know, so
Oh,
okay.
did you hear that crack, dude?
Can
That
we
was
be done with the
that was
economic, and let's
unbelievable.
talk about the crime that these illegal immigrants bring with them. Can we talk about that? And let's not.
You know, documented immigrants and undocumented immigrants commit less crime.
Can we change?
Documented immigrants and undocumented immigrants commit less crime than natural-born U.S. citizens proportionally and per capita. I just also want to let you know. You just said, "Can we not?" I'm not pivoting, but can we change the topic? That dude. Hold up, jeez. Yo, Amber, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Teresa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Lucas, thank you for the $15 so Justin can buy an econ book. And Damien, thank you for the $12. Thank you so much, Damien.
This is crazy, man. It's just a bunch of Gen Z, like people that know nothing about like life and how to take care of their family or protect their family from the shitstorm that's coming. But
says the one who's voting for a guy that actively is undermining women's rights. Are you the one that is going to take care of the women in your life? Really?
Just
really,
like
you're
Kamala
taking care of
said
the
that
women in your life by
nobody-
restricting their rights? Appreciate
Just
that.
like
Thank you so much.
Kamala said, no one's having abortions.
Are you taking care of the women in your life by restricting their rights? Appreciate the IC. Thank you so much.
Nobody's trying to restrict no woman's rights.
Yes,
dude.
Trump actively put 3 people in the Supreme Court that overturned Roe versus Wade and led to 1/3 of women having less rights in this country than they did prior. Lisa,
Okay,
thank you for the
so we're
$25 for the
talking
chiropractor from all the pivots. Thank you so much. I really
Can we,
appreciate it, Lisa.
Can we talk about, so you want to talk about that? So we're not pivoting. If I say, do you think it's Parker? Do you think it's acceptable for a woman to terminate a child at 9 months, 8 months? Do you think that's acceptable?
That's not happening, right? So at that point, it's induction of labor. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's literally a non-lethal abortion.
In Ohio, you can actually have a child aborted at 34 weeks.
Dude, abortion at that time, because you don't know,
34
abortion.
weeks. So do you think that's
Okay, this guy just fucking screams. Abortion at that point is, again, the baby is viable, so it is the case that it is literally a induction of labor. Okay, they don't kill it because, again, there would be no reason to. They would have to give birth
I don't
anyway at that
understand what
point.
that means, Parker. I do not understand. So what do you mean? So do
Jesus
you think
Christ.
it's okay to abort a child at 34 weeks?
Okay.
A child being 34 weeks old. Do you think that is
Yeah.
acceptable, Parker?
What you think abortion is? No. But what medically is defined as abortion? Yes. Because what's medically defined as abortion is the deliberate termination of a pregnancy. And the deliberate termination of a pregnancy here doesn't end in the death of the fetus. Did you know that? Because it is the case that is a non-lethal abortion. You literally induce
What are you
labor at that
talking
point.
about, dude? I don't even understand what you're saying.
At 34,
So
listen.
if they take the fetus out.
Holy fuck,
at
dude.
34 weeks.
Shut up. Listen. Okay, be quiet. If you don't understand what I'm saying, listen, and I'll explain it to you. Don't just yap about something irrelevant. Inducing labor, it means causing birth. You cause birth. Abortion at that point is just causing birth. Does that make sense? Does causing birth make sense to you? Jesus Christ, dude.
I mean, dude, what? But
does that make sense?
you're
Tell me,
losing
Justin, does that make
because
sense? Does causing birth make sense? Because apparently you don't know what an induction of labor is. So
Well, I'm asking you about aborting a child at 34 weeks. I'm asking you that. But I'm not understanding what you're saying. They induce it. I'm talking about you go in there as a woman who's pregnant, 34 weeks old, and go in there and say you want to abort your child. Do you think that is acceptable, Parker?
I'm telling you, Justin, and I've explained it to you multiple times, just please listen. Again, I'm not saying you can kill it. No, you cannot kill it at that point, okay? Because it is the case that you would induce the labor. You would cause birth. That's what an abortion is at 34 weeks. It's you cause early birth. That's what it is. Lorenzo, thank you so much for the $1. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Amber, appreciate the $5. Thank you so
keep
much.
saying
Ashley,
shit that
thank
I
you for the
don't
$1. Thank you so
understand,
much.
bro.
Stephanie, thank you for the $5. And
You
Nicole,
keep
thank you for the
saying-
$20.24. Thank you so much, Nicole.
All right. Everybody has Parker thanked you for your money you sent him. Can we get back on topic here? So yeah, you keep losing me with what you're trying to like word vomit like your way.
I'm not, dude. You're just not intelligent. I'm sorry.
I mean,
Appreciate it. Great. Thank you so much.
yeah, I'm just a
Respectfully.
country boy from North Carolina. You may be right, but I know I can survive. I know I can defend myself. Like it seemed like you really can't. And
Cool.
you know,
cool, dude.
I could
Cool, dude.
actually-
We all have our strengths and our weaknesses. I
I
understand.
mean, yeah, okay. I appreciate you acknowledge that. That's very cool of you. Very cool.
Yeah, but like again, I'm trying to explain this to you because I genuinely think that you can get this. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, and I do think that you are intelligent enough. Okay.
I'm trying. I'm not.
I think that you just have mental blocks on.
You know, now, abortion means you take the child out of the tummy and discard it, and that's what they're 34 weeks is what that place in Ohio is allowing abortions. At 34 weeks. Yes, they are, Parker.
So again, Justin, I tried to explain to you, an abortion at that point doesn't mean killing the baby. What that means is it means causing birth, and then they can choose whether or not they want to keep the baby or they want to adopt.
There we go. Keep the baby or adopt. So you're saying that So you're saying that if you go in there to have
Doesn't
that
lead to the death of baby doesn't die. Baby
so
don't
they
die.
Kill the baby.
No death,
Okay, so
baby. The baby do not die.
Why did they say you can come in there and abort the child at 34 weeks?
Because
the lady
what-
called, and the people
Jesus Christ.
answered her, and she hasn't.
I think they just need to stop naming it abortion at that point because people just can't fathom that abortion doesn't mean dead baby. Like in this context, I actually don't understand. I really don't get it, Justin. It's not dead baby. No dead baby.
Okay,
Destiny, thank you for the $5. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
well,
Nicole,
thank
thank you for the $20 just to annoy Justin. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ashley, thank you for the $1. Lex, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
It's just. I just.
Amber, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I just want to know what you guys are going to do when.
Amber said, "Tell
God
Justin I
forbid.
support Trump and he makes me want to vote for Harris." That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's sad, guys. Very sad. Very sad. I'm talking about real life stuff that Parker seems that it can't. That World War III, that is absurd. That would never
Matthew, thank you
happen.
for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm not saying it's never going to happen. What I'm saying is that it's not likely to happen right now. Okay, so you fear mongering, right, is just not a good look. Okay.
Did you not just see the statement that Putin literally just made today?
Dude,
Did you not
Putin
see
always
that?
makes some fucking dumb statement, dude. Come on. Like Putin, it's there's like every week there's some
Kind of a-
new
kind
Putin
of a big
manipulation out.
statement when he
Like,
says
dude,
he's
don't
gonna
listen to
take
the
it out.
Russian propaganda. Please don't listen to the Russian propaganda. Satoa, thank you. Satota, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for F Justin. Thank you so much. Gray, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
So don't take everyone. Don't mind Putin threatening the U.S. Just don't worry about it. It's bullshit. Shit. Come on, Parker. You got to be smarter than that, dude. You say you got a degree in what is that? A master's or a bachelor's? Bachelor's. And okay, a bachelor's. Very cool. So I may not be educated. My fiance is well educated.
Lindsay, thank you for the
with a
$1. Thank you so
master's.
much. You understand that like Putin always makes these bold claims.
Dude, but I mean, when are you gonna? It's a claim. Oh, Putin said he's gonna fucking fuck USA again, right? Come on,
Yeah,
man.
they always be saying like
You should probably start taking that man a little bit more seriously. I mean, he already invaded Ukraine, so I don't. What makes you think that he won't shoot a nuke our way? Maybe if we start.
Do you know
fucking
what
with him?
mutually assured destruction is?
Oh,
Frail, thank you for the $1.
Everybody, okay,
Here, I'll just
but
ask this question. Abigail, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Do you think Putin cares about Russia?
I mean, that's the country's the president of. I would hope he would.
Like
be.
anything within Russia? Okay.
No,
if
I think
if
that
there is
if-
mutually
if
assured
with-
destruction, if there is mutually assured destruction, and he cares about anything within Russia, if he shoots the nuke, everything he cares about is gone. Okay. So that's
Yeah,
what
but if-
assured destruction is, and that's
Well,
why
let me tell
we
you
haven't
this, so
seen.
if-
That's why when there's multiple nuclear powers, we haven't seen nuclear arms drop. Okay, it's because of mutually assured destruction.
All right, so, okay, can I talk now? So if we supply Ukraine with weapons for them to shoot in the middle of Russia, and everything he's getting or loves is destroyed anyways, what the fuck do you think he cares about shooting?
We're not going to
another
invade
missile?
it. We're not going to invade
I didn't
Russia.
just say us. I said Ukraine.
Ukraine's not going to invade Moscow. Okay, that's just not going to happen.
Dude, there's talks about U.S. Biden sending them U.S. missiles to shoot into Moscow.
Okay,
Are you not
understand? You
watching the
understand
news?
giving arms, right? Is not the same thing as specifically like
Us invading,
doing,
of course.
like
But
us invading.
Putin
Also,
said
you understand
that
those
if
are not
we
nukes.
did that, he is going to take it as the U.S. going to war with them. That is how he is going to take that. I don't know what you're reading out of, but he said that out of his own mouth.
Wait, say that one more time.
He said that if Ukraine shoots U.S. missiles into Moscow, that he is going to take it as the U.S. going to war with them. Because it is
Okay.
U.S. missiles.
Yeah, they say this all the
onto
fucking
their
time,
ship.
dude. Oh my god, they say this all
But
the
if
time,
it
but they're not gonna.
happens, Parker, if it...
What if it fucking happens, dude? You're like such an apocalypse guy. It's actually annoying. I don't want to hear it anymore, Justin. Like it actually gives me anxiety talking to you. Like I'm not trolling. I have genuine anxiety talking to you because you're so fucking apocalyptic. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy fuck. God, it's not 1984 every fucking literally goddamn. You're like your entire life is like a 1984 book, dude. Jesus Christ. Gregory, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Gregory. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Parker, you're sitting here saying it, that the man wouldn't do that. That's what you're saying. And if we shot our...
I'm saying I know what
Ukraine
okay, wait.
shot our missiles... Why would
Okay,
he
wait.
not
I have
do
a
that,
question.
dude?
I have a question. If you think that Russia or Putin is like so fucking trigger happy, why would you have not defended Ukraine, which would have then led to them controlling the entirety of Ukraine? First, the Corky, thank you so much.
Hold on, what do you mean?
Would you have defended Ukraine? If Trump was president, do you think that he should have defended Ukraine? Ayana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Think, Parker, what do you think? What do you think?
Yeah, if you don't answer my question, I swear, bro.
I feel like Trump? I feel like Trump should be Switzerland. When it comes to that and their war, what do we have to do with it?
The Budapest Memorandum, but just like so again, as it relates to
Okay.
as it relates to Ukraine, would Trump have defended Ukraine? You're saying no?
I mean, if we
So give Russia, the trigger happy country, more power. Push the confetti.
I mean, but so we should take their war on to our war, send our troops over there to fight their war? Is that what you're saying?
No. No, we do like every other proxy war. We literally help them, right? Fight against
Right.
Russia.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying, though.
Jeez,
But
bro. You understand that we're helping
if it
Ukraine
comes
defend
to-
themselves? Like Ukraine, we're defending them by giving them arms.
okay, do you think that with
Push the good evening. Thank you so much.
with President Putin making that statement, do you feel like we shouldn't do that or should do that? What do you think? Do you think he's just calling bullshit on that, or do you think he means it? Because you know China,
I think he's calling bullshit,
is
but like
backing up Russia, right? You know, China
Cool.
has said that they're backing up Russia. You know, one of the biggest militaries in the world is backing up Russia, another pretty big military. And what do you think's just going to happen, Parker? What do you think? I'm just crazy, right?
Yeah, kind of, man. I'm gonna be totally honest with you.
I know.
I don't think that World War III is gonna break out right now. Okay,
And with all the
okay. You
shit
want
we
to
got-
hear? Actually, Justin,
You don't
listen to
think
this.
that they like put all these sleepers?
Hey, Justin, I want you to listen to this question real quick. David, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Russia's always been like threatening us. They've been doing this for a really long time. Okay. Why were there more U.S. service members that have died under conflict under the Trump administration if you think conflict is so much more prevalent right now? Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
That
Thank
is an
you.
actual lie, Parker.
it's
Actually,
not.
there was 18 months where when we were pulling out of Afghanistan that Trump had the ceasefire and not one American.
Greg, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. 65 under Trump. 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. But go for it.
That's not true, Parker. Where are you getting your information? Where?
Directly from the military.
Directly for what website?
Look up,
Where can we go right now?
It's literally, you look up U.S. military members died in conflict.
Conflict. I don't think
Conflict. Sorry, I apologize. I said it wrong. I apologize.
I'm just not trying to give you a hard time, Parker. I'm just trying to talk and see.
You are giving me a hard time. I'm not trolling. I talk to people every day, bro.
Right now,
I talk to people every day. You're just ridiculous, man. Okay, I'm telling you right now. Defense Casualty Analysis System, U.S. active military deaths by year and manner. Okay, you can just look up the title specifically is U.S. active duty military deaths by year and manner from the Defense Casualty Analysis System.
Okay, and you're looking up Trump
it's a .mil source. So so you can look under the Trump administration under conflict and hostile action. It shows in 2017, 21 people, 14 people in 2018, 21 in 2019, and 9 in 2020. And under the Biden administration, there's 13 in the first 2 years, and in the next 2 years, there was 3.
13, yeah, that was when we disgracefully pulled out of Afghanistan.
Okay, but again, do you want to talk about the 65 service members that died under Trump's administration? Thank you, the box go. Thank you so much.
Parker, did you not would you not agree that when Trump became president that we had more conflict than we do that when Biden came into presidency? Wasn't Trump pulling out of Afghanistan when he came into presidency? Was he not still had pretty much an active war going on when he became president? And Biden comes in with no war. So then
tell me why there were more deaths in 2017 than there was in 2016.
Hold on, what'd you say?
There were more deaths in conflict and hostile action in 2017 than in 2016.
Was 2016 when Trump
when Obama was in office? 2016, Obama was in office. Kimberly, think of the $5. Thank you so much, Kimberly.
I have no idea, Parker. I have no idea. But would you not agree that Trump come in with more stuff going on than Biden and Harris? Would you not say that? That he came in with more, that Trump had more conflict to deal with becoming president than Biden Harris did when they took presidency. Would you not say they had more conflict, less conflict to deal with?
What I'm telling you is that there was less conflict under the Biden-Harris administration that the U.S. troops were involved with. Jeremy, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Thank you for the $30. Thank you so much. Did Switzerland join NATO?
Well, there you go, dude. They obviously had less conflict to deal with. Of course, less military is going to die.
Yeah, wait, so you said that you want to be like Switzerland.
Yeah.
If Switzerland joined NATO.
Huh?
I don't know if they did join. Someone said they joined it, but I see that they're closer ties.
What are you talking about?
Confetti, thank you.
What are you talking about?
Switzerland is making closer ties with NATO. Someone was claiming that they were involved.
What are you talking about when I said I was going to remain Switzerland?
Okay, I'm sorry, dude. I can't talk to this guy anymore. His IQ is like 30, dude. I'm sorry. It's terrible. It's fucking horrendous. Katie, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Katie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Katie. Let's get some W's for Katie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. What's up? How old are you?
31.
Are you voting Trump?
No, absolutely not. I'm
based. Appreciate the coffee. Thank you so much. Chat, I'm sorry. That guy, actually, that was so terrible. That was horrendous. What's up? How old are you? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That guy was so ridiculous. What's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting for Trump? Thank you for that mustache. Thank you.
Most likely, yeah.
Oh, why so?
Because, and don't get me wrong, I don't think Trump is perfect either. I'm not a Trump supporter, but I do think he's a lesser of two evils. I specifically remember being financially more stable under Trump, and I would say I'm pretty unbiased. I don't like either of them, and obviously they both do a lot of suspicious things. But I just think all the hype around Kamala, she doesn't deserve, and I think people give her more credit than she deserves.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? And Karen, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Karen. I really appreciate that.
Was he found guilty?
He was held civilly liable, yes.
What's he found? He was found guilty.
Johnny, I told you he was held civilly liable. Could you hear me?
Yeah. And would you vote for someone that imprisoned 1,900 people?
Do you want to like answer my question? And
You
also,
want me-
that's not even a real number that you just referenced. You're just referencing what Tulsi Gabbard said, which again
Okay.
she didn't.
Can
she
you
didn't
give me
do
the
that.
exact real number?
So again, you'd have to tell me what you're referencing in terms of her being district attorney, attorney general, or what you're referencing. Because with that number that says 1,900, that's very unclear what it's even referencing.
Okay. You're really stuck on that number. Let me change it up. Would you vote for someone who is imprisoning some people for something that she's done herself?
Like something that
So
she's done
would you
herself.
vote-
She never put anyone in prison for possession.
For marijuana, but she's done that
You
herself.
can't say that on live. TikTok TOS. Also, you never fucking answer the questions, dude. Like, what's up with people just not ever wanting to answer questions? It's actually unbelievable. It's really ridiculous. Jenny, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jenny. Holy shit, people are going so crazy today. Can we get some W's for Jenny in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Yo, Grace, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, Baka, thank you so much. I appreciate the future. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes,
Thank you, Jackie,
29.
appreciate it. Okay, so why, Sam?
Nah, actually, can we go back to that other question you asked before, the civil libel
Thank
thing?
you so much, Sydney. Yeah, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
It isn't civilly liable meaning like you did something that wasn't illegal, like you did it legally?
It doesn't mean it's legal. Do you think defamation is legal?
No. Like
No.
if
Okay,
you
so
said-
where would defamation be solved?
Wait, hold on. The civil libel thing, like that's not.
Do you think it's legal to defame people?
No, the civil.
No?
I think you have the wrong
Okay, so
definition of.
how do
no,
you
I
deal
think
with
have the-
defamation?
No, I think you have the wrong
You
definition.
deal with
of-
defamation in a civil court. So if you think it's not legal to defame people, well, then this wouldn't be legal as well. Also, that you understand that the basis of the case was defamation, and then in order to prove the defamation, they proved sexual abuse.
Wait, can you hear me? Yeah, you can. All
I
right.
can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
Yeah. I think you have the wrong definition of civil libel, though.
I don't know. What do you mean definition? So what do you mean by that?
Like that's when you pay like money to someone for something that is like
yeah, he
legal.
was forced
like,
to pay tens of millions of dollars, over $80 million.
But rape,
Christia, thank you so
if-
much for the $20. Thank you so much, Christia. Thank you so much.
if he sexually assaulted someone, like that's not legal. So how could you use that definition of civil liability when you're talking about rape?
Because the reason why it's not in a criminal court is because of statute of limitations, and you can try sexual abuse in civil courts. Did you know that's possible?
No, that's interesting. No, I just
so the
wanted
statute
to-
of limitations was not
yeah.
up for a civil court, but it was up for a criminal court. So I would love for the statute of limitations law to change. There would be no statute of limitations for rape cases.
Gotcha. What do you do for a living?
This.
Like you talk politics on TikTok or social media?
Yeah, well, politics right now.
Gotcha. Okay. Do you feel like America's like economy is better with like the Democratic Party the past 4 years, 3.5 years?
I think it's better with Democrats rather than it being with Republicans.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
How so?
Trump added a lot to the debt. He cut taxes for people who were rich, which didn't help the overall economy. I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard that showed that it only increased the economy annually by 0.04% a year, which increases it around by 28 billion. So we spent around 1.9 trillion to get around 28 billion added to the GDP, which is horrendous. Okay.
Yeah.
That is terrible.
How do you think the Democrats could get the GDP down?
Do you want GDP to go up?
Or yeah, like the debt of whatever to go down.
Infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act.
What was the second one you
Reduction
said?
Act. Infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act, and Inflation Reduction Act. Thank you for the Trash Panda. Thank you so much. And Heidi, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Heidi.
Interesting. All right. Cool. All right. Thanks for your time, Parker.
For sure, for sure.
All right,
Let's get
peace.
this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's tap the screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I voted for him in 16, and I didn't vote for him in 20. I voted for Joe Jorgensen. And just over the past 4 years, I've seen a lot happen. I bought a home in 2020. And I can tell you right now, just through helping people, I've helped a couple of friends buy homes. And for instance, my home appraised out at 168. Now will appraise at like 270. And it's not because it's worth more, obviously.
It, objectively speaking, is worth more then. If the market price was 175 and the market price now is 250, it objectively speaking changed in value.
That's just because everything costs more, though.
Okay.
So
are you saying in like the utility isn't different?
No,
or
no,
are you
I'm
talking in terms of
I'm-
market value?
I'm talking if I put my house on the market right now, it would be worth everything is going for $100,000 more. And it's
So the value increased.
and it's not based off of equity. This isn't an equity thing. The only equity I have is what I paid down my principal.
If the house price increased, you now have more equity.
Well, yes, I understand that, but it's not because it's really worth any more. So
I don't know what you mean by worth then.
Because
it literally is worth more in the market. You're just saying you don't get any greater utility from it.
Right. What I'm saying now
so the
is
value
that
increased for it, but you get no greater utility. Okay.
what I'm saying
That's just
is
how
that
demand works in a market economy.
what I'm saying is that that's part of your problem with the cost of everything going up. That's why people can't buy homes, and it's so.
Okay. So again, I'm not disputing that, but you understand that it happened globally, right? Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world.
Yes.
So what's your point with that then? How was it caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, when all that money got printed after Trump left office, yeah, I understand he printed a lot of money too during the pandemic, but the bigger of the two prints happened after the fact, and all that money got funneled into Israel and all these other countries, Ukraine, all these European countries. So we just levied a huge burden on everybody in America, not to mention all of...
How much money was foreign aid? Tell me.
What
percent
do you
of the
mean?
budget? What percent of the budget do you think the foreign aid was?
Well, it's no secret you've had hundreds of billions of dollars go to Ukraine.
Okay,
You've had there was-
$107 billion to Ukraine, and that was a reallocation from our military budget. Okay, foreign aid is a very small portion of the budget. Okay, you know what the overall budget was?
No.
Pretty sure it was over $6 trillion.
Why is that?
because it is the case that we have obligations in terms of Social Security, Medicare. We have like payments across the entire world in terms of national defense, plenty of things, right? I don't necessarily agree with how much money we spend on the national defense. I think we can cut our military budget in half, still have the biggest military in the world, and bring money here at home to take care of American citizens with health care, people to eliminate homelessness in this country, right? To end childhood poverty, make sure that everyone has food, expand access to healthcare. That's $450 billion a year, is 4.5 trillion over a decade. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. That would revitalize, right, the American middle class in terms of access to basic amenities. Appreciate the hand art.
That's fair.
Someone say free healthcare is not free. It's free at the point of service.
Right.
Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I mean, that's not, we don't have, what's the implication here?
What?
What's the implication?
Would you vote for,
of
I'm just
that?
asking a question. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No.
Okay, well, Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, so you wouldn't vote for him?
I mean, has it stuck to him?
Yeah, he was held civilly liable.
In a case or what?
In a civil case, yes. Unanimously by a jury of 9 people. Appreciate the confetti, thank you. Maddie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Maddie.
I mean, are you going to vote for somebody who blocks evidence for somebody on death row?
Jesus Christ, dude. So you're not going to answer any of my questions? Why are you guys all the same? You guys are the fucking same individuals. You never answer questions. Okay? So
What?
she didn't block evidence that person was guilty. They found that they were guilty. You understand that, right? They did DNA indicated they were guilty.
Right, then why did they force her to turn over evidence after the fact?
That wasn't her. What are you talking about?
Why did everything that Tulsi Gabbard?
They tested it. They just tested it later on. Think of the
okay.
Tulsi Gabbard, sorry, lied at that debate stage. She just made up that. Totally made it up. Okay, she's a conspiracy nut.
A former Democrat that's a conspiracy nut. Okay.
Yeah, I don't say that there's no conspiracy nuts that were former Democrats.
Gotcha.
Okay. Do you want to answer my question now? Would you vote for someone? What would you
I
vote for
already
Trump
did.
given that he would appreciate this super hard? Thank you so much. Would you vote for Trump given that he's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Well, it's a loaded question because what's the facts? What's the case? What's the, you know what I mean? It was it's easy to just, what are you talking
Michael,
about?
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Michael. Can we get some W's for Michael in the chat? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So I will tell you, but you already said that you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. So you didn't ask for the evidence or the case earlier, but now you're asking for the evidence in the case when it's applied to Donald Trump.
Yeah, because we're dealing with a situation where no matter what, there's we operate in a different political system now where it's easy to just throw rocks at something, just as easily as somebody can throw rocks one way, they can throw them the other, which is like what I just said about all that stuff that you say, oh, it's just fake, it's lies.
I'll give you evidence and I'll give you reason. Okay, if you can just give me your just fucking feelings, I'm not gonna accept it. I put facts over feelings. Okay, what happened to the right wing saying that? Appreciate the IC, thank you so much. And you guys just all are conspiracy. It's actually crazy. Alright. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Yeah, thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
41.
You voting Trump?
So yes, but I've been listening to you. Some of your Trump supporters here are really, really embarrassing. They're really highly uneducated. And so I've been watching how Republicans will not support Trump, and I think it's because of the following that he has. I think economically, he has the stereotypical Republican ideal where we generate revenue by doing tax cuts. And even you yourself, you had stated that the economy went up only very little based off of these tax breaks.
Mm-hmm.
And so you always have this battle between the Democrat versus the Republican with, do we give it immediately to the poor? Do we give it the tax breaks to the rich and trust them? I think that in order to stay relevant as a country, we're obviously going to need to generate some sort of revenue and giving businesses the opportunity to build. When you look at Kamala says, hey, I'm going to give $50,000 to the poor to create businesses. The concern is are these small businesses and these people who are building their first time businesses, will they be successful? Will it be viable? You already
it's
have
a 50,000
businesses.
deductible. Do you know how a deductible works?
They'll be able to use it as a tax break.
It deducts from your taxable income. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
But the concern is with Trump, and here's where I kind of lean on the fence with it, is Trump is irresponsible with the way that he's wording things. And so he's very dangerous. Do I think that he was correct in the sense that he potentially won the 2020 election? Absolutely.
You think he won the 2020 election?
No, not definitively. That it was a possibility.
Okay, what reason do you have to believe that?
So during the 2020 election, they did those mail-out ballots, right? And so those mail-out ballots went to the homes, and it was unsolicitedly mailed to individual homes. And so who's to say that you didn't have to have any proof of your identification to submit these. So my son could walk to the mailbox, fill one of these out, sign a signature, mail it in. It wasn't that difficult of a process.
No.
And so
as it relates to mail-in, you know that Trump engaged in mail-in, right? He's been doing it for decades.
Okay. But that's absentee ballot. That's different than what was happening during the COVID time. So you had the mail-in ballot.
He did specifically mail-in.
Okay, but mail-in was strictly for that 2020. Absentee ballots different.
No, it wasn't. Mail-in was not strictly for that.
When did he? I don't understand.
People use mail-in that live in countries around the world but are still United States citizens.
But don't they have to file an absentee ballot on the internet and prove that who they are and why?
That in order to vote, yes, you have to prove who you are.
But not during COVID. During COVID, those ballots.
I'll let you talk to law, actually.
Oh, I get a person?
Yeah. Law knows a lot more of the hyper specifics on this than I would.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, Amber. So what you're referring to is absent. Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
So what you're referring to are absentee ballot applications. There were some states that during the COVID pandemic, people they would just send out the applications to essentially everybody in that area. But in order to, that was just the application. That wasn't the actual ballot. So one individual would have to put in all of their information. It would go to the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State would send out a ballot later on. Now, on the outside of that ballot is a security envelope, which contains the personal information. And then there's another envelope inside, which is the confidential ballot. Once it's in, they check and make sure that person hasn't voted already. In most states, they don't count the absentee ballots until after the election day ballots, because if you show up and vote on election day, then when they go to your envelope, they see that you voted already, they toss out your ballot.
Yeah, but how are they verifying your identification is the question. Because during that time, there was a push to not continue to verify the identification because it became too difficult to verify. And what they were using was signatures.
Right, but I mean that was just one form of the verification that they would use. Like every voter in the country.
Form that they used, and because it was a form that they used, and it wasn't like I can sign a piece of paper and we can say, oh well, this signature looks the same, but it wasn't. It's not like showing your ID. It's not like going and getting your picture and showing your birth certificate, and it's not like what we did for absentee ballots. This was mail-in ballots for COVID.
There is no state that relies solely on the signature as the only method of verification of the ballot. First, the person has to register. First, the person has to register to vote, and they can't. If they're registered to vote in more than one area, then their votes are discarded because you can only register to vote at your primary place of residence. Once those are sent in, now the big controversy of the signature verifications is sometimes people just scribble their name, like you do every time you sign a receipt at a restaurant. You don't actually do like your full signature that matches your driver's license. Now, some states they were lax on their signature verification. That's true, but still, at best, that just means it's just one vote. And if that person had already voted, in order to orchestrate this type of scheme, you would only be able to vote for people who weren't going to vote on election day. And how would anybody know that?
I suppose they could walk up to a mailbox. I mean, I don't know. I think that there's still a hole, right? And with Trump, there is a possibility. There is a possibility. We can't deny that there was a possibility that election was flawed.
Well, but in order to establish that it happened, you actually have to produce evidence. And there was only over 60 court cases where they weren't able to establish sufficient evidence to prove any of this. There was a lot of theories, a lot of accusations, but no proof.
Yes. And that happens in court, right? But the fact that it was even in question, right? And if we're going to talk about protecting the democracy, we needed to at least recognize it. But the problem with the Trump supporter is because they're so high emotion, because they're so, geared up. I don't even think as a country we even made an attempt to look at it. But I think that we all have to accept that was a possibility.
Well, so there were over 60 cases that were filed. 38 of the judges there were Republican-appointed judges, and actually 10 of the judges were federal judges that Trump himself had appointed. If this was all like a big Democrat ploy, why would all of those Republicans be in on it?
I never stated that it was a Democratic ploy. I stated that it was against democracy, that Trump is not incorrect in thinking that there was potential flaw.
Right. I mean, he has every right to demand recounts. Like the state of Georgia literally hand counted every single ballot in the state twice. Arizona, Maricopa County did 3 recounts of all of their ballots, hand counted. He has every right to challenge it. He has every right to file the court cases. But in order to actually prove it, in order to succeed, you actually have to establish some evidence. And even Rudy Giuliani in one of the cases says, well, we don't have evidence, we have a lot of theories. And that's just not how you can establish credible belief that an election was stolen based off of theories. You need evidence.
And when you have no evidence, you just sound like a conspiracy nut. And this is why I say you guys are just based on conspiracy. You're not using facts. You guys sat there and you talked about facts over feelings, but now when it comes to the push comes to shove, you're not willing to accept facts over feelings. And Linda, thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Linda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. W's Linda in the chat, and DMC, thank you for the confetti. W's for Linda for the $100. Thank you so much.
Sorry, but that would be based off of you categorizing me with other Trump supporters. And again, I would state that their lack of education is the reason why Republicans are not supporting Trump. Trump is creating a fan following of people who are very, violent, very ignorant.
Wait, so why
but
are
if
you voting for him?
So if you look at it from an economic level, as far as how are we going to generate the economy,
Most
you
economists.
potentially
Wait. What have the economists said about the comparative economies? Harris projected plan versus Trump projected plan. What have economists said?
as far as Harris's plan, my understanding as we continue to repeat that trickle down economics, it doesn't work historically, and everybody keeps throwing this out there. But again, earlier in the conversation, even you yourself said that the economy was raised underneath the Trump administration, even by a fraction of a point, correct?
Wait, no, caused by the TCGA. It was 0.04%. So we spent 1.9 trillion in debt-related spending for a 0.04% annual GDP growth, which over 10 years is 0.4%.
So what is Harris going to stimulate the economy to? Is she going to?
So again, what you just said, what I'm just telling you is that it's not proportional to how much money we put into the economy. Okay, whereas if we do it other ways, how is she going to stimulate the economy? She did through the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, those things. You know, they get people ready to be able to work. They get people ready to have jobs. They build up infrastructure in this country. That actually builds jobs, and she's going to continue on that, right? Whereas Donald Trump, he has policy proposals where he can't actually pay for these things. He's just going to debt spend to give corporations and big businesses tax cuts and people who are already rich tax cuts.
But I think in the long term, when you look at it, it's the idea of we are slowly bleeding money because we are not producing our own goods to sell to other countries. And so you have Trump, who's taking the typical Republican stance. He's not very good at representing it.
Tariffs are not a typical Republican stance.
The idea is that we create tariffs. You create the tariff so that we generate Americans to want to find a cheaper way to produce goods, and therefore encourage people to.
Tariffs would not make it cheaper. Tariffs would cause increase in pricing.
No, it would.
If there's a 10 to 20% universal tariff, that would cause your prices on average to go up by thousands, like by at least $1,500 a year. I've seen estimates as much as $4,000, depending on how.
No, and you're right.
How big it is.
But the idea behind it is to encourage Americans to create their own goods. And so that's why we would do the tax cuts.
So you want to cause inflation?
You're going to, over time, slowly bleed the economy anyway. And so you have this battle between the Democrats.
Why are you shifting the taxes from people who are rich, because you're cutting taxes from people who are rich? You're shifting it to people who are poor because they're going to pay a greater proportion of their income on the increase in the price of goods. So you're just shifting the tax burden from rich people to poor people. That's what you're doing here.
So the idea is that you would create a sustainability to keep the United States relevant. And so we're producing goods. You don't
how
believe
does that
that?
keep us relevant? Well, what's going to keep us relevant is innovation, is specialization.
Yes.
That's what's going to keep us relevant.
Yes.
Tariffs don't cause specialization. Tariffs are like you trying to hold on to the past.
I don't
You're
understand.
trying to bring back manufacturing jobs that like aren't profitable without tariffs. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to bring back business that isn't profitable without the tariffs or without the price increase. So how about we make better technology? How about we specialize?
I think that was the idea, is that we don't continue to spend money in other countries to bring in technology and encourage the American to produce.
Yeah, you can encourage production without using tariffs. Tariffs are a bad way to encourage production, domestically speaking.
But that's where you have all those other tax ideas that are coming into play, where it's,
what other taxes? How is Trump going to pay for his? Here, actually, I'll give you a specific example. 3.9 trillion over 10 years is the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Just that alone. How are you going to pay for that?
How are you going to? I don't understand. Okay, so I know you study it. Economics is pretty complicated, and I know that it goes pretty deep. How are you going to pay for it? The idea is that it wouldn't be a quick return on investment, right? It would be a long-term sustainable return on investment, where you would do these tax breaks. Hopefully the big business owners would start producing things locally, and you would build the economy instead of us spending the money overseas.
So again, can you give me one historical example of trickle-down economics working? Hopefully it will go down.
Well, and again, economics is, we can say this over and over and then it becomes a circle, but tell me when trickle up economics has worked.
Okay, so you're asking, so we can point at most countries around the world, like in terms of developed European economies, right? We can see it working for the working class of those countries in terms of the social programs that allow for people to have greater levels of social mobility, the union membership that allows for them to bargain for higher wages even without governmental restriction. So actually those economies, not only do they have freer economies according to the Economic Freedom Index, appreciate the little crowd, thank you so much, but they provide broader social safety nets.
I don't think I quite understand how it works. Yes, it but.
So again, name one example of trickle-down economics working?
And again, I would say like you named it, but it was very broad. Like, how is it working for them? Does that make sense? Like you're saying,
how is
okay.
it working? People have health care. There's lower levels of poverty. How is it working? People have broader levels of access to education. There's broader social mobility, greater access to health care, better health outcomes. Like we can look at them. Like we can look at the impacts.
Specifically who?
Like what countries?
Mm-hmm.
Sweden, Denmark, Norway. Right? Those
So
are
that essentially is the end goal, correct?
What do you? I'm not saying it's an end goal. I'm saying that they have done certain things that we can adopt. I'm not saying adopt everything about their economies, right? But some things about their economies they've done good on, and we can adopt those to become a better country ourselves. Okay? What people are doing better than us, let's adopt that and try to do it better. That's what I'm trying to say. Instead of just letting ourselves fall behind, let's be the beacon of hope in the world. Let's be like what every country wants to look for how they want their economy to run. Let's be the example.
Yes.
Instead of having to look for other places for examples. You know what I mean?
No, I believe in that. I was a big Bernie Sanders supporter.
Then why are you supporting Trump?
Isn't that crazy? Because the concern is that when you look at Trump and the things that he's pointing out, there's so much divide in this election. Like the bullying tactics
who caused that division? Who caused that division?
You're gonna say Trump caused the division? I know.
Wait,
I know.
Do you think Trump didn't?
But he pointed out injustice, right? So you saw him go into the media, and during his first election, the amount of bullying towards this man was unreal, right? And he was stating to the American people, I know you're going to roll your eyes.
He was being bullied? Right? You don't think he bullies other people? He literally has an insult name for every person he talks to.
He does. Yes, but
he insulted people's wives. Right,
true,
that weren't even involved. Do you not remember the 2016 race? Bullying?
I do.
Who was bullied? Come on.
But I think he represents a form of change, right? So he pointed it out very clearly.
Not good change.
But some bad change is necessary, right? Whenever we have civil issues,
some bad change is necessary. Jesus Christ.
I know you're just. Oh, I don't know how to make you a little bit more receptive to the fact that he did point out and educate the voters on the fact that the media is not always correct, right? Or he has pointed out injustices with the voting system. I think he represents a certain kind of change. Do I think morally he's right? I think he's from the entertainment industry. I think that he could potentially be dangerous. I would, if I could find a happy middle, I would have a person who would create change in the country for us, understanding that the voter no longer needs to be blind to certain factors. Like, we can't deny that the vote.
What?
That
what
the voting
what are you
system
even saying right now?
The voting system's flawed. He exposed that, and we're in denial.
He exposed how the voting system is flawed by trying to send false certificates, right, to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
Do you think that there was a possibility that there was?
I think it's illegal.
That
I think he illegally tried to overturn the election.
I think, and here's my hope, right? Even if he represents pointing out some portion of the truth. The fear is that he has a fan following of morons. I agree. But some exposure has to happen where we understand that we need to, and I don't even care if it's the popular vote and all the Republicans lose, but some sort of democratic change needs to happen where we
Amber,
recognize
I totally
that.
agree. Let's get rid of the electoral college.
I'm fine with it. And then if
Straight
Trump
into my
loses,
veins. Let's do it.
but
Yeah, I'm so down. I'm so down. You have no clue.
I'm fine with that. I am absolutely
You know
100.
that no Republican would have won for the last 20 years?
And that's fine.
Okay. You know, I totally agree.
I just, my hope is that we get somebody into office that will be honest with the voter. I think too often we see these politicians who are just trying to win for their side.
Anthony, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Anthony. And Scott, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
But for us to deny and have this division that the 2020 election wasn't flawed or that the media doesn't do this nasty bullying is insane.
Amber, do you think that Trump is a delusional conspiracy nut? Because he just said recently that Kamala Harris was using like an earpiece, right, to
Was
like
that him?
hear things about the election. Yeah, he said it at a rally in Nevada. He literally said that she was using an earpiece because he got dunked on so hard in the debate. He said a conspiracy theory. Appreciate the cat. Thank you so much. Like the eating the dogs, like all of those things, right? Just like that. That she had like something to be able to hear people, and that was proven wrong, right? Because you can see the difference in the earring.
It's stupid. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, come on. Like,
Well,
this guy's
but you said that you wanted somebody who was going to be honest with voters, and you think that that's Donald
Well,
Trump?
I
Asia,
think
thank you so much.
I think there needs to be exposure of the political issues that we have. I don't know. Like Kamala is so on the fence. It frustrates me. I wanted Kamala at one point when she was with Bernie Sanders, but she's changed, right? And so
Kamala, by the way. And,
I'm sorry.
Okay, so again, if you wanted more progressive policy, who's the more progressive candidate? Donald
true.
Trump or Kamala Harris?
It's true.
It's
But
not
you-
even close.
But I think we should
For the United States perspective.
I think that there needs to be exposure of some of the injustices and flaws in the political system.
Okay, I agree with you. And that's not going to come to a greater degree with Trump. We're so busy about him saying the most crazy conspiracy shit that people won't even like talk about like all those other types of substantive issues. Like literally, what's Donald Trump's healthcare plan?
Yeah, he wasn't versed. He intentionally avoided that question. It was obvious.
Concepts?
He's
been saying concepts. I saw a series of videos. He's been saying concepts. Coming in a few weeks, we got some great concepts, way better than Obamacare. Like he's been saying that for literally years. Okay, he was saying this while in office, and he's 9 years into running for president of the United States, and he still just has concepts. That's kind of crazy.
Well, I'm not versed in his medical plan, but
neither is
He
he.
doesn't have one.
yeah, but I know I didn't
Neither
look
is
it up.
he. It's crazy.
I know. I've been listening to you for days and like looking up some of this information that you've been giving. I don't know. I know that there's injustices. You have a great platform. I know that they need to be exposed. I think that we should admit that the voting system is flawed. And I think instead of the argument being that, Trump is a conspiracy person, we should understand that there is flaws and like
He is a conspiracy person, and there are flaws. Why can't we say both?
You can, yeah, but whenever you get somebody on here arguing with you, you're like, you turn it into like, it's so sad. We have such an uneducated voter. If you want to sway them, which you can't badger them with name calling of Trump. I think this is just something that we continue to do. Trump needs to be careful with his words. I think that listening to the people on your TikTok
Are you
account
guys the
has
side that says that like you guys don't care about his mean tweets, but then you guys always care about like any level of disrespect being given to people that literally are supporting a guy that's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, etc.
I'm gonna bring up Biden was charged. Well, he wasn't charged.
Biden is Biden running? This is like Hunter Biden. Like I've heard people bring up Hunter Biden. Like, dude, none of this has any relevance anymore. He's not the candidate.
Well, yeah. Well, now you have, this female candidate who's not from the era of Trump and Biden, and it falls into, the narrative or what we need to speak to. Yeah, sure. Now it's you but last election, would we have argued over Joe Biden's cases versus Trump? What ground?
Joe
would you
Biden
have?
has no cases.
Yeah, like he hasn't been held civilly liable. Wait,
He had 9
Trump has
accusations.
over 26 accusations.
Okay.
Including, do you believe Katie Johnson's accusation against Donald Trump?
Do I believe them?
Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. Yeah, do you believe them?
Do we believe the accusation? Like, I'm not going to say I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, so then why are you using that against Joe Biden then?
Do we know about Joe Biden's accusations? Do we believe those?
Wait, again, we're not just saying accusations. We're saying Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman by 9 people unanimously when the decision did not have to be unanimous. And Jennifer, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Let's get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section. Thank you so much.
Did you compare the two types of evidence between the two, like the evidence that was brought up against Joe versus Trump?
I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Well, there wasn't a case for Biden.
There was
the $1.11
accusations.
Thank you so much, Sid.
Where
Okay,
the
but wait, do you want to? Has Kamala Harris have a single case or even one report?
I don't think it's typical of a female to get those types of.
So then why would you vote for, wait, actually, here's a great thing. Women in positions of power don't have men doing this, even though men are more likely to lie in these types of circumstances.
I don't understand.
So men make lie to a greater extent when we're talking about harder lies, bigger lies, right? And what I've seen in terms of the data is when women lie a little bit more as it relates to white lies. Okay, but as it relates to the bigger lies, if men are more likely to do this, and we're talking about this in this particular scenario, why do you think it's more likely that women in positions of power wouldn't have these types of accusations, but you do believe that men in these positions of power would have these accusations? Does it make sense?
Because if you look at the age frame, I think at one point we glamorized that and almost encouraged it amongst males.
So it's encouraged.
I mean, there is a culture behind it. There is a power and grape culture and power dynamic over it. So I see what you're saying along those lines. But I guess how does this specifically apply to Kamala compared to Trump?
It was just in reference to if we are going to hold somebody to a moral standing, regardless of whether or not it's a current event or not, we need to look at what we've done kind of historically.
Okay, I think we're not really getting the question here. So again, so as it relates to this, Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Kamala Harris doesn't even have an accusation. So why would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? Thomas, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Don't worry. Thank you.
But again, we can repeat that over and over again, and I will again go back to the fact that this wasn't a factor during the Trump and Joe Biden, argument. And so we could beat the dead horse.
I actually did bring this up then.
Did you?
So yeah. So, and I had these conversations. So would you like to just have the conversation now, please?
I don't understand.
Push the trash panda. Thank you so much. Would you actually like to engage with the conversation? And why would you vote for Trump and not Kamala Harris, given that he's been held civilly liable and she hasn't?
Economics and
you never gave me any good argument to say that the economy is going to be better off under a Trump administration. If anything, we'd have reason to believe it's worse because of the tariffs.
But encourages large businesses to reinvest and produce goods
Okay,
that we can.
give me one historical example of trickle-down economics working.
And then we would go back to give me a historical example of trickle up working.
I already answered this question, and you still have not responded.
You cited another country and
I cited
Sweden.
multiple other nations.
Okay.
I can also cite points in American history, right, where we had higher corporate tax rates, we had lower unemployment. Christiane, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we have W's for Christiane in the comment section? Thank you so much.
So
let me run down this tariff. I've got an example for this. I've got a Yeti mug. It's a 30-ounce Yeti mug that, like, I put ice in there in a drink. Ice stays all day long. That mug costs like $35. I have another mug, same size, same shape, that I got from Walmart. It's an Ozark Trail mug that I paid $12 for. And that one keeps ice exactly as long. The Yeti mug is made in America, and it's high quality, works great. My Ozark Trail mug, made in China, sold at Walmart, $12. Now, if we do tariffs, that Ozark Trail mug is going to go up to, if they still import it from China, it's going to go up to maybe $20 if we're doing like a 30 to 40% tariff, even though it's probably going to need to be more than that if we're going to make up for all of the increased spending due to the tax cuts. How is that helpful? Like, me, if I'm making $100,000 a year, that's not going to be a big impact on me, but that's going to be incredibly hurtful to somebody who's making $25,000, $30,000 a year, right?
yes.
So the tariffs are an incredibly regressionary economic policy, because while in the long run, maybe over the course of 5 or 10 years, the American manufacturing picks up to the point where the jobs pick up to where people can afford those. But now that's just going to set inflation through the roof. Now your cheeseburgers at McDonald's are going to cost $18 because that's just where the value of money has increased, because inflation happens when there's too much money chasing too few goods. And if we're decreasing the amount of available goods because companies aren't going to be importing anything due to tariffs, then that's just going to set off record inflation.
Got it.
Right. So that's just going to hit poor and economically disadvantaged families the hardest.
Okay. Understood. But again, you have me on the edge. Like, honestly, please use your platform to tell voters that election, we need to reform the election process. Okay. Like, that's what we really need to do. We need reform.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Rod?
No, thank you.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. All right, y'all. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes and share the live as well, everyone. And hide your dogs, everyone. Hide your pets. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Me, I'm 52. But
are you voting Trump? Are you driving?
I'm in the drive.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Grace.
Stuck at the drive-through.
Bro had his camera on with the driving is crazy. All right. Yeah.
All right, everybody. It's 7,000 people in here, and Parker isn't at 1 million yet. There's no excuse for that. Everybody just tap the screen until you fill that bar up one time. Just that little pink bar in the upper left, fill it up one time. Parker should be at 1 million in less than a minute if everybody does that. Thank you.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Chris, thank you for the $2. Thank you, Chris. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Matthew, you're live.
Okay, let's get this next individual up, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Don't hide your pets. Nothing is happening. Yeah, I was just making a joke. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
Kamala is black, so F her.
Doing strong, Landon. Way to come in strong.
Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much for the hand art. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kaylee. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
1 million, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for the 1 million, everyone. Now let's get to 2 million, everyone. We have 7.3 thousand people in here. 2 million. Let's go. Let's just try to get a bunch of likes, everyone, today. Let's go for 10 million. Fuck it. Let's just do it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 21.
Sandy, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
So are you voting Trump?
I'm kind of in the middle right now, but I think Donald Trump might be the way to go.
Super. Thank you so much. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
The thing about that is, if he was held civilly liable, why isn't he in federal prison? If you really was guilty of it.
Do you know how civil cases work?
Well, I know anybody who sexually assaults somebody would go to federal prison.
So actually, most people don't. By the way, so you understand that most victims don't come out, right?
Well, the thing is, she did though.
Okay. So yeah, even in those cases, it's hard to prove these types of things, and even then, this was proven. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. In a civil case, and you don't accept it because he's not behind bars. You understand that there are plenty of other scenarios. There are thousands of other scenarios where this is true, where you believe that they're guilty, even without this. Like, for example, I appreciate the hearts. Thank you. If someone was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, should they be able to be a gym teacher under your view?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because of their track record of sexually assaulting people. Absolutely.
Okay. So why don't you apply that with Trump?
I think the media and everybody is after Trump in every way possible. And I feel like if Trump really did commit these acts, for example, Stormy Daniels, that was consensual. Everyone said he sexually assaulted her. Blah, blah, blah.
No, that's not.
Nobody
not
said
Stormy
that.
no, Stormy Daniels.
No, I'm saying that's an example. That's an example.
Charlie, no one's saying that.
Okay, well, regardless.
Except for people who mix up Stormy Daniels and E. Jean Carroll, because you don't even know who the victim's name is. Okay, yeah, you believe it's wrong? Jesus Christ, dude.
No, I believe anybody who sexually assaults somebody is wrong.
Okay, so why would you vote for Donald Trump given that he's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I don't think he did it. I don't think he actually sexually assaulted.
Why do you think he didn't?
Again, because he would be in federal prison. Somebody of the magnitude of Donald Trump, you don't think he would be in prison?
You understand? Okay, so if someone was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child and didn't go to prison, would you vote for them?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so they don't have to go to prison for you to not vote for them. So why are you not voting for Trump? Or why are you voting for Trump?
I'm saying
Amber, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Amber. Can we get some W's for Amber in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Joanne. Thank you for the hand.
Shout out Amber. Shout out Amber.
I got you.
But that's
look at this. Take a look at this. This is the verdict form from the jury. Look at number 2. Do you see that? Can you read number 2 for me, please?
Sexually abused Ms. Carroll. Yes.
There you go.
And if you don't mind me asking, this is Trump checking off these boxes, or who is?
No, it's from the jury determination, a unanimous decision of the jury.
Okay, well the jury could be biased.
You know that Trump was involved in the jury selection process?
There's so many things that we don't know, and I think this is one of them. So for you to say that, oh, Trump sexually assaulted this person is just, I feel like it's a bit naive.
What's naive? Believing a jury? Do you typically accept jury determinations?
Well, do you agree that sometimes the jury is incorrect?
Do you typically accept jury determinations?
Well, by law, we do in this.
No, do you typically accept jury determinations?
If the evidence is stacked against the person, then yes.
Okay, so if the evidence is stacked up against the person, okay. So again, do you know any of the evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Do you know any of the evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case? Think of the hand art. Thank you, Robbie.
Me personally, I do not. I do not.
Okay, so then how are you able to evaluate that?
Because I trust in our judicial system, I trust in our legal system that if Trump really committed these acts, if they were so vile and so, traumatizing for this person that...
If you trust the judicial system, then why would you not accept the jury determination in the civil court?
What I'm saying is the legal system we have is if somebody were to sexually assault or people call him a rapist, blah, blah, blah. Why?
So, you know the reason why it wasn't in criminal courts? Thank you for the flag battle. Thank you, Robbie. Is because of statute of limitations, which means it's been too many years since it happened. So do you think that people who have been assaulted, like say 20, 30 years ago, do you think they should be able to hold their abusers accountable?
Raped years in the past have been found guilty years later and go to prison for that.
So do you think that people should go to prison for that? Like even if they have done it 30 years ago?
People do go to prison for that.
Okay, so in New York, it is the case that statute of limitations, right, does not allow for her to try the case in a criminal court.
I guess, yeah.
So then why would you vote for him given that he's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people?
That's a great point. I mean, again, I keep going back to, that's just been my philosophy. People who sexually assault other people, especially like I said, the magnitude of Donald Trump and his fame and his, I agree, he's not the best person. I watched his debate and it kind of started swaying me towards the middle. I don't know much about Kamala. I know Trump's economy was better. I know Kamala.
Based on what macro indicators?
Well, people like to blame all the debt because of Donald Trump, but we look at COVID and Biden talking about how he brought all these jobs back. Well, that's because of all the people who lost their jobs during COVID. And once COVID settled down,
you said
everyone got all the
spending.
jobs
So let's talk
back.
about the debt spending. So Trump signed more debt into law than the Biden-Harris administration by far. 8.4 trillion overall, 4.3 trillion or 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. For the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. Signed into law.
I've seen so many different sources where those numbers.
$5. Thank you so much.
I'm not 100% sure on that. And like I said, it was a difficult time when Trump was president because of, like I said, all the mass shootings, but there wasn't any new wars.
Aja, I appreciate the meteor shower. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So there were, right? Didn't Trump engage in a self-proclaimed war on ISIS?
Well, it's because we had our soldiers being killed over there, and Trump was the only person to actually do something about it.
Okay. So what new conflict or new war did the Biden-Harris administration start?
It's not that they started a war. It's that there were ways they could have possibly prevented it.
Okay, like what? Give me an example.
Well, like Kamala going to talk to the Ukraine leader, and then the next day, the Russia-Ukraine war started. And
what did she do that specifically caused that?
I'm not saying she caused it. I'm saying Trump has better connections with world leaders. He has a better reputation with knowing world leaders like Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, the leader of Ukraine. I don't think it would have happened in the way that it did with Trump in office.
So what makes you think that?
World leaders respect Donald Trump versus
Well, then why do multiple of his national security advisors indicate that the world leaders think he's a laughing fool, he's unfit to be president, he's a threat to democracy that only cares about himself and doesn't care about other people? Audra, I appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you.
Because no one messed with America whenever he was in office. I think, if anything, there were domestic.
So then why were there more U.S. Military deaths in conflict under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration?
What's the source on that? I mean, we had people over in Afghan and people were dying.
Yep,
Trump did
I got you. It's the
about it.
Defense Casualty Analysis System.
Well, the thing is, the truth of the matter with war is people have to die in order for something.
Wait, so why did more people die under the Trump administration in conflict than the Biden-Harris administration?
Because Trump did something about it. He took down the leader of ISIS, and then
So again, you're saying that there's more or less conflict under the Trump administration.
So there's more. I think there's more.
Was the U.S. involved in more or less conflict?
I think now we're involved in a lot more conflict.
Okay, so then why did more die under the Trump administration?
Why did war die?
Why did more die?
Oh, more die.
Danny, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much.
You know what? I wasn't aware that more died. I thought that there were. I mean, when we had, well, that's because ISIS was still intact during that time, and we had people over there trying to defend our country.
Okay, but so then there was more conflict that the U.S. was involved in.
But Kamala could have been there in 2016.
Oh,
and there
2016 it was Obama. But I just want to let you know
about when 2017, the inauguration, blah blah blah. Kamala could have been in office during that time, and there still would have been deaths, and it would.
Okay, so then now you're saying just because it happens under the administration does not mean it was caused by them. Okay, so same thing with the Biden-Harris administration. So why do you want to say that just because it was under their administration it was caused by them?
Well, what the point you're making is you're basically saying it was Trump's fault that all these people died, and if Kamala now that Biden was in office, that not many people died. So.
I don't think Parker's saying that it was his fault, but your premise was that we were involved in less conflict, and more American lives are at risk now than was then, and the numbers just don't bear that out.
Well, looking back at the early 2000s to the early 2010s, we had a problem with ISIS. We had a problem. They were we had journalists going over there and getting beheaded, and that's not on Trump, but Trump did something about it. And he ended up taking down the leader of ISIS. And yes, people died in the process. But if Biden was in office during the time, everyone would say,
okay, so what is it? What is it? So what's your argument then? Thank Sally. Thank you for the corgi. What's the reason why you're voting for Trump over Harris?
I think our border will be more secure. I think our economy will do better.
Appreciate the Rockstar. Thank you so much. So why did Trump undermine the biggest border bill in the past few decades?
Well, if you look at modern day, 6,000 immigrants are crossing the border, and that's just the documented.
That's not true.
Thinking about the undocumented.
No, 6,000 people are not crossing the border every day. There's no source that indicates.
You're right.
That.
There's probably more.
Actually, we have lower border crossings right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. We have lower border crossings right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. Did you know that?
I've seen the numbers. It is approximately 6,000 at least.
Give me one source that indicates that, because I'm looking at the Customs and Border Protection and you're wrong.
Okay, maybe right now, but I watched over the summer and people were yelling.
Okay, all right. So, dude, this guy you're lying at this point.
Okay, well, it's
mental gymnastics gold medal.
Damn. Got me there, buddy. But
yeah, because you're like the pivot master. You're not engaging in any substance. Like, dude, again, what's the reason why you're voting for Trump over Harris?
I think he has a better track record, and I felt our country was safer, our economy was better, housing prices are through the roof right now.
No. What's something that he caused that was better? Appreciate the super. I think just like name one piece of legislation that Trump influenced to get passed that you like.
I just think more people had more better. They were provided jobs better.
What's the policy?
I don't know the policy word for word. You're gonna have to tell me that.
You don't know any policy?
I do not.
So then how are you going to be able to evaluate what's the better candidate without knowing any policy and not looking at any of their character, because Trump's character is clearly worse?
I agree. I think Kamala is a much more mature person, but we have to vote for policies over the person. And
yeah, but you don't even know policy. That's actually so crazy that you just said that. You're gonna vote for the policies over the person, but I can't mention a single policy, okay?
I just think economically we were more stable. And
yeah, that doesn't at all mean that was caused by them. Push the box. Thank you so much. You said that just because it happens under the administration does not mean it was caused by them.
All right. Well, I'm saying if Biden was in office and all these people were dying from the war, you would blame it on Joe Biden. Or if Kamala was in office, you would blame it on Kamala Harris.
No, just because someone's in office doesn't mean you blame it on them.
Well, I'm not saying you're blaming on them, but you're saying, oh, we'd be better off with someone else in office. because while he was in office, all these people died.
No, dude, that's not my argument. I'm showing you that just because it happens under the administration does not mean it was caused by them.
Okay, so what's your argument saying that Trump wouldn't be safe, or it wouldn't be safe to have Donald Trump in office? Like, will we have more soldiers dying if Trump was in office?
Dude, holy fuck, the comprehension skills are negative, dude. I was using that to reductio your position. I'm not arguing that, like, Trump being in office is going to lead to more soldiers dying. I'm saying that if we look at the administrations, there was more conflict that the U.S. was involved in, because that was the way that you were evaluating what the better president is. Thank you for that mustache, thank you.
We had a lot of conflicts with Barack Obama in office, and Trump inherited that when he took office.
Oh, okay, so then that's not a relevant difference between the candidates. What's your point then?
I'm saying as the years have gone on, I think the conflict has settled, but then the Russia-Ukraine war happened while Biden was in office. I think Trump has connections with these world leaders where that most likely wouldn't have happened, or at least at the level that it did.
What reason do you have to believe that?
Because of his connections with these world leaders.
What about the connections tells you that?
He's able to sit down with them and talk to them.
Okay, you act like the Harris administration wouldn't do that.
Well, I mean, look at
Morgan. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you, Morgan. Morgan, can you send me $5, please? All right. Well.
Oh.
Yep, I had to kick him. Can't go anymore. Everyone, tap the screens. Get to 2 million likes. Let's keep it going, everyone.
Jamie, thank you for the $10. I will put that to good use. I appreciate you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Willie
All
D. Goodbye.
Let's get this next person up here. All right. I was about to bring up someone that is just going to scream at us, but I'm like, no.
While we're waiting here, there's 7.2 thousand people in here. Parker's sitting at 1.5 million. I'm going to ask you guys to do one more power tap. Fill that bar up one full time. Parker should be at 2 million in no time. So I know you guys don't tap through the whole live, but just for me, just for a moment here, power tap, fill that bar up once. We know that there's a lot of Republicans, MAGA supporters here, hate watching. So maybe if you want to fill up the bar 2 times to cover their bid, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
So why so?
I think he has better control of the border, had a better economy, and I think better military control.
Okay, so why did he undermine the border bill?
Why did he what?
Why did he undermine the border bill?
I'm not really sure on that, but
Okay, that was the largest expanded
why isn't
border
Kamala
bill.
Harris met at the border?
Why isn't she what?
Met at the border.
She's gone to the border.
No, she hasn't.
Yes, she has.
No, she
2021.
hasn't.
Yeah, she went to El Paso in 2021.
Cool, so she's been there one time in 4 years. Nice.
Well, so what are the constitutional duties of the vice president?
I would think more than going to the border once and changing all of her policies in 4 years.
That's not an answer to the question.
No, I mean, the Constitution outlines the duties of the vice president. Do you know what they are? If you don't, just let me know. I can tell you.
No, I
Morgan,
really
thank
have
you
no
for
clue.
$5. Hope they get the corgi.
Yeah, so they have to have a heartbeat, which means basically they have to be prepared to fill in for the office of the presidency, and they preside over the Senate, which means they break ties in the Senate and they oversee the certification of the election. Beyond that, they have no role in government.
They have no role in government.
Now, it is true that they will often serve as diplomats, and I'm sure you've probably heard it claimed that she was appointed the border czar. You'll never find those words ever coming out of Joe Biden's mouth that she was the border czar. But one thing that he did do is he charged her with a diplomatic mission to go to the Northern Triangle, which is Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, to try to find the root causes of immigration, because we had a huge influx of migrants coming from those countries, and she went down there to identify why those people are coming to the border. And she raised a bunch of private and public capital to try to invest in those countries to stabilize the populations that were traveling here. But at no point was she ever responsible for the border.
Okay.
Gial, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
How about all the fentanyl coming in?
Oh, you can't say that on the live.
Oh, my bad.
Damn it.
I know, right?
That would have been so much fun.
I know they always do that. TikTok needs to get rid of that censor.
I will note here too, if you're talking about the feta cheese trafficking that was happening across the border, the border bill that President Trump caused to be stalled by the contacting Republicans in the House and Senate included $500 million for technology to track specifically that substance from crossing the border.
Trey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Giov, thank you again for the $10. Thank you so much. They asked if it was dog or cat flavored chips. That's crazy.
That's funny.
Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you so much, Don.
And we're at 2 million.
Everyone.
Thank you,
so much,
everybody.
everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, appreciate that. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you. Yeah, y'all, we can hit 10 million. We hit that so quickly.
You got to give him a little bit of breaks.
I know. All right, to 10 million, everyone. Let's go.
Thomas, thank you very much. $25. That will cover one unhoused person's booking fees if when they're wrongfully arrested. So I greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. They said the tapping is quite therapeutic. You know, they do have studies that are coming out on that. You know, it's saying that, you know, it's the greatest thing that you could do for your health. You know, the greatest thing. It extends lifespan by 3 million years. Okay.
It's cardio, burns calories.
Seriously. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Holy crap.
Are you voting Trump?
Oh my god. I did not mean to do that. I'm so sorry.
You're good. Don't worry.
It means she was tapping, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yeah, thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Kaz, thank you for the train.
Yo,
thank
what's
you.
going on? 24.
Little crown as well. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I disagree more with his economic policies as well
Which
as
economic
his
policy?
I mean, well, let's start with the tariffs on China. I think that was a good idea. As well as the corporate tax cuts, individual tax cuts, stuff like that.
Okay, so you like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Appreciate the Henry. Thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you want to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
What do you want to start with, the corporate tax cuts?
No, do you want to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Extend the tax cuts?
Yeah.
I mean,
do you want to extend it?
I don't see why it would be a bad thing.
Okay. So how are you going to pay for that? 3.9 trillion over 10 years. How are you going to pay for that?
I mean, how we've always paid for things.
Thank you.
Just added more debt.
Oh, just debt? Push the hand art.
How do you think Kamala Harris has been trying to push her policies? Same way.
She pays for it.
With what money? Trump's the billionaire.
Okay. So again, it is the case that you're not. Wait. So what did I just say? You said with what money? She wants to increase corporate taxes.
You just said it. You just said
long-term
her
capital
money.
gains at
You just-
28%.
Dude, you just said her money. Are you telling me that she's?
I didn't mean to say that.
Okay. Well, all right. We have the chat to clarify that, but I think you just said her money. So.
Yeah, he just said he didn't mean to say that, so he misspoke. Continue.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. I understand. You're good. You're good.
No, I guess the point Parker's making is that Kamala has actually laid out how she intends to cover the deficit that's going to happen from the tax cuts that she's proposing. And he can literally rattle off all the numbers, but just suffice it to say that she's accounted for through both cuts in savings in Medicare, not cuts in Medicare, but savings on prescription drugs, increased taxes on realized and unrealized capital gains for centimillionaires, things like that. Donald Trump has proposed all of these cuts, but hasn't identified, or all these tax cuts, but hasn't identified how he's going to make up for that deficit.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Slum, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
I'm just looking more towards the past of how I'm coming up with my reasoning as to why I'm voting for him. I agreed with the stuff that he did back in 2017 with the tax cuts, as well as the tariffs on China. I think that was a good thing, although it was controversial. I think it was a good thing to do because it reduced the trade deficit. And it forced China to negotiate more favorable trade agreement with U.S. So,
well, but realistically, what China did is they just stopped buying a lot of American goods. And I'm up in Minnesota. Parker's born in Iowa, if I'm not mistaken, and like soybean farmers in our areas were like decimated because like 70% of their crops typically were sold overseas, and they just weren't buying it.
well, I mean, certain things, but I mean, it kind of forced them to trade better with us. That would benefit us better. I mean, at the end of the day, China wants our products. I don't think we want their products as much as they want ours. I mean, wouldn't you agree? I mean, it's like saying no one wants to buy Chinese crap because their products fucking suck, dude.
Okay, so then why are they buying it?
Yeah, that might be true. That, like, I made an analogy earlier about a Yeti mug and a Walmart mug, and they perform the same. I like my Yeti mug. It's American made. It's very high quality. But if I made a third of the income that I did, I could not afford that Yeti mug. And I would have to buy that Walmart mug. So instituting these tariffs is just incredibly regressionary because it jacks up the price of goods, and people who make enough money can afford the jacked up prices, but not the people who are in the most economically disadvantaged.
Lindsay, I did get the $100. I sent that to Law. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Lindsay. By the way, everyone, Law's Venmo and Cash App for the Legal Support Fund is in his bio. Just make sure.
I see that. Thank you very much. And Lisa, 25. Thank you very much. Dana, $1. I appreciate you. Nina, $5, and Claudia, $25. Just so you guys know, how I use these funds is I'm a public defender, and very frequently I come across unhoused people and people who I feel like are severely disadvantaged in the criminal justice system. I just paid off a couple weeks ago a fine for a disabled veteran who's unable to work and got fined for a car accident. Pretty much, he got a petty misdemeanor. I was able to get it pled down to, which isn't even a crime, but he ended up with this rather large fine. And thanks to your guys' donations, I was able to take care of that. So I really, really appreciate all of you. Sorry, Joe.
Oh, Heather, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Heather in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. As well as Nick, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Jakari, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. So what were you saying?
Oh no, I was just listening to what he was saying. But I mean, I don't really want to get too deep into the nitty gritty. It's just that, like, at the end of the day, the way I see things is that I'm all about free market principles and reducing, government burdens on businesses.
Okay. So, I have a question. If you're all about free market principles, then how do you feel about a border, like the border? Do you think that we should have an open border?
I mean, what do you think would benefit the country if our border was completely open?
Okay, so that's free market. So you want to restrict the free flow of labor? C. Summers, thank you for the dollar.
A free market, and then
I thought it was free market principles.
Joe, do you know that tariffs are literally the opposite of a free market?
Yeah, that as well. So you want border security, tariffs, those are both anti-free market. Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm talking about businesses to grow and prosper in our country. I'm not talking about worldwide.
What? What's that? Wait, say that again? What?
I'm talking about businesses in our country.
Oh, you understand that still affects businesses in our country, right? That's still not free market.
Sure, I mean, I understand that, but I mean, I wasn't.
So free market or no free market?
Depending on what you mean by free.
Oh, okay. So then, what do you mean by free? Because what you mean by free,
Nothing
apparently,
can be completely free. Because, like, as you said.
So what happened to the free market principle? That's
well,
not
dude,
a principle.
I'm not saying 100% freedom.
That's what principles are.
I mean, we can say we live in a free world, but I mean, or a free country, but it's not entirely free, is it?
But again, you said it was a principle.
Yeah, it's a principle, but it's not a fact.
So that means it's true in all states.
Is that the definition of a principle? Sounds like you're talking
Maybe you're
about
using principle in a different way. Are you using principle to mean like it's just a core value you have?
Well, maybe that's what I meant. Core value, I'd say.
What you mean by core value? Okay, if it's a core value, then why don't you care about it with tariffs? Appreciate the little crown, thank you. Because to me, it sounds like you're shifting the tax burden from people who are rich to people who are poor.
I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that.
Okay, appreciate that, mustache. Thank you so much. Do you want to decrease taxes on the rich and increase taxes on the poor?
I would. Well, the policies that Trump had when it came to, I guess, taxing more on. Well, okay. Take Kamala Harris's policy for taxes.
Okay.
I honestly don't agree with what her policies are.
If you make under 400K, you're not going to pay more in taxes. Appreciate that, mustache. Thank you. Crystal clear.
I mean, I just think that the individual tax cuts that Trump had back in 2017, that lowered the individual income, those tax rates, I think, were really beneficial. So I think
in what manner? How are they beneficial?
Well, it just increased consumer spending, and that
wouldn't that cause inflation?
No, it causes more disposable income to the people.
So higher consumer spending doesn't mean that there's more inflation?
Sure, but dude, there's always going to be inflation and deflation. It's just what matters is what people have as far as like.
Why are you okay with consumer spending when you give most of the money to rich people, but you're not okay with consumer spending when you give most of the money to poor people?
But giving more money to rich people is not a bad thing. Why do you think it's a bad thing?
Giving more money to poor people isn't a bad thing.
Well, I mean,
do you care more about people having food on the table or people having an extra yacht? Which matters more to you, food on the table or extra yacht?
I think
gold on the toilet seats.
I think anyone that knows anything about economics would definitely agree that more money in the hands of rich people, as you want to call them, has never been a bad thing.
Joe, I have a degree in economics.
Okay.
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. People who make less money have a higher MPC, marginal propensity to consume, which means that more of the money that they get, they put more of it into the economy.
Okay, but are you aware that Kamala Harris wants to tax more of the rich, and wouldn't you agree that that is a bad thing?
Nope.
Why? I mean, one, it discourages investment.
I think that's the best way to what's it called? Fund these particular spending programs.
I mean, dude, isn't it going to hurt you? You're a job creator, right? I mean, many high income earners that are business
I'm a
owners.
job creator. What
you're
job?
a content creator.
Okay, what job
Aren't
did I
you?
create?
You created your job. Isn't your job a platform online?
My own job. I'm self-employed.
Yeah, dude, you're a content creator. So what I'm
At least
saying
praise
is
the
that
dollar. Okay.
I don't know what your income is, and obviously, like, you have to disclose.
I created my own job. I have no one's hired. So
I'm just saying that, like, dude, if you make more than $400K a year, it's gonna hurt you. And I don't know.
Andrew,
if you're all
appreciate the
for that.
$5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't care about the effect on me. I care about the effect on the country.
Okay. Well, I mean, another thing, reduced entrepreneurship. I mean, if you really want to like jumpstart and really like, get this country moving economically, why would you discourage people of building businesses and creating wealth for themselves if they know that they're going to get taxed at a higher rate when they make income over 400,000 a year? Explain that to me.
Yeah, so they would still.
Aren't
do
you going to
it as they would do
demotivate
it
people
before.
with that?
Yeah, it would serve as a slight disincentive, right? But they're still going
exactly.
to
But, so I mean, that disincentive could definitely, and that's just
you
one.
understand any level of income tax would be a slight disincentive. So you're okay with disincentives.
Sure, exactly.
So do you want a 0% tax rate?
What?
Do you want a
Dude, I'm not-
0% tax rate for people's income over 400K?
Why are you speaking in such black and white language? No, obviously not.
Okay, so you don't want a zero. If you want some taxes, you're okay with a disincentive towards them, going out and making money over 400K?
No.
No? So then you want 0% tax rate on an income over 400K?
No. I mean, there needs
okay,
to be.
So you do want to disincentivize them from engaging in getting income over 400K then?
I just think there will be a lot of inefficiencies.
What inefficiencies?
I mean, redirecting money from wealthy individuals to government programs, I think that could definitely result in a lot less productive use of resources.
Okay, what makes you think giving it to rich people is more productive? And what do you mean by productive?
Because rich people know what to do with their money. I mean, that's why they got rich in the first place.
Wait.
I mean,
what's more productive? Children having food and parents having childcare, right? Or someone having an extra yacht? What's more productive?
What makes you think that they're going to buy a yacht?
What? Okay, so rich people buy yachts. They buy yachts,
and poor people buy drugs. What do you like?
What? Why do you associate that? You understand there are also rich people that do that? Actually, there's a lot of rich people.
Sure, exactly. But I'm just saying that, like, okay, poor people could buy whatever. It's just like I'm just speaking in your language because you're talking about rich people buying yachts. I'll talk about poor people buying poor people stuff. Like,
why do you consider drugs poor people stuff? What the hell? Like, that is like the weirdest thing ever to say. Joe, do you make over 400K?
No, I don't.
So why are you shilling for people who make over 400K?
Dude, I could have literally said anything else. I mean, you're right. Whatever. Poor people buying Louis Vuitton. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm just playing your game right now. Like, it doesn't matter.
What do you mean? How is that a response to anything I said?
You were just saying that, okay, more money in rich people, meaning that they're going to spend more money. They're going to buy a yacht. And then I just countered you and I said, okay, well, more money in poor people's hands. Okay, they'll buy more.
Put more money into the economy.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if people who have less income have a higher MPC, a higher marginal propensity to consume, well, then they're going to put more of the money that they get into the economy. So then you're going to argue to give money to people who make less rather than giving it to people who make more.
Okay, let me ask you this question. What makes you think
Linda,
that...
thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Linda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Linda. And Whitney, thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much.
Okay, you never really answered my question. I think the biggest point that I made was that it discourages investments and it discourages a lot of people in this capitalist country that we live in of
Joe,
trying
I'm sorry to
to
break it
grow.
to you. Tariffs discourage investment because tariffs cause prices to be higher. If prices are higher, there's discouraged
Okay,
investment.
Kamala Harris is all about
Joe,
small
listen
business.
to what did I just say? What I just say?
Okay, but I'm countering though.
Okay, tariffs increase prices. Increased prices discourage investment. You're okay with discouraging investment as it relates to tariffs?
The tariffs were meant to help the country during
But they discourage investment.
Well, it was at that time with China that I was referring to. That was back in 2017. I'm talking
No,
about right
but
now.
Trump wants universal tariffs, 10 to 20% on every country. On every
Is that what he
company
wants?
in the country. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. That was my fault.
So do you support that? That's going to discourage investment?
I don't know. Probably,
Did you know
maybe.
giving money to people who are poor encourages investment more because more people are demanding that service? Because they
That's
have a
probably
higher
true.
marginal
Yeah.
propensity to consume.
Okay.
Appreciate the trash panda.
Yeah, I
Thank you
didn't.
so much.
I didn't know that. That was something new. I didn't know.
Yeah, so
Okay.
demand side actually creates the incentive for suppliers to produce things that people want. Whereas if it's supply side, you don't have specifically necessarily like the perfect idea of what the consumers will end up wanting and for at what price or how much they'll demand it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like it's harder to identify the needs of the economy from a supply side standpoint. So we can do it sometimes, but we can't rely on it as much as relying on demand side because demand side, right, is more likely to identify what's needed to be produced because it creates an incentive to produce that particular good or service that is being desired or demanded.
Got it. Okay. Well, I was just all right. Well, I mean, all in all, just like what you just said is like true. What I'm listening to, it sounds true, and it probably is. But just from like my own stance on things, just generally speaking, I still have the same opinion about like everything. Just discouraging the investment. I mean, just if I was a business owner, if I was starting up a business, just personally speaking, and I knew that we were going to have a president that was going to, increase taxes on people that make over $400,000 a year, I probably wouldn't
where
be as
Trump wants to
incentivized.
increase taxes on Trump wants to increase taxes on everyone. And actually proportionally greater amounts for people who make less. Maureen, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
What policy are you talking about? Tariffs? That doesn't have to do that. That's to do with China. What are you talking about?
No, he wants universal tariffs.
All products. Right, but I mean, along those lines, tariffs increase the cost of goods sold, but the cost isn't going to any innovation. It's just going to pay for fees. So investors, when they're looking for companies to invest for, they're looking for companies that have high profit margins. When you increase the cost of goods sold via tariffs, you're cutting into profit margins, and those profits aren't going into reinvesting in the company, growing the company. They're literally just going into a form of taxes. It's just incredibly regressionary.
Okay.
Brittany, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Brittany. So why do you like regressive taxes over progressive taxes?
Why do I like regressive taxes over progressive taxes? Well, I mean, I think one is meant to help lower income while the other is meant to help higher income. Is that right?
So wait, say that again?
Is one meant to help lower income? Is it regressive taxes that
Regressive taxes means that they are proportionally higher for people who make less. Derek, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Derek. Joanne, appreciate the lemonade.
I mean, I'd probably go with progressive taxes. Actually, no.
So then, Oh, so you go with regressive?
Yeah.
So you want people who are poor to pay more. Dude, you can't make this shit up, dude. It's just like the dumbest shit, dude.
Yeah.
Malika, I appreciate the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Malika. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chris. Thank you for the money gun. Said take from the poor, give to the rich. That's what we want. Appreciate the lemonade. Thank you so much.
Progressive taxes, I mean, doesn't that discourage investment and innovation? Like,
wait, you understand that regressive taxes also does the same thing, if not to a greater extent, because the basis of the suppliers producing their services is because of the demand.
Thank you, Mel.
Okay.
And Joe, you do have a point. There is a law of diminishing return when it comes to a progressive tax system, where essentially at some point the burden on the economic output exceeds what people are willing to pay. I don't think we're anywhere near that. We've had corporate taxes as high as 60 and 70% just in this century. Right now we're, Parker, what is it? 23%, 26%? 21. Yeah. I mean, that's in the times that we were up above 50%. We also had some of the lowest unemployment and highest economic output. So there is a sweet spot where we are maximizing our input as far as the taxes that are being placed on the high income earners, offsetting taxes for those who are providing most of the actual economic consumption, being those who make the bottom 50% of the bracket. There is a point where it is too much, and it just stalls investment. But we haven't found that point, and I don't think we're anywhere close to it. And I think it's worth adjusting the dial up to see at what point is the economic output suffering so much to where it's producing a net negative.
Got it. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know too much about economics. I don't have a degree in economics. So like getting to the nitty gritty about stuff like this, I'm just handicapped. You know what I mean? So, but like from on a,
all right.
Yeah, but like,
is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
I don't know. Just a question for you. What's the main reason that you're voting for Kamala? I'm assuming you're voting for her.
Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman.
Is that your main reason?
If I would say that's one of the most important reasons.
You said sexually assaulting a woman? Is that what you said?
He was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman.
Who was the woman?
Eugene Carroll.
Interesting.
Okay. So,
well, I mean, did you know that? Are you a fan of Mike Tyson?
For him? Would you vote for him given this? No.
I would still vote for him. I mean, I like
why?
Mike Tyson was accused of rape, and he's loved by fans around the world.
Wait,
he's not running for president, though.
Yeah, he was also held civilly liable. So would you would still
not running
support
for president.
So you would still support someone that's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
He was accused of it.
He was never held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. Is that clear?
Okay. Did he go to jail for it? Was he prosecuted?
Dude,
like actually,
do you have to wait before Jeffrey Epstein went to jail? Do you think he was guilty?
No, he was not.
You don't think he was guilty?
No, like all right, never mind. I thought you were talking about. All right, no. I thought you were talking about.
So you do think he was guilty?
I believe he was guilty.
So if you believe he was guilty, then you believe that before someone's put in prison, they could still be guilty. So what's the reason why you don't think Trump is guilty? Because we can give you plenty of evidence. There's a unanimous decision by a jury when the jury did not. Listen to what I'm saying before you talk over me. Okay, I'm not done speaking. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so again, before you don't accept it, do you typically accept civil cases?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you accept this one?
I think the same reason why I don't accept other cases that I've heard about from other people. I mean,
that is what?
Well, I mean, for instance, like Mike Tyson, and that's just an example.
How is that a response to what we just said? You support someone even though they've been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
You're saying civilly liable, but it was just an accusation, though.
No, it was proven in
He
court.
just doesn't listen. Like, he was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much, Cheyenne. Thank you.
Okay, but like he never went. He never went to. He was never found guilty, though.
People don't go to jail for civil suits.
Okay, so you're telling me that. All right. He got accused for raping a woman, but I mean,
Dude,
Corey,
this guy is just. I'm kicking him. He's not smart. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Swifty. Thank you for the manifesting. Thank you so much, Chris.
Fair enough. Amber, thank you for the $20. Addison, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Deb, thank you for the $50. That's awesome. That's 2 booking fees for unhoused people. I appreciate that extremely. Thank you, W. Deb. Nick, thank you for the $10. That's great. Meekin, $10. Nicole, 20. Thank you. And Malika, another $50. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate that. This enables me to do a lot of good work.
Manson, are you voting for Trump? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
While Parker pulls up our next guest, guys, we have 7,000 people here. We're hovering at 2.6 million. You know what that means. We need another, just a 60-second power tap. Fill that bar up 1 time, 2 times if you feel like covering the bid for the MAGAs who are hate watching. And we'll be over 3 million in no time. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Polo, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I felt better and lived a comfortable life under his administration. Things weren't going through the roof with inflation. Things weren't so bad with a whole bunch of immigrants coming through the border or being turned over with all these criminals that are making our lives much worse than better.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
I don't know how it got caused. I'm just saying that's what it's been happening ever since they've been in office.
Okay, so do you blame Trump for the 14.8% unemployment that was under his administration?
I
The
don't
most since the
blame
Great Depression?
Anybody. I just know how it was between his administration and how it is now. And
Yeah,
a
so
bunch of people
4 years
are
ago,
not-
there 4 years ago, there's 7.8% unemployment. Do you blame Trump?
I don't
It was under his
blame-
administration.
I mean, I don't blame anything about the unemployment rate. I'm not talking about.
Okay, so why do you blame the Biden-Harris administration for inflation?
For the broken borders, everything that is going up in prices, everything that is happening right now with the criminals coming into our country, and all these mass shootings because of it.
Wait, Polo, mass shootings were happening before there was, like, even under Trump's administration. You know that, right? Secondly,
Yeah, I
as it relates to
understand
this,
that, but
there's less
apparently
people
they've
coming
been
into the country right now than there
skyrocketing.
were under Trump's administration at the end of his administration. And it is the case that documented immigrants and undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime than natural born U.S. citizens. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. I just don't know what to say to it.
Okay. Are you pro law and order?
Sure.
Are you pro police?
Yeah.
So then why are you voting for someone who said that he would pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers?
Well, because
Oh, he's muted. Oh, he left. Okay.
That was a tough question.
That was a tough question. I should have asked Charlie Kirk that question.
Oh, that would have been a good one.
I would have loved to see his response. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
Why so?
When Harris said that she was going to take resource officers out of our children's schools based on racism versus the fact that these resource officers are keeping our children from getting shot in our schools.
So racist resource officer she doesn't like?
No,
why is it wrong to be against racism?
Remove all resource officers out of our children's schools.
Wait, can you give me a
days
source?
before there was a school shooting, and because there was a resource officer in that school, only 4 people died. Now, if there was not a resource officer in that school, how many more children would have died?
Mindy, can you give me a source?
It's on CNN.
It's on CNN. It's
What's the title? What's the title? Lauren, thank you for the
What's the
$15.
title?
Thank you so much, Lauren.
I'll put it in the chat.
No, just tell me the title, and I'll look it up.
Harris wants to remove.
Kamala Harris wants to remove resource officers out of the schools. She even
Wasn't
mentioned it.
that a quote from 2019 though?
So what makes it not true now?
We can give you I can give you a quote. I can give you a
believe she
quote
said it in
of
one of her debates as
Hey,
well.
listen, I give you a quote of JD Vance, your vice presidential candidate, saying that Trump might be America's Hitler. Now, do you think he still
All right,
believes
don't
that?
redirect the. No, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to play that game with you. So, if she said it in 2019 and is now saying that she's not going to, why would I vote for somebody who flip-flops, who goes back and forth on everything she says? She was saying,
IVF?
"Oh, I'm not for fracking," but now she's for fracking.
Wait, Mindy,
I'm not for
how do you
this,
feel about
but now I'm
Trump's
for this.
How do you feel about Trump's position on IVF?
How do you feel about Kamala Harris flip-flopping? Stop changing. No,
Mindy,
sir.
I'm actually asking you a question.
I'm asking you to answer my questions.
Mindy, I'm asking you a question that's directly related to this. It's conceptually relevant. So stop screaming into the mic and try to critically think for a second, please.
I need you to stop changing the subject and to literally answer my question. Do you have children?
No.
Okay. If you heard somebody say, if you actually had children and you sent them to school, there was 232 school shootings in California over since school shootings have started. 232.
Why are there more school
Sending your
shootings in
children
the
to
United
school.
States than in Europe?
What does that have to do with Harris saying that she's going to take resource officers out of the school?
Wait, you just brought up school shootings, so I'm responding to that.
Why
are there
That is not an
more?
appropriate response to what I just said, sir.
Are you just
Stop
not going to
changing
respond
the-
to any of my questions? All right.
Well, no, because I'm trying to have a healthy debate, but I can't do
You're
that.
not
if
having
you
a healthy
change the
debate if you're
subject.
not going to respond to any of my questions.
I'm not going to respond to you changing the subject.
I'm not changing the subject. I promise you, I'm
1000
asking you
what
something that's
does-
conceptually
what
relevant.
What does that have to do with what Harris Biden said? So
Okay, so
okay, say there's no school shootings in Europe.
Can I
okay,
explain
that
or
doesn't
no?
make. Okay, go ahead, explain.
because we identify what the root cause of the problem is. If the root cause of the problem is the fact that we have a lack of gun control legislation in the United States, well, then what you're saying is then that Trump, who is going to enforce supposedly less gun control legislation under your own view, is somehow going to lead to less school shootings.
Check this out.
Oh my God.
Let's take everybody's
Tree, thank
guns
the
away.
$10. Thank you, Tree.
Let's take everybody's guns away and let's watch our babies get shot in these schools. Still,
First, let her count, thank
because
you.
criminals don't follow fucking laws.
I never said take every gun away.
All right,
Like,
then.
the
So
point
let's
I'm
also
asking,
take
the
the
point I'm referencing.
resource officers
Mindy,
out of the
can I
schools.
listen?
And then let's vote for somebody who says I'm going to do that.
Are you just like a
Catherine says
child?
She's not going to do that. No, I think you are because you're not hearing me. So why would
I am
you
listening.
vote? Why are you voting for her? Tell me why you're voting for her.
That's a complete pivot. So do you want to talk about what we were talking about, or do you want to pivot?
No, I'm not letting you lead the conversation. That's the difference.
No. Do you want to pivot, or do you want to talk about what we were talking about? Tell me.
I am talking what we're talking about.
No, you just completely pivot. You just asked me why I'm voting for. That's different than talking about the resource officer and talking about school shooting. So, like, do you want to talk about what we were just talking about,
Do you
or do you
believe
want to
Harris?
move?
Do you believe Harris said that she's going to take resource officers out of our schools?
So I believe that she said that in 2019. Does that mean that she believes that right now? No, because people have different views over time.
Do you know what that was in response to?
Do you believe there's a problem with her flip-flopping like that? Do you think that's a trustworthy person?
So,
Okay,
Mindy, I
would
think
talk about
context
trustworthy when Donald Trump cheated on every single one of his wives, when Donald Trump's lied about the election, when Donald Trump lies all the time. We have 30,000 documented lies of Donald Trump. Okay, go for it, Law.
I just think context matters here too. Like when Kamala made that statement, it was in reaction to North Carolina, where a black student was like repeatedly body slammed by a school resource officer, and it was a white officer and a African American student. And so, while I don't agree with that policy, and I certainly think somebody's policies can evolve over the course of 5 years, context matters as far as when you're talking about statements.
Text matters when you're flip-flopping your opinions. I agree. Context 1000% matters. So you're going to say, if somebody is, if they're so eager to jump on, I'm going to take resource officers out of the school because something bad happened. Yeah, lady, bad things happen every day. Welcome to reality. But you're going to go back on that because you realize, ooh, that's not going to get me the votes. That's what she cares about, is getting the votes, not our children's safety, not prosecuting people that were, actually innocent and letting them get the death penalty. She cares about herself. She cares about getting her votes. Go ahead.
So I can send you multiple articles right now of Trump flip-flopping his position on abortion and IVF. In terms of abortion specifically, he literally was in support of a nationwide abortion ban. Now he only wants to leave it up to the states. Before, he was totally in support of even paying for IVF, but has gone back and forth on that because pro-life individuals and right-wing backlash about his Florida abortion amendment, voting, led him to changing his position on these things.
But he gave that right to the states to make their own choice. So he kind of took a step back. He didn't kind of, he did. He took a step back, and it's up to the states. And I promise you, the states that are saying, oh, you can't get an abortion here, there was nowhere to get an abortion in those states anyways. Nothing really changed except for people barking about it. I live in Idaho.
Some women have restricted access to abortion. 1/3 of women in this country have restricted access to abortion.
They always have. They literally always have. I live in Idaho. I have never been able to get an abortion in Idaho. Which I would not, but if I chose
under Roe
to,
versus
because
Wade,
I am pro-choice, just to be clear. And if I decided I wanted to go get an abortion in the state where I live, which is Idaho, I would not be able to because unless it was incestual or my life was in danger, I would have to travel.
That's because of Roe versus Wade being overturned.
No, it's not. It's because the state has always chose to not support that. So although they
had to protect it federally.
It was protected federally, but that doesn't force providers to put those clinics within the state. I promise you.
So providers would show up. Providers would show up in those areas, right? If it is the case that people are demanding that.
To me, I don't hear Trump's views on that, and I don't watch the decisions he made on that and say that's a flip-floppy motherfucker.
I can send you a title though.
Resource officers out of the schools where my children go to learn.
That's in 2019. That's not recently. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. So again, someone's position changes over 5 years. Are you trolling? You don't think that your position is going to change over a 5 year?
No, I'm trying to make sure my kids don't die when they go to school. I'm not fucking trolling.
Mindy, in 5 years, it is the case that someone's position will change. Secondly, as it relates to this, you understand that if you want people to not be dying in schools, why don't you look at other countries around the world that have significantly less mass unalivings related to puberty? Can you please let me finish my statement?
No, did you let me finish my sentence, or did?
I'll make you let me finish. Okay, if you don't be quiet, Mindy, I will make you let me finish because I can mute you. Okay, I want to have a productive dialogue with you where I don't have to mute you, but you're being ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you now. Are you okay with that? If you do it again, I will mute you.
Then don't do it to me. Don't do to me what you don't want me to do to you. How about that?
You understand I actually wasn't doing that. I want to let you know that. I was literally only talking. Appreciate the Thandar, you're cutting me off every single time I speak. I was literally letting you speak every single time and then talking after, and you would cut me off every single time I speak. So when I'm talking over you, that's because you cut me off in the middle of my sentence, and I'm trying to continue my sentence.
Let's talk about other countries that have different economies, schools, laws. Go ahead, sure, because that'll make our country better somehow. Go ahead, tell me all about it.
Yeah, we're going to look at other examples around the world to see what's going to be beneficial here. Yes, if we look at countries around the world, they don't have anywhere near the same types of issues as it relates to like school pupilings as we do here in the United States.
What are their border laws over there?
So what do you mean? It depends on the country you're referencing. Which one? Like Australia?
No, all of them. Let's just go through all the countries.
I'm not going to go through every country with you.
As soon as they took away all the guns.
Oh yeah, let's talk about Australia. What's their crime rate right now? What's their gun?
You want me to pull it up?
Yep.
Gun violence rate. Gun violence rate, Australia.
Finding a hole went up as soon as they took away their guns. It has died down over the years, but it.
Okay, so he acknowledged that it's gone down.
What source is that? Because I've heard it's gone up, actually.
Well, no, it went.
Appreciate the head massage. Thank you so much. Here's from Reuters.
This happened. This
is from Reuters. Australia data shows gun control a huge success 20 years after mass shooting. That's from Reuters. The chances of being murdered by a gun in Australia plunged. Appreciate the head massage. Thank you so much. 0.15 per 100,000 people in 2014 from 0.54 per 100,000 people in 1996, a decline of 72%.
Like you said, context. Let's take that into context. How densely populated are they over there? When you're looking at statistics,
Thank you
it's
so much.
super.
We're telling you that there was a massive.
Listen.
Listen. I'm telling you, given that there was this gun control implemented, there's a 72% decline in the level of murdering from guns.
Question for you. If you are in favor of gun control, I would like to know what gun control laws would you like to see implemented?
Universal background checks, like red flag laws, things like that.
They already are.
They already
don't have universal
FBI,
background checks.
FBI background checks are already a thing.
It's not universal.
Not on private transactions.
Yeah,
Okay,
there are like
transactions
gun show
are
loopholes.
already. Yeah, they're in Idaho. Yes, you are correct. I will say that. But if you go to buy a gun anywhere from a licensed dealer, you already have to go through a 3-day wait period and a federal background check. That means any trips to.
So when I say universal, it just means extending all of those laws and background checks like universally. Okay.
Does Idaho? When did Idaho pass a 3-day waiting period?
That's been a thing since So I'm 42 years old. I've been hunting, and I've been raised around guns. I've had guns my entire life, and I don't remember it ever not being that way.
Oh my God, Melanie with the $158 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Melanie in the comment section right now? Holy shit, thank you so much for the $158 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Melanie. Tree, thank you for the $10. Lauren, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. And Addison, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Many Australian cities are more densely populated than the United States, but are safer. That's true. So I don't understand what your guys' point is. Like, okay, if you care about people like being unalived in schools, like you'd probably care more about gun control than you'd care about like the things that you're bringing up to me right now.
No,
about things that she doesn't even support.
Hold on. I am talking about this to make my ultimate point here. We already have certain laws that prevent, like if you've gone to a mental institution, have domestic violence charges, all of that, you cannot legally buy a gun.
Wait, can I ask you a question? If someone's a violent sexual offender, do you think they should be able to get access to a gun?
They can. If you're a violent sexual predator,
do you think they should be able to?
No.
Okay, so if they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Dude, you're changing it up here, bro. You are changing it up.
Wait, you said they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
You're talking to Mindy about pivoting. You're pivoting here.
That's not a pivot. That's a reductio ad absurdum.
Okay, dude. if you look at that lawsuit, what did they award the money for? Did they award it for a rape? No, they did not. They awarded it for defamation.
Sexual abuse.
No,
Sexual abuse and
no, they did
defamation.
not. Nope.
Yeah,
It was both-
$2 million was for SA, $3 million was for defamation.
2.83 was defamation. And you're right. But here's the thing. They could not prove a rape. They did not prove a rape.
So what do you
They
think
did
grape
not.
is? Can you define grape?
Oh my Jesus. Are you, okay, here, I'm
No,
going to go back to...
trust me, it's relevant. Can you define grape?
I'm going to go back to making the point I was trying to make
can
here.
you please answer my question?
No, dude. I'm going to make the point that I was intending on making here.
Yeah, I'll let you do that. If you don't
No,
answer
obviously
my
not.
question, I'll kick you from my stream or I'll mute you. So you can pick.
No.
Yeah. Laugh all you want. Answer the question.
No.
What is grape? Can you define grape?
Unwanted sexual penetration.
Okay, so that's what happened. Okay,
That's
under New York state law.
How do you know for sure?
Under New York state law, right? It is the case that it was only defined as male member going into female member against consent.
Okay, but did they prove a rape happened? No, they did not.
So according to the
No, they
judge,
did
yes. According to the judge, yes, because
According to the judge, no.
Because listen. Because the colloquial definition of the term is again that if you forcefully penetrate a woman's vagina against her will, that it's grape. Okay, regardless of whether or not it's your fingers or your male member.
And
Or
yes,
both.
that is the definition. I agree.
Okay, so you think it's grape?
But that's the point, dude. They did not prove that he raped a woman. They did not.
The
Why is
jury
he not- if
determined
they did-
unanimously based upon preponderance of evidence that she was forcefully penetrated in her vagina against her will. That's grape.
Okay.
Without a shadow of a doubt, and that's why it's not criminally.
What's your reason? Wait, what's your reasonable doubt? Tell me.
Preponderance is a lot different than
What's
without
your
a
reasonable doubt? What was the reasonable doubt in the case? Tell me.
Here's where I stand. I would rather vote for somebody who was charged for that civilly, not criminally, than somebody who's going to vote to allow our children to get shot in schools. And I do not believe that universal gun
This is the
control
craziest
is
shit.
going to stop criminals from taking a gun and taking it to a school and shooting our children. Universal gun control is not going to stop people
how is Kamala Harris going to increase gun violence?
Universal gun control is not
We've already
going to
talked about
stop-
this, though.
I'm not. You never let me say this. I never said this statement.
said
Universal
this
gun
already.
control is not going to stop private sales of guns. The only thing that will stop private sales of guns is taking people's guns away, which will never fucking happen, which will always put our children at fucking risk if we don't have resource officers in there. It's a big fucking deal. And if you're going to say it in 2019, how am I supposed to trust that you're not going to do it when you're in office?
So it's going to reduce the proportionality of it happening. So that's the whole point of these policies. Is not 100% gets rid of it.
How is
but
it going to reduce it? How?
So again, I just gave you a specific example of it being adopted, of gun control legislation being adopted, and it leading to a 72% reduction in gun murders. Okay?
That because it happened in a country that has different laws and different density and different
Megan,
schools
think of
and
the $3.
different
Thank you so
everything.
much. Actually,
So literally,
a lot
that's
of
like
these
the
cities,
same argument as
Mindy, a lot of these cities have a greater level of population density than here in the United States, yet they have lower levels of gun-related violence. Morgan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Morgan.
Did you said you studied economy?
Yeah, I have a degree in economics.
Okay, so you have a degree in economics. So universal health care, which I am a fan of, but because I have a degree in medical administration and I work in the healthcare field. If universal health care works in Canada, does that mean it's going to work in the United States? No. If fucking gun control works in another country, it does not mean it's going to work in the United States. And
means it's likely to work.
historically,
It means
when
it's likely to
people
work.
get guns, it was from a private sale, or they stole it out of their dad's closet, or horrible, bad things are always going to happen. Universal gun control is not going to stop bad things from happening. But if we're prepared for those bad things to happen and
Darryl, thank you
protect
for
our
$5.
children, whose fault it is not that
Mindy,
any of
I'm going to
this
show
stuff
you
is
how
a
dumb your
problem,
point
and
is
that's
here.
important.
I'll show
And
you how
that's
dumb
why
your point
I'm-
is here. Okay, Mindy, listen. Should we federally make it so that you cannot get access to an RPG?
That's already been a thing.
No, okay, but like, do you think that people can still get access to it privately?
Only if they were in military and they hold a degree of.
Oh, okay. So are you saying that because we made it illegal, we could restrict the access to it? Are you saying that gun control worked?
No, absolutely not.
You're saying universal gun control and RPGs worked?
Are machine guns illegal?
Yes.
Okay, then why are they still being used by gang members?
Thank you so much. So again, it doesn't 100% get rid of it, but it significantly
That's that risk with a kid.
Can I fucking talk? It significantly reduces the likelihood of these things happening. Does that make sense? I've already said this a million times. You still don't get it. Mindy, you can unmute. Okay.
While they're figuring that out, I do want to point out that there's actually no mechanism for the president to ban SROs from schools. So while I understand being upset about that point being made, and it's not something I agree with, I think that SROs can, under the right circumstances, serve as a good way to help build a positive community relationship between law enforcement and schools if they're done the right way. If SROs are used as community outreach officers more so than enforcement officers, things like that, there's really no mechanism for the president to ban them in schools.
And that's good.
Christine, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Okay, so then what's this whole point against Trump then?
Okay.
I mean, against Harris, sorry.
Here's the point I was trying to make. We need to take this look of guns a little less of a shine there and look more to why. The gun is a tool. The gun cannot fire itself. There is a serious mental health issue that we need to look at with people. Yes, you talk about the red flag laws, and I'm not totally against that. But we got to stop blaming the tool and blame the fool that pulled the trigger.
You understand you can blame both, right? Because it is the case that you think there are certain guns that should be banned. Okay? If you agree there's certain guns that can be banned, it's not just the person. It's both. Okay, so why do we have to be so reductive and say that it's just one or it's just the other one? Right? It could be both.
I feel like
why
in
can't
our
it be both?
society, we're ignoring the other side of it.
Regardless.
You know what I mean? We're
What am I
ignoring
ignoring?
the mental health side
Well,
of it.
I don't ignore that. I think that's a very important thing to look
Right.
at.
With smart people, they think of those things.
So
when
universal
it's
health care, that
reactionary-
includes mental health, right?
Well, yeah, but with
Okay,
this
that's not a
whole
Republican policy.
reactionary thing, though, what I'm saying is people jump to the guns. Everybody wants to blame the ARs, blame the guns, blame the guns. I've had, like I said, I've had guns. I've used guns my entire life.
Blame both. Why can't we blame both?
What we're hearing you say is gun control is going to keep our babies safe in school. And
What I'm saying is it's going to make it safer. Yes.
So Kamala is going to keep my kids from getting shot up in school by taking the resource officers out of the school. Because that's what she said. And she never retracted that statement. Show me one time that she...
Someone just sent me $300 to kick you. Sean W in the chat. Can we get some W's for Sean for $300 on Venmo? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Sean in the comment section for the $300 to kick Mindy? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I definitely will kick someone for that. I think I will. That's definitely worth it.
That conversation was circling the drain anyway. And Sherry,
I know.
thank you for the $20, and Cheyenne, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. We have 8.2 thousand people here. Parker is sitting at 3.2 million likes. Literally, if every one of you was to just fill up the bar one time, we would be at 4 million likes, which would be phenomenal. So I'm going to ask you guys to do some digital cardio and tap that screen. Digital means with your fingers, just like how Donald Trump violated E. Jean Carroll. Just there's your lesson for the evening. But digital cardio, tap that screen, fill that bar up once. If you want to cover the bid for a MAGA who's hate watching, if you could fill up the bar twice, that'll make sure we get to 4 million very quickly. Thank you.
How old are you?
34.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Well, I'm here in Arizona, and I just think maybe he's making a good point on immigration.
Okay, so you mean like undermining the border bill?
I mean, undermining federal intervention on immigration is a good thing, and supporting states' rights in the context of undermining federal intervention is a good thing overall.
So you're talking about like abortion, right?
Well, abortion and immigration are my top two.
Okay,
but
so can I ask you a question, Johnny? Do you think abortion is murder?
Yeah.
Should murder be left up to the states?
Yep.
Okay. You think murder should be left up to the states? So do you think during Jim Crow times, murder should have been left up to the states?
I think murder should be left up to the judge overseeing the individual case.
So if that judge thinks it should be legal, does that mean it's okay?
No.
Okay, so then can you please tell me, like, again, do you think it should be left up to the states, murder?
Yep.
If you think murder should be left to the states, in the past, you understand that they could have made it legal to kill black people, right?
I mean, I think...
Like in certain states, like certain slave states could have made it legal to murder black people, and you'd be okay with
A
that
lot
because
of
it is the case that
judges
that's up to the
throughout
states.
time should have been removed, or it should have requested to be recused. But ultimately...
No, Johnny, understand my point. If you leave it up to the states, appreciate the little crown, thank you so much. Again, if we were in the past and you said we should leave it up to the states, that means that certain states could be able to make it legal to murder people who are black. Appreciate the handout, thank you so much. Based upon that state. So do you think that murder should be left up to the states, or do you think it should be federally protected to be illegal?
I think a judge should be able to make his decision, and then ultimately the decision should be left up to the federal government, right? So
okay,
it's
Diane,
not
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, and Lindsay, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, I appreciate it, Lindsay, and Kristen, thank you so much, I appreciate the $10.
Government at whole to decide.
So the federal government determines that, right?
So it's not ever left down to a single man. Neither you nor me, nor voter nor judge should be given ultimate authority, but rather the whole of the government should be held responsible for the ultimate decision, right? So it's
I don't know what you're saying. I'm asking you, should it be federally illegal, or should it be illegal based upon the state?
It should be left up to the whole of government.
State or federal?
Both you and me, all of us put together.
But we're not government.
You are the government. I am the government. Tucker is the government. We are all.
I am Spartacus.
Johnny.
Yeah, essentially.
So federal?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. So then you disagree with
right?
Trump.
So if a judge says
So Johnny, you disagree with Trump wanting to leave abortion up to the states because you think abortion is murder. So again, why are you voting for someone who wants to leave murder up to the states? Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I'm leaving up to the female population, that which is the female population's decision to make, right?
Oh, okay. Wait, so then, okay.
Have you reversed position here now? Now it's a women's choice?
No. I have not. You were not listening.
Okay, inform me. What did we all hear that apparently we didn't actually hear? Thank you. I appreciate the panda. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
so when we all vote, we all have a say. Yes?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah?
When we all have a say, we all get to vote.
This guy, bro.
Hey Johnny, is it beer or bourbon tonight?
Oh, it's Bud Light every night for the last 20 years, boy.
Oh gosh, Johnny. Yeah. So
You're doing great, Johnny.
So Johnny. Oh gosh. So can I ask you a question real quick?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Folks, don't drink in live.
Yeah, that was a bit brutal. I'm not sure. Okay, you know that one what's crazy though? It's like I could literally be like fucking like 5 shots right down and still be able to coherently respond better than that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's just very, very crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Someone said I don't know about that. Hey. Okay, chat. Have y'all seen? Actually, I never go on live like that, so I don't do that often. So maybe sometime, chat.
We should try that sometime. Though.
I know, right? We should.
Oh, thanks, Dana. Trash Panda. That's cute.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, accent. My bad.
You're good.
Love
Don't
it.
worry.
Thanks for tapping, Corn. W Corn for the
I know, right?
tapping. We're almost to 4.
Almost to 4 million. Yo, unknown. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. We're almost to 4 million, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay, period slay. I'm 21. I'm happy
Are you
I
voting
actually. So I actually don't even know who I'm voting for, and I know this is supposed to be like kind of a debate, but I saw the video of you the other. I don't know how long ago it was, but you were talking to what's his face. I don't like him. With all those people, and it was like 21 of you or 25 of you versus him or whatever. To be honest, I thought you devoured him, but I am.
So you're gonna vote for Kamala?
I see. This is why I want to come in here because I don't know. I have different things that I support that you could say on both sides. Really, what I would like to know is like if I could tell you some of the things I think that I would like maybe on Trump's side, and you can tell me if like they're wrong or if you have a reason why you don't support those.
Okay.
Because you seem like someone with like data backing up what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll do like 1 or 2, and then I'll try to get on to someone who is.
Okay, yeah,
voting
period.
Trump.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So, as far as like his whole thing with Project 2025, where he says that he knows nothing about it, what do you think about that?
I think he's lied about it. Appreciate the
Okay.
flag battle. I think he has some affiliation, so I just think that's really weird. And it shows that it's likely that there's some incriminating evidence there, which would mean that like he likely has a ties to it.
Okay, period. Also, his stance on
4
Israel.
million, everyone, thank you.
His stance on Israel. What do you think that he would be someone that would like not want a ceasefire?
He actively tried to get Netanyahu not to accept a ceasefire because he doesn't want it to benefit the Harris administration.
And he's literally said, finish the job. He needs to finish the job.
He said finish the job. Is
Yeah.
there, okay, can I ask what like resources do you use? And I honestly think this could be helpful for so many people watching. What are some like non-biased resources that people could use to like look this stuff up for themselves? Because as you know, that's all the media really feeds us is like just biased information.
So like in terms of media, AP News, Reuters, NPR, like things like that. Those are typically like the sources that I go to.
Reuters, AP News, okay.
And
Also,
Jay
what-
Renee, something that I use too, it's an app that's called Ground News.
Okay.
And what it does is it feeds you multiples. It takes a story and then it shows you all of the headlines from like how different news outlets are showing that story, and then it shows you the media bias of each of those news outlets. You know, which
Okay.
ones are centrist, left, right, and then what I do is I use those and I go to the actual direct source. So if they're saying that Trump said something, I go and I look at the video of Trump actually saying it, so I can get the full context. If they're saying a court decision said something, I go and I look at the actual court decision so I can get the full context.
Okay, yeah, I love that. What did you say that it was called?
It's called Ground News. There's a free version which will give you the kind of multiple source option, and then you can pay something like $12 for a year, and it gives you like the media bias indicator.
Okay. And then one more thing. Could you touch base on a little bit of Kamala's stance on abortion? Because I did see that she, I don't know, from the debate that I watched, I didn't really see her talk anything about restrictions on abortions at all. And I guess my position on that is, number one, I'm pro-choice. Because regardless of what I believe and would choose for myself, that is my position. I'm a Christian, and I also think that a lot of Christians have it confused where they think that you should vote for someone with the same morals, but really, like, we have free will for a reason. We shouldn't force that on people. And I think that, like, with that being said, though, obviously abortions in the late trimester, if it's not in situations of like non-fetal viability or, harm to the mother, what would you say about that? Because she was saying that doesn't happen, but I did see a video where people were calling like abortion clinics and saying, hey, like I'm 34 weeks. Can I get an abortion?
I saw that exactly.
Yeah. So what is your opinion about that?
What people mean by abortion in that context is just induction of labor. So it's non-lethal.
In the 34th week?
Yep, that's just going to be they cause birth.
So what would that look like?
Yeah, so it just means that they cause early birth.
Yeah, maybe a cesarean or
So it's
induction
not like an
via
actual
pitocin.
abortion.
What's up?
So it's not an actual abortion.
So abortion, medically speaking, just means the deliberate termination of a pregnancy. It doesn't
Okay.
mean that the fetus dies.
It doesn't mean killing the baby. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Stop. I didn't know.
So Jay Renee, to answer your other question, Kamala's public position is she wants to have Congress codify the protections that were under Roe and Casey. There's two Supreme Court cases, codify those into federal law. So basically what that would mean is that every person in the country would be able to have reproductive freedom up to the point of viability. And then from there, it's up to states to be able to establish their limits if they want to make exceptions for, for grape or whatever. But something I think it's really important to know is that there's just no evidence of any women who are making that decision to have an elective abortion at 34 weeks. Anytime that's happened, they've got a nursery, they've got names picked out. Like these are the over 99% of them happen before the point of viability. So it's important to understand that.
Okay, I guess I have one more thing. This is something that would sway me away from Kamala, if you could touch base on this, actually. So as far as us being very involved in foreign affairs over the last 2 years, with her saying that, she wants a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine, which is something I'm very adamant about. What would you say about people who say, well, she's been in office this whole time, why has that not changed? Like, why didn't she do that sooner?
So why hasn't there been a ceasefire yet? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, and I know a little bit about it, like, how there's been bills proposed in NATO. They've talked about it. It's been declined.
So both sides can't come to agreement. So there are certain conditions that Israel agrees to that Hamas doesn't agree to, and there's certain conditions Hamas agrees to that Israel doesn't agree to.
Okay.
So it's about them being able to get both sides to come to some type of agreement.
Okay. So
but also even as far as the support that's going to Israel, the Biden administration has restrained it to just defensive weapons, and they're not authorizing any presidential drawdowns of any offensive weaponry.
Okay. I saw one more thing that said like a lot of our tax dollars were going towards that. And I would be lying if I acted like I knew everything about how the economy works. You know what I mean? I don't really know. And I also have struggled to find, factual, believable, non-biased evidence to back up what I'm hearing and seeing. Mm-hmm. But as far as people say the economy was better under Trump, I agree that at the time I don't remember being as poor and struggling. However, I did recently learn that we're still currently under Trump tax law and that we will be still until 2025. What I would want to know is, because again I think it kind of sways me away from her a little bit at times, is this money, I've heard it's hundreds of billions of dollars that we have given Israel to funding this war.
I don't think we've given hundreds of billions.
No.
What was, let me look at the number. I know it's not hundreds of billions though.
I think it's
Regardless,
in the 70s.
My opinion is any billions of dollars that we're funding, is that not our government that is giving that to them?
Yeah. I
if
don't
she
agree
wanted
with.
a ceasefire,
We've
why
given
would she
26 billion.
Yeah, if she wanted a ceasefire, why
Okay,
would
that
she?
way that's one time, and then nearly 14 unconditional military aid. So yeah, it's probably around 40 to 70, probably somewhere in there. Because I do see 26 billion.
Well, yeah, and I mean we have ongoing aid that we give give
3
to
billion
them
a year
anyway. But yeah, Renee, it is important to realize too that any time an appropriation is made from the government, it's coming from the House. All fiscal bills have to start in the House, and the House is controlled by Republicans. It's actually against the law. It's unconstitutional for the president to reallocate funds that have been allocated by Congress. So The funding that's happening isn't because of the Biden-Harris administration. It's because of the bills that are passing through the legislative process.
Thank you. Awesome. I feel like you guys answered a lot of my questions. Thank you. You can put someone else in here who's going to debate. I appreciate
For sure.
your
Appreciate
time.
you coming up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Caleb, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Caleb. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
And we got to 4 million. Thank you, everybody. You guys did
yes, on the way to 5 million, everyone. Super close to 5 million. If we just had like another bunch of taps, everyone, we could easily get to 5 million real quick. Easily get to 5 million. Because, yeah, honestly, we're on track to maybe hit 10 million tonight, everyone. I think we could do it. That would be the most likes I've ever gotten by a lot, by like 2 million. So, all right, let's get that's like on par with like what Kamala Harris gets on her account. So, that's pretty crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? They're eating the dogs. Let's go to the next individual. I've been seeing so many meme edits of that. Why do likes matter? It helps push out the live more. And also it's just like a milestone, Hitting 10 million is like it's just cool.
They help fluff Parker's fragile ego.
I know, right? Super fragile ego. I need to tell my kids something. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 37.
Are you voting Trump?
No.
Okay. Someone said I got 27 million before. I promise you I've never gotten 27 million.
W swoopy.
27 million would be crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm so sorry. I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
No, sorry.
Okay, you're good. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Thanks for tapping, Isabel. You're doing your job. Appreciate you.
Someone said views. Maybe I've never gotten 27 million views on a live. The highest I've ever gotten, I think, is 15 million impressions. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. All right, let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you're voting for Trump, type it in the comment section right now, everyone. And we will bring you up here as well. Also, everyone keep tapping that screen. We're at 4.5 million, everyone.
You guys are slaying.
I know, it's going up so fast today. Y'all are incredible, everyone. I really appreciate y'all so much, so much. Let's keep it going, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Give it 1 second, everyone. I'm sorry. It's really not adding people, so it does take a second to get people up here. Do give it a minute, y'all. Peel the avocado, guac, amole. All right, give it a second, everyone. We're almost there. We're almost there. Getting another person. Glitch talk for real. Like honestly, everyone just doesn't join up and for like a minute or two. So do give it a minute.
They need to have like a stay in queue button where when you're sitting there for too long, it makes sure that you're actually still there.
Like for debate, yeah. That would be great. No, don't get that stuck in my head. What's up? How old are you?
Hi, good evening.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell no. I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you so much. Love that. All right, let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
4.7. You guys are crazy.
I know, it's going so quickly. It's unbelievable. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, I'm sorry. Too much background noise. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yeah, 4.7 is wild. 1v7 like Dean. I don't even know if I'd be able to get enough people who are MAGA up on the live like that. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much within like a short period of time.
Those 1v7s only last for like 30 seconds. They can't
right?
stop over talking. Right.
All right, let's get this next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
What's that?
I just think he has a lot of good policy. He's better than Kamala.
What's your birth year?
99.
What month?
November.
Okay. So what policy?
I don't know.
Okay, so then would you vote for someone held civilly liable of
he's
sexually
leaving.
assaulting a woman?
He's leaving.
Yeah, he definitely is. Okay. All right, only set of guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. By the way, everyone, the rules of the live. If you are not voting for Trump, we are just looking for people who are voting for Trump, so I will disconnect you. If you consider that rude, that's you. But that's boundaries. So I don't think it's rude to have boundaries. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I just like how he is. I think he's very hard-headed. I think that's a flaw of him. I think he tries to big dick everything, which also can be viewed as a flaw, but I think he's more genuine than Kamala.
Okay. Can you give me any reason why you believe that he's more genuine, even though he's been lying about the election for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won?
Could you explain further on what you're saying?
Yeah.
You mean the 2020?
Yeah, he still says the election is stolen.
I understand that. I am not going to fully comment on that. I understand that's a very touchy subject. I'm not going to... I like Trump, but I will admit when he's wrong. I'm not going to say...
Okay, but he's a liar, right?
I mean, I'm not in the government. I can't say he won or lost, but you have to think.
You can't say he won? So did he win in 2016?
2016 he won, but...
So how can you say he won in 2016, but you can't say he lost in 2020?
I have a question. Are you going to let me talk and finish my sentences or no? Because if not, I don't...
If you engage genuinely.
I will. I'm trying to speak.
Answer my question.
Okay, tell me.
So why do you accept the determination in 2016, but you don't accept it in 2020?
Because the voting amounts. In 2020, we had a new voting system, mail-in. They mailed everyone... I know, but we did it differently because of COVID, didn't we?
No, there was mail-in prior to this. Did you know that?
We've had mail-in ballots since the Civil War.
But how many people would do mail-in versus in 2020? 2020
Obviously, there was more people doing mail-in, but you have to give me any reason to believe that led to the overturning of the election, which 60 court cases indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
Because the amount of people who voted for Biden during 2020.
Okay, so you could say the amount of people that voted for Biden in 2020. What about the amount of people?
Compared to 2012, where Barack Obama was first saying, I think it started with R. He had, I forgot the exact number. Let me look it up if that's okay with you. Can I?
Okay, go for it. All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. We'll bring you up here. Everyone, we're on the way to 10 million, 5.1 already. Let's go, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Someone in the chat said 6 million before he sees. Okay, yo, I'm looking. Don't worry. Yo, think of that mustache. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Roger, you there? All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
In 2020, President Biden received over 81 million votes, which was a record high.
Mm-hmm.
And Obama
and Trump received more than Obama as well.
Yes,
but so did Trump have fake
But
fake
sir,
votes?
didn't you say if I had a genuine thing, you would let me finish my sentence? I'm okay with you questioning if I'm wrong, but you have to let me finish what I'm trying to say. No.
Go ahead.
We're just gonna talk over. Thank you. Yes, but with a whole new mail-in system, or not whole new? You said it was there before, but with that being the only way to vote, with no in-person, do you still think we would get the same amount or more voters through a new system, and which was much more difficult at home?
So having a difference in the amount of people who voting to a higher degree, more people voting is a good thing, not a bad thing. So you'd have to give me any evidence that there was a higher proportional fraud rate insofar as that it overturned the election.
Also, real quick, just to say, the number of eligible voters grew by 8 million between 2016 and 2020. Mm-hmm. And 2016 was a very low voter turnout. It was about 55%. We typically hover around 60 to 70% voter turnout. The 2020 election was 66%. So quite a significant difference in voter turnout compared to 2016.
Yeah. And number 9, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am. Hold on, let me turn this fan off.
How old are you?
I'm 31 years old.
For sure. Why are you voting Trump?
I'm voting Trump based on conservative values. Can I ask you a question though first? So I've heard people ask you this before, and you've given the same answer. So I want to give a little, or I want to ask you, without mentioning Trump at all or insinuating anything about Trump, can you tell me why you're voting for Harris?
Appreciate the Panther Pause. Thank you so much. Yeah. So she influenced the capacity bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin.
That was Trump.
Thank you so much. No, that was an executive order that was not enforceable. Jose, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I actually have significant background in pharmacy, and as a diabetic myself, I've lived through that, and I'm not gonna sit here and try to prove it to you, but I know you're wrong. So,
are you on Medicare?
Am I on Medicare? Number one, I'm gonna say don't ask that. That is a very rude thing to ask, and number two, no, I'm not.
How is it a rude thing to ask?
Don't ask. You shouldn't ask anything about people's medical history, especially when it comes to how they're covered or if they're covered.
I was just asking Medicare because it was relevant to the question.
I understand that it could be relevant, but it's actually a very rude thing to ask. You don't go up to somebody and ask if they're on Medicare or Medicaid or anything like that. Just don't.
I didn't go up to you. We're in a political conversation.
Figure of speech, bud.
Okay. So, all right. So again, that was for seniors on Medicare, right? That's what the $35 cap on insulin was. So that's what she influenced to get passed. The executive order that you're referencing with Trump, that was non-enforceable. People know that didn't have like any impact.
Yeah. Once again, I'm not gonna sit here and try to prove you wrong, but I know you're wrong. It's pretty obvious, and it's just another
Can you give me any source I'm wrong?
Like I said, I'm not gonna sit here and try to prove you wrong. It's a waste of energy, but I know.
Then why'd you join the debate?
Why did I join to ask you why you're gonna vote for Harris without you mentioning Trump at all?
Okay, why
that was my main question.
Why haven't you left?
You want me to leave?
Well, I said why haven't you left if that was your only reason?
Because you asked me a question.
So you're not going to answer it?
I believe I did. I said I'm not, but also I told. So then we're gonna go in circles. Okay, I get it.
I just asked for a source. That's all I'm asking for. Like any reason to believe that I'm wrong? Because you just said I'm wrong, and you saying "nuh-uh" is not an argument.
Well, I understand that. I'm not sitting here trying to prove you wrong. I just wanted to ask you a question. I asked you a question. You answered my question. You asked me a question. I answered your question. We're good.
No, we're not. Can you give me a source, or do you want to give me any reason to believe otherwise?
I could. I mean, if you really want me to educate you on this, I could send you a DM if you'd like.
Just tell me on the live.
Okay. If you really want me to, hold on.
Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much, K Mooney. FHD,
Okay.
You can talk at any point, by the way.
If you really want those sources, you really want me to educate you on this, I could get out alive and do it for you. I'm not interested in being your teacher tonight, but
Okay, then why'd you expect me to answer your question?
I never expected you to answer my question.
So I have to be your teacher, but you won't do the same thing? Push that mustache.
No. So
No. So why? Why do I have to do it, but you don't?
Why do you have to do what?
Why do I have to do it, but you don't?
Hold on.
You know, you asked for me to teach you why I'm voting for Trump, so I did that. Now, would you like to do the same thing?
You don't teach somebody on why you're doing something.
Why I'm not voting
You
for
tell
Trump, I have to
somebody
say
why
that.
you're doing something. That's not teaching. When it comes to something that's happened or something that happened.
Okay, so can you tell me your source then? Thank you very much.
I could send you my source. I would love to.
Tell me it right now.
I don't have my computer in front of me. I would have to get out of the
No,
app.
search
I'm
it
not
up. Swipe out of the app, go find it, and then come back.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not interested in being your teacher tonight.
I'm not interested in being your teacher. Is that how you be condescending? You don't give any evidence, and you just believe in the same conspiracy bullshit?
No, I know what I'm talking about. I use it in. Somebody asked if my sugar is low. It might be actually.
They're probably talking to me.
Okay. Are you the diabetic?
Oh, I thought they were referencing me with my bags in my eyes. I apologize.
Oh, I was talking about insulin.
I forgot you said that you were diabetic.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if you really want me to send you some sources, I will. I'm not going to do it right here, right now. I'm not interested in doing that for you.
Well, I mean, I can probably help here a little bit. Like, so Trump did have a $35 program, but that was only for like the Medicare Advantage people, right?
No, it wasn't. It affected. So I work in pharmacy, and I'm also diabetic, so it affects me on two different platforms, right? It affected me personally, and at that time, I was on my company insurance or work commercial insurance, whatever. And it has a lot to do. I'm honestly explaining things is not my forte, but what I can say is it affected me as somebody that's not on either Medicaid or Medicare. And when it comes to working with insurances in my job, I saw it affect both ends of the spectrum, essentially.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Yo, Cass, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate YouTube W's for Cass in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Cass. Thank you so much.
Parker, if you don't mind, what do you like about Kamala?
Yeah, I already said, but she helped influence get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
Do you think she did more than Pence as a vice president?
Yeah, by far.
For what?
More tie-breaking votes.
Oh, tie-breaking votes. But do you think she carried more initiative on those tie-breaking votes or no?
Yeah.
Pence did a lot more. Maybe things that I don't agree with, but...
What tie-breaking vote did Pence do?
Not tie-breaking, but he was a lead initiative. Huh?
No, what were you saying?
I said he was a lead initiative for anti-abortion things. If
That's terrible, dude.
I'm not for it, but I'm saying whatever he was trying to do, he took his vice president roles and tried to go with it.
I already told you, like, she had initiative on Inflation Reduction Act in terms of being the tie-breaking vote, and she also got the $35 cap on insulin placed in the bill. And then for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, she influenced the high-speed broadband brought to rural communities in that bill.
Fair enough.
Okay, he left. Okay.
Bye.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get to 6 million likes, everyone. Keep tapping that screen.
Christina, thank you for the $15. I appreciate it for helping somebody in need, and I will definitely do just that with that. Thank you. Everybody, we have 8.3 thousand people, so while Parker gets Nathan up here, we're going to do another digital cardio workout here. Everybody fill up that bar one time, and we will literally be at 6 million. If every one of you filled that bar up one time, we'd be at 6 million, which would be pretty awesome. Now, we do know there's some lazy MAGAs in the audience, so you might have to do it 2 times just to cover them, cover their bid, but we would appreciate it if you tapped away. Thank you. Hi, Nathan.
Nathan, are you voting Trump?
Hello, good sirs, and I believe I am voting for Trump.
And how old are you?
I am 29.
Yeah, so why are you voting Trump?
Because he seems to be against undocumented immigrants.
So
Seems
you're
to
voting,
be.
So you're voting for Trump because he seems to be against undocumented immigrants. Okay, so why did he undermine the border bill?
Or it seems like he's trying to decrease the amount of undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so why did he undermine the border bill? I knew you were trying to say that. I get you.
I mean, do you not agree that he's trying to do that?
No, I don't agree. No, and I appreciate the epic GG. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I think he's just using it as a talking point for partisan gain. So can you tell me why he undermined the border bill?
Oh, I mean, I'm under the impression that he's trying to reduce undocumented immigrants. Is this not true?
Yeah, if you don't answer my question, I'll just go to the next person. I'm not going to play this game anymore.
Nathan, if you
like
don't know that he
person.
did that, like we can inform you about it. But so
Yeah,
if you need
please
us to
inform me.
explain.
I'm open to changing my mind.
Yeah, for sure. So Senator James Lankford, who's a Trump-endorsed Republican from Oklahoma, worked with Senators Kristen Sinema, who's an independent from Arizona, and Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut to introduce a border bill. This border bill had like $650 million for new wall construction. It had $500 million for F substance trafficking across the border detection to reduce that. It increased 15 new Border Patrol agents. It added 50,000 new detention beds. It doubled the number of deportation flights, like everything that like Republicans want in a border bill. Now, this bill was attached to H.R. 815, which was an emergency appropriations bill. But once it passed the Senate, and once it reached the House, Donald Trump had called Mike Johnson and some other key Republicans and told them that he wanted that stripped out of the bill because he wanted to use the crisis at the border as something to campaign on for this election.
I see. So would you guys say that under Kamala there would be less undocumented immigrants in America?
Kamala
if we got that policy passed, yeah.
Yeah, Kamala wants to pass this bill, and something that that you may not know is the number one issue that we have facing our border right now is the influx of asylum seekers. We currently have a 3.1 million backlog of asylum seekers. Oh, thank you, Joanne. That was awesome. 3.1 million backlog of asylum seekers, of people who have passed their credible fear interviews and are just waiting for a court date. And my favorite part of this bill is it increase the number of court resources so that instead of having people wait 4 to 8 years where they're residing legally in the country, even though they don't have a green card or citizenship, they're still here legally because they're waiting for their court date. It brought that down from 4 to 8 years, where it is, depending on where you are in the country right now, to less than 1 year with a target of 6 months. Then we clear out this asylum process and we're getting people through faster who actually have a valid claim to be here, and we're kicking the people out who don't have a valid claim to be here.
Okay, cool. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
All right, I don't really have anything else to say.
All right.
Yeah, and yeah, as you're leaving, I'll just point out that if Donald Trump really cared about the border, like if he thought it was a crisis, then he wouldn't have put a stop to this bill. Because even if he wanted to do more than what this bill did, even if this bill didn't go far enough, there was literally nothing that he's ever opposed that was in this bill. It would have. It's kind of like turning away the fire department as they show up to your house. You know, if your house is on fire and the fire department shows up, you don't want Donald Trump telling the fire department to turn around because he wants to put the fire out tomorrow. You're going to take that fire truck that's there.
All right, cool.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up. Yo, Johns, are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Am I on right now?
Yeah. Are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah.
So what's up?
What's up, dude? Ask me that question about, I heard you a few weeks ago. You asked the same question tonight, something about sexual or
Yeah, I got you. Would you vote for someone
what was that question?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Civilly liable? It's not a crime. Why not?
Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
If he's not convicted of a crime, why not?
Okay. Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child be a gym teacher?
If the guy doesn't get convicted of a crime in a court of law, why not?
Okay. So
as far as I'm concerned, none of that stuff happens unless it's in a court of law and the guy ends up in jail.
Hey, Johns, would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child babysit your kids?
Babysit the kid?
Yeah.
First of all, babysitters are teenage girls, so how are they going to be held civilly liable?
Can you answer the question?
Hey, I babysat when I was a teenage boy. If I showed up, if I was 15 years old,
babysitters are kids, how are they going to be held civilly liable?
Children could be held civilly liable.
Also, why'd you only assume that they're teenage girls?
Well, that's normal, pretty much normal what babysitters are. But again, same situation. Same
Do you think there are adult babysitters?
It's the same situation. A civil case is not a criminal court, and I don't put any.
So you would be totally comfortable with your kid's babysitter being someone who is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman or a child?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you be completely and totally okay with a preschool teacher being someone?
Because if it was true, they'd be in fucking jail. You know it, and I know it.
So okay. So would you vote? Would you let them be in a room alone with, say, a pastor?
We have to wait.
Hold up, John.
Let's move on out of this question. I've answered your question.
Wait. No, you haven't. I want to run you and see how far you go down.
You don't have to run. I'll go as far as you want. If it's not in criminal court, wait.
Trust me, I got you.
Let me finish. If it's not in criminal court, it's bullshit.
Okay, appreciate the trash bandit. Thank you so much.
Story.
Okay, so if someone were held civilly liable of sexually abusing 100...
Stop.
Johns, I'm going to ask the question. Ruby, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for putting up with this guy. Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 children? 100 children. Different kids. John, you can unmute your mic by clicking the profile picture in the bottom right and then clicking the microphone. John? There you go.
Yeah, am I out again?
Yeah, so would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 children?
Dude, this is my last answer, and we're going to stop this question because there's other more important questions. There's stuff you don't know about that you have to know about. As far as this whole, as soon as you say civil court, my answer is no problem voting for that person. I don't care what it is. If it doesn't,
even if it's genocide, so like 6 million people dead.
It doesn't matter what it is.
Anything.
A crime is a crime, and if it's not done in criminal court, then it's bullshit.
Okay, so John, I have a question. Do you accept Trump's felonies?
I mean, you could wait a second. You could take that question. You do bring up a really good point, because then you could take that question to the OJ trial.
Yeah, we can. But like, John, would you answer my question?
So OJ,
I do think OJ is guilty.
I think not guilty,
hey,
but
John,
he lost in the civil
he's just not
trial.
going to answer the question. I think OJ was guilty, but can you answer the question?
Sorry,
do you accept Trump's felonies?
Do I accept Trump's felonies? No. And hold on.
But John, it was criminal court.
Wait a second. The reason I don't accept him is because he has not exhausted the appeals.
Okay, so you didn't accept that Jeffrey Epstein was guilty because you didn't exhaust the appeals yet?
Jeffrey Epstein, he's on an island somewhere.
Wait, so you don't think that he's guilty because he has a chance of appealing?
Yes, absolutely. And I'll tell you why.
You think Jeffrey Epstein is on an island somewhere right now?
And he thinks he's innocent.
Come on, dude. That's sarcasm.
He's appreciate the corgi. So you do think that he's guilty?
Dude. That's sarcasm. No,
so
wait
you
a
do
minute.
think he's guilty? Joe, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So wait a minute. Trump was in a trial, or I guess he's in a case right now in Georgia. Well, the judge is throwing all her shit out. He's saying you can't convict him on this. You can't prosecute him on this.
For what?
So whatever it is that Georgia case is.
Do you even know what it is?
With that Fannie Willis. I'm not sure.
What is it? What is the case?
I'm not sure exactly what the case is. But I know that the judge just recently, like in the last week or last few days or so, ruled that she can't charge some of the crimes that she charged for.
Like what?
I don't know, dude. I didn't read the fucking things. I just read this fucking stupid thing, whatever it is. But all right, let's move to this is important. Forget all this other bullshit.
Male judge, by the way.
Hold on. Let's move to the election fraud.
Chris with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Chris in the comment section right now? Chris with a C. Thank you so much. Bridget, I appreciate the confetti as well. W's for Chris in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Dude, let's talk about election fraud 2020.
Appreciate the Panther Balls. Do you think that the election was stolen?
Allow me to say yes, and I'm not sure. The reason is, I don't know how many mail-in votes there were, but compared to any other year, it had to be just astronomical.
How did Trump vote, John?
How did Trump vote?
Oh, he's looking it up. Give him a second. Thank you for the hair. Oh, he left.
That was abrupt.
Yo, thank you for the raid, everyone coming in from Harry's Live. What's up, everyone? Do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 7 million likes, everyone. Let's go through another tap spree, everyone. Let's try to get to 7 million likes. Yo, it's
W. Harry's
What's up?
Live. Thank you.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I think he's very strong on the border, a lot stronger than Kamala is. I mean, he's very open about how he wants to shut it down, and I think that's honestly necessary at this point. Are you raising your hand as in, like, stop talking?
No, I was like, I'm raising my hand. I just wanted to address
my
this.
bad.
So then why did Trump undermine the border bill?
Well, the problem with the border bill is even though it would send 20 billion in allocation to the border, it was also going to send 60 billion to Ukraine and 15 billion to Israel. And now we've been way past the point where we've sent too much money to Ukraine. And even if it's not straight up money, I still
So
don't
why
believe in
didn't Trump
sending
undermine the
military equipment.
appropriations, and why did the appropriations get passed?
Appropriations as in undermining the other
The spending, the appropriation spending.
Yeah, Manny, literally the appropriations went through and the border provisions didn't.
Well, that's a different problem altogether, but I do believe that that's why the bill altogether was undermined.
So then why wasn't the appropriations undermined?
It was an amendment to House Resolution 815. It contained the border bill, the funding for Israel, funding for Ukraine, and funding for Taiwan. The border bill and Taiwan were stripped out. The Israel and Ukraine funding stayed in. So it doesn't make sense how...
Well, that shouldn't have happened.
Oh, I agree.
Okay.
But I don't think you can hold the position that it was because of that funding that the border provisions didn't pass.
Thank you for the Harry raid, everyone. I appreciate that, y'all.
I hold that position, and that's fine. But if that is so, then that's so. I still believe that that's why that was undermined. But however, I do think it needs to shut down at this point. And a lot of people that disagree say
So zero immigration.
Well, not in total, like forever. At the moment, until we get our stuff together, at that point, shut down the southern border. Yes.
So completely no immigration.
No, not in
no
the long
asylum.
run. Immigration is good, but the problem is people claim we need immigration for the crisis of younger people not being able to fulfill the older people leaving the workforce, which I agree with. It's a problem with the nuclear family, and we've broken down so much about the conveniency of not having children in this country, and I think that's a very big problem. We need to change the stigma around that. And we need to...
But Manny, you're talking about cultural change, not like something that the government can enforce via policy, right?
Yeah, that's true. But I do think that the people we elect do have an influence on the culture, and that's very important. And I don't think killing babies is going to help the problem, which why I believe Trump made the right decision on putting Roe v. Wade back up to the states.
So, okay. So do you think abortion's murder?
I do believe that.
Should murder be left up to the states?
I do think it's up to the states. I don't
No,
think
should murder be left up to the states?
It's okay. Let's clarify it better. I do think it's killing. Murder would be more of like an intentional killing of somebody, which I do think abortion is intentional killing of somebody.
So if someone's trying to kill you and you intentionally kill them, did you murder
That's
them?
self-defense. But
so you didn't. So it's unjust.
Okay.
So it's about whether or not it's unjustified or justified. So do you think that killing them is justified?
I don't think killing babies is justified.
Okay, so you think that murder should be illegal federally, right?
Yes.
So if murder should be illegal federally, why are you supporting someone who thinks it should be left up to the states?
Because it's not in our Constitution. I mean, murder is obviously, it's not in our Constitution, but it's obviously you shouldn't kill somebody. And even though abortion is murder, in my opinion, I don't think it's a little more nuanced than just straight up murder.
Okay, can I ask you this question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So do you think at conception it's valuable?
Of course.
Okay. So what's the difference between a sperm cell and a zygote that means you value one but not the other?
Well, sperm cell hasn't fertilized the egg yet. At conception, there is a flash of light, which is where things happen, and it's.
So you're saying life begins?
Yes, life begins.
Okay, so is sperm living?
It is living, but it's not as more of a. It's not a human life yet. Is the difference?
Okay, so does sperm have a species?
Well, I'm not too sure. I haven't really looked into that.
Do all living entities have species?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's living.
Mm-hmm.
What species is it of?
It comes from a human, but that'd be like
so then what's the relevant difference between a zygote and a sperm? That means
no. Listen,
what's the difference?
That'd be like saying a red blood cell is human species. You can't really tell.
So again, the point I'm asking is that again, the sperm in particular, right, is an organism, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's distinct.
We have liver
so
enzymes.
why is it?
We have liver enzymes as well that are organisms. Doesn't mean they're the same.
Okay, but so like again, the only distinction that you could make between those two entities would be that there would be a potential for future valuable states, which also exists with the sperm cell. If you have the necessary qualities for like the potential future states, well then there's no distinction between the zygote and the sperm that makes one valuable but not the other.
What point are you getting at?
All you can say is that there's just like, you just decide to value it at this point. There's no relevant difference. Laura, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Natalie, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
We can say all this, but what's the point you're really getting at here between sperm cell and abortion? What's the correlation?
You clearly don't care about sperm. Here's the gold medal. Thank you so much. But you can't really provide a relevant difference between sperm and zygotes that mean that you value one but not the other.
What's that got to do with killing babies?
What I'm saying is that you don't really have a consistent point for why you value it at that particular point. Kevin, appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. So I think it's better. I appreciate that.
Societally, I don't think it's okay to kill people. Over 80 million babies have been killed since Roe v. Wade was passed. And I think 80 million people could have contributed to our society in healthy ways, and we wouldn't have.
Wait. So do you think it should be illegal to pull out? Because like that also restricts less babies. Like if you pull out or use a condom or use any type of contraception, it is the case that it reduces the likelihood of a future baby.
But it hasn't been concepted yet. You can do that.
Conceived?
Yeah, good point on correcting me there in grammar. But you get my point though.
Okay, so it hasn't been conceived. So what about conception makes it valuable?
Because it's beginning to form, like completely form. The egg and the sperm have connected, and it's beginning to form as a human life.
Manny, at what point do you think there's a government interest here?
I think there's a government interest once conception has happened, because then that baby can become a functioning member of society. And I don't think that if we have abortion as a thing, then it's not positive for our society, because if we're okay, as I said earlier, we're getting to a point where we're putting convenience over what's practical, and people have become.
Thank you so much.
So should oral contraceptives and IUDs be illegal then?
Good question.
That is a great question. And contraceptive, I believe that's before, like, preventing stuff before.
Well, no, I mean contraceptives. Yeah, contraceptives will prevent implantation and the release of proestrin.
Okay,
but
yes.
the egg is still fertilized.
Okay. I haven't thought too much about that yet. My firm stance is I think abortion should be not a thing. Now, it is up to the states, I believe, because that's how that's how our country is based upon.
Well, it's the overturning of Roe and the Dobbs decision put it up to the people and their elected representatives. So absent any actions from Congress, it is a state's issue, but Congress can still pass laws protecting it up to 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, 24 weeks, 9 months. I mean, the hand is still in the elected representatives, not just the states.
Save the money gun.
Okay, let me be more let me clarify it better. I don't think the federal government should say that we make it law that abortion can be legal. I think that it should be either up to the people or up to the states. May I ask, what's your opinion on the Electoral College? That's something I'd actually be interested in.
I don't like it. Popular vote for president.
So what if 51% of people were pro-slavery and they voted it into law? Would you support that?
No.
So then how do we stop that?
How do you stop that? You have particular rights ingrained so that they can't be overturned like that?
But what if people just decided that we don't want those rights ingrained?
Push the cap. Thank you so much.
Well, I mean, overturning, going to a
that.
national popular vote wouldn't result in that. You would still need the 2/3 of the states to agree to something like that.
And you're saying like,
Yes,
oh,
but
what
when you
if
get
this?
to the
What
point
if
where
these
you're
conditions?
electing people-
No. What you'll just say is, what if these conditions were met? Well, these conditions are less likely to be met that way than if you have like a dictator in office or like a king or any other
Wait,
form
so
of government.
if Trump's a dictator, why does he want less regulation? And
I never said that
less-
Trump was a dictator there.
But that's okay.
I just said
you didn't
comparative
say
to
that.
other
I've been
forms of
hearing that so
government.
much. I've been hearing that so much. That's just
Well,
not
Trump did say that he wants to be a dictator on day one. He did say that.
That's fair. He did say that, but I do think that he needs to put like I said, shutting down the border, that'd be a dictator-like thing to do, but it needs to happen on day one. But as I was saying, 51% of the people.
So
if
you
they
think
voted-
he
if
should
they
be
were
a
pro
dictator day
something-
one?
Yeah.
That's such a crazy statement, dude.
Sure.
You think he
You
should
can
be a
say it's
dictator on day one? It's crazy.
It's crazy to say, but it needs to happen because how we've been going has not been going well. But I just want to go back to something real quick. You said 51% of the people voting for something wouldn't happen because 2/3 of the states would still have to vote. So let's talk about it this way. People who are voted in the Congress, they want the popular vote of the people. And when they see what the people want, they understand that they'll get voted out. And of course they want to stay in power. So they're obviously going to vote pro whatever the people want. So then eventually you're going to get to the point where things are going to come out of hand. And if you want to talk about dictatorship in terms of democracy, whenever you have a democracy, they always turn into dictatorships. There's been consistent all throughout human history.
Has our democracy turned into dictatorship?
Well, we're not a democracy. We're a democratic republic.
What's the first word of democratic republic?
Yeah, but we're not a straight democracy.
Yeah. Nobody's arguing. Nobody's arguing.
No
that
one's
we're a pure
arguing we're a
democracy.
direct democracy. Like what?
As many
We're
people
arguing
just
that we have a democracy.
Yes, many people just throw around that word like we are a democracy. We're not a direct democracy, and some people.
No one
firmly
said we're
believe that.
direct democracy. We just said that we have a democracy.
When you say we have a democracy, you're implying that you're leaving.
No,
out the
you're
Republican
no.
part.
Wait.
Leaving
You
out
think
the
you have a
Republican part,
democracy?
and that's very important.
Wait. Us saying democracy does not mean direct democracy. Appreciate the love you. It could be representative democracy.
Democracy literally
Let's see that.
it comes from two Greek words, demos and krasia, which means rule by the people. So any government where the power of the government is vested in the people is a democracy.
That's not what a person hears when you say democracy. People aren't thinking about the Greek. They're thinking about what the word means to them and how it's perceived.
Honestly, I'm not responsible for somebody's lack of
That's
education
fair.
on
That's fair. You aren't responsible for that. Another thing to bring up, we could talk about inflation. Now, you can argue this Trump, his spending caused that, but you can't really blame him for the stimulus checks. He really had to give those out to people because, I mean, people weren't making money. And then what else?
I've got a big problem with that because stimulus checks went to people who lost no income and had they had a vast decrease in their expenses because they weren't driving to work, they weren't paying for parking fees, they weren't eating out for lunch, and they still got stimulus checks. They weren't need based.
I think he was more focused on just getting them out to everybody than actually having the time to get over it. Now, in my opinion, I don't think we should have ever shut down the economy at all because I think it had way more detriments than it had benefits.
You can say whatever you want there, but the point that's still, I mean, it's not relevant, right? Like
that's fair.
You're
That is
arguing
relevant.
which
You're right.
candidate is better, and like that would have happened regardless.
I guess that was more of a buzzy thing to say, the rage bait, but that's
I mean, I don't necessarily think that lockdowns were the best mechanism because people didn't actually effectively go through with the lockdowns. If we had a better lockdown, then it probably could have been effective if it was shorter, but it went way too long insofar as that we saw drastically negative impacts, socially speaking, from it.
What do you think would have made it a better lockdown? What do you think would have been better things to put in place?
Like if we're going to do a lockdown, it's got to be a lot more strict and a lot shorter.
Shorter, I agree, but I don't think we should lock down people because people's immune systems become weaker when they're away from everything.
For how long?
I mean, they immediately start to decrease when they're not exposed to things. Your body builds itself up. We have an immune system for a reason. And when
if we had a shorter pandemic or not pandemic,
that's true. That's
lockdown
fair.
time,
If it was shorter, then
that
people's
wouldn't have
immune
happened.
systems wouldn't have weakened totally. But I think that we should have, in terms of never shutting down and locking down at all, I think a lot of people's lives got ruined by the shutdown, and a lot of suicide rates increased dramatically. And I think more people are generally worse off than they were before. And that's obviously an easy thing to say, because obviously people are going to be worse off when you shut down the economy, but that's just how it is. And obviously things are going to have to compensate for that after it shuts down, which is why inflation has increased a ton. But
wait, why did inflation increase?
Part of it is because of spending, but I don't think that's completely his fault.
Did you know there was more debt-related spending under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden administration in terms of signed into law?
Sure.
Okay,
I believe inflation is a lot more than just that. It's more than just printing money, and that's a big part of it, but it's more than just that. Things can artificially increase, whether it's gas and such.
Sherry, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Sherry. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so you said things can artificially increase. Okay, so inflation happened around the entire world. What makes you think it was specifically
price controls?
What makes you think it was specifically caused? What makes you think it was specifically caused by the United States if it happened globally?
Well, because we are the leader. This is why it happened globally, because a lot of countries are backed by the U.S.
And why didn't it happen in the U.S. then happen around the world instead of happening again the same trend around the world?
The same trend is happening because those countries also use the U.S. dollar. If we go up, they go up. That's how it works, because they're backed by the US dollar.
Listen. If it was based that way, it would be the case that it would happen in the United States, then it would happen around the world. It wouldn't happen at the same time.
Yes, it would.
No, it wouldn't.
It goes by the day.
How would it have happened at the exact same time?
Not exact same time. It doesn't work like that, because at the same time there's
the same trend. The same trend happened. Look up global inflation
when we're talking
rates.
About inflation, we're talking about the consumer price.
You can see
index.
the U.S.
Obviously,
inflation rate increased
differences.
at the same trend as the global inflation rate.
Because a lot of it also has to do with supply chain and how much of that is accessible to the people.
Oh, so supply chain negatively impacted by COVID.
Yeah, I said that.
Okay, so if it's supply chain negatively impacted by COVID, then it's not caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
It's also partially caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
How? How they cause it?
Spending a lot of money on clean energy, which doesn't work.
Wait, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, was deficit.
That Biden even admitted was.
Hey, shut up. The Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, was deficit reducing, which means it reduced the debt.
But it put more money in the Green New Deal, not the Green New Deal itself, but that idea of clean energy, when we aren't ready for that yet. We don't have that.
That didn't even make any sense. We are. That's the bill is setting up. The bill is allowing us to be ready for it, because it's building up the infrastructure. It's building up things that we need to manufacture.
The leading tech CEO in clean energy has literally stated, Elon Musk has literally stated that we're not ready to go into all of that yet.
I'm not saying it happens right now. How long it takes decades, right, for us to change. And that's literally what is in the Inflation Reduction Act. It has us literally on a trend and a trajectory to change within decades.
Yes, but at the same time, they're really trying to halt gasoline and oil too much right now. And if the other countries don't care about that.
Wait, I just want to let you know, we produce more oil in the United States right now than any point in American history.
Yeah, we do right now. Because
okay, so what's your point?
Right now, Biden and Harris are ramping that up because election season is in game. They want gas prices to go down, because then they can say we did that and vote for us.
Okay, so again, obviously you want gas prices to go down,
yes,
but it is the case that oil production has been continually increasing. This has been like this for the past few years. It's not just like it randomly happened because now it's election time. Now they're doing it.
Do you think that's part of the
common trend going up?
Do you think that has anything to do with the uniparty war machine and making more oil for our military and sending it to
so I do think that both sides do fund the military-industrial complex, which I would disagree with, right? Like the defense contractors and whatnot and the weapons contractors. I think that they profiteer off of war, and I think that we don't need to do it to that extent. Obviously, we spend way too much money on the military right now. Appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much.
I disagree with the money spent on the military. I disagree with how we use it.
So you think that we should spend just as much as we do right now on the military?
Yes, because I believe in peace through
So
strength.
ridiculous.
I believe in peace through
We
strength.
can have the largest military budget in the world by far, by over $100 billion a year. Appreciate the glass.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Even if we cut our military budget in half.
That's not the point. I want our
but we spend more. We spend more than the next 25 countries.
Yes, and I agree with that because we have the capability to do that. But I don't believe we should be using it for bad. It should be used as a deterrence, not as a force.
You can do it as a deterrence even without spending that much.
You could, but it wouldn't be as effective.
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe
wait, you'd have to tell me what specifically makes it more effectively.
If you clean up waste spending, then maybe. I don't know how much of that is wasted, but obviously if you spend more money on it, if you're counting out waste spending, let's say the same percentage of waste spending is done between countries, the same percentage of waste spending, whoever spends more on their military is going to have a better military.
Yeah, again, I just told you, we can still spend the most in the world by $100 billion a year, even if we were to cut the military budget in half.
But our military
like Law
could be
just
even better
said,
if we spend more money on it.
why do we need it to be so much better than the best in the world?
Because we don't want anybody to F with us at all.
We won't get effed with even if we have it 100 billion more, and we can change that at any point in time.
So what was Putin's statement the other day when
you think we should just constantly act like we're at wartime?
I don't think we should act like we're in wartime. I think we should act like we should be ready for wartime.
You know that we have higher spending on military right now proportionally to GDP than we even did like during like war times and like Cold War and stuff.
Well, the Cold War, we were never actively in war. We were very close with the missile crisis, but obviously we were getting prepared for it. I do think we should dismantle the funding for nuclear. We should definitely try to decrease. Now, in terms of other countries aren't going to do it, so we shouldn't. But if we could globally get it down, then we should do that. But at the current rate, how
the $5.
Russia isn't going to stop.
So you want to stop people producing nuclear weapons. So how do you feel
If
about
we could
Trump
do that globally, if we could do
how
that
do you feel about
globally-
how do you feel about Trump pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal?
I don't have any strong opinions on that yet. I have to look more into that. That's not what I'm here to argue about. But as I was saying, if we could globally get that down, then we should get that down. But we can't, so we're going to have to keep producing them because other countries are going to keep doing it. And it's more of just a flex at this point. Nobody really needs 8,000 nuclear weapons, but that's just where we're at. What was I going to get to? Oh,
so should we uphold
statement.
the Budapest Memorandum?
Can you tell me what that is?
We signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. And they gave up their nuclear weapons, so now it's our turn to defend them.
I think we probably shouldn't have done that in the first place.
Okay, well, I thought you wanted the nuclear agreements.
No, what I was saying was if we could globally get that down, but obviously Russia isn't going to give up their nuclear weapons.
Signing these nuclear agreements is globally getting it down, but okay.
Like I said, I don't think that should happen because we shouldn't be the protector of all of NATO. I honestly
So
think
if we shouldn't be the
they're not gonna
protector of all of NATO, why do we have to spend so much on the military? Bridget, thank you for the gen come.
because we have to protect our country and our interests, and I don't think our interests are sending hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine.
So can you tell me how spending $850 billion a year on the military protects our interests more than ending homelessness, providing universal free college?
I got a question.
Free public universities, expanding access to paternity leave,
I have a
maternity
question.
leave, paid sick leave, universal health care.
So how much do you think we could have reduced that if we didn't send those hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine?
How much could we have
helped
reduced
that?
what?
Homeless, funding schools, blah, blah, blah. How much could we have reduced that if we didn't send money to Ukraine or Israel?
So the money that we gave, 107 billion to Ukraine, that would have been less than what I'm referencing in terms of the military budget. If we took half the military budget from 1 year, that would be 4 times what we sent Ukraine.
Yes, but that's
Plus,
different.
what we sent Ukraine was a reallocation from our military budget in most instances.
What we're sending to Ukraine should be spent on the homeless. What we're spending on the military should be spent on the military. Because if you fall back on 1 year,
fucking realize how dumb that statement was. We reallocated aspects of the military to do that. And secondly, the money that we spend on the country shouldn't be used here. What the hell are you talking about? You're prioritizing spending money on the military, $850 billion a year, over ensuring there's no homelessness in this country.
all right, let me talk for a second. Anytime that you're spending less money on the military, that's giving other countries opportunity to catch up. Even at however far we are ahead, you're reducing.
So why not
and they're
1.5
increasing.
trillion?
Would you say 1.5
So
trillion?
let's increase military spending to 1.5 trillion.
We don't need to do that though.
Why not?
because we don't need to.
Why not? Even more will be even more peace, right?
I don't believe in tax increasing, and I think where we are at
No. We cut spending on all the other spending, $1.5 trillion military spending package.
You're misrepresenting what I'm saying.
Why not? Why not?
Because that what's spent on other things can be spent on other things. Doesn't mean we should get rid of everything.
Can we do
else.
the same thing with our military budget right now?
I'm not talking about slashing spending. I don't think.
Okay, but you understand we have to slash spending because we don't have the money because we're spending it more on the military. I just said we could increase spending if we took it from the military. Because we just take the money from the military and then we spend it on other things that we need.
There's a lot of waste spending everywhere. I mean, the EPA, for example, Trump's numbers were better under his administration than they are now, and there was less regulation.
So what numbers relates to what?
Carbon emissions.
So actually, you can look at the carbon emissions. I literally just posted a video on this. Carbon emissions went up between 2017 to 2018. And then from 2018 to 2019, it stayed basically stagnant from 2017 to 2019. The only reason it went down is because of COVID, genius.
Genius.
So
they didn't go up between 2017 and 2018?
2017 to 2018, it went up.
You said it was stagnant. Or 2018 to 2019, you said it was stagnant. Sorry, that's my bad.
2017 to 2019 was stagnant. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Because it went up 2017 to 2018 and then went down to the same degree that it was prior in 2017, from 2017 to 2019. Again, not due to any of Trump's policy.
You said not due to any of Trump's policy, so it had nothing to do with them?
Yeah, it had nothing to do with Trump. Trump didn't do anything to benefit that.
Okay.
And also the main decrease was because of COVID.
Okay, that's fair. Obviously, it'd go down because people aren't producing things. Oh, wait, let me go back to your prompt. So why are you voting? What is your top 3 things why you're voting for Kamala Harris?
Donald Trump is a terrible person. He's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country.
Okay, listen,
advocated for good policy.
You got to slow down. You got to slow down. Go back to the first couple of things. You go way too fast, man.
Donald Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies.
Okay.
He tried to overthrow the government.
Let's stop here real quick. Why didn't they charge him for any of this before he was running?
Before he was running for president in general?
Yes. Wasn't he charged for any of this before the 2020 election?
So for the felonies specifically, that's because he was doing it and engaging in election interference while he was doing it. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Are
you talking about 2020? Are you talking about 2020 election interference?
No. I'm referencing 2016 because that's when he
Which was proven false. There was no Russian collusion.
No, you fucking listen to what I'm saying, genius. Holy fuck. Listen, Manny. Jeez. God damn, it's like the election interference that he was engaging in. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. Was him specifically trying to falsify business records, right? So that the story about Stormy Daniels, like him cheating with Stormy Daniels, didn't get out to affect his election prospects.
Okay. Now I was thinking too far ahead. No, you're good. You're good.
And also, by the way, there was Russian interference. That's true. It just
are you talking about
the election.
bots? Are you talking about bots on socials, or are you talking about?
Yeah.
So what do you think about Mark Zuckerberg coming out and openly admitting to helping Biden and Harris in 2020?
That's not what he said.
Yeah, that's not what he said.
Really? Because he restricted the Hunter Biden laptop information and was putting misinformation on everything, claiming the Hunter Biden laptop, which has clearly been outed as true.
Yeah, so his letter mentions nothing of that. It was mostly related to like COVID information and restrictions and things like that. But what he said was that while he wasn't, there wasn't any ultimatums placed on them, he did feel that there was pressure from the White House to moderate some particular information, and he regretted not speaking up more about that.
Okay, so after people claimed there was no election interference on behalf of Meta, he comes out and says he felt pressure to do that, which obviously he's going to say that nobody told him to do that, but he felt pressure. So as I was getting at, you think that's okay? What do you think should we do to combat this?
So are you against limiting free speech?
No, of course not. I think free speech should be completely open. I am very happy with what Elon Musk did with X.
No, I said, are you against limiting free speech?
Yes, I'm against limiting free speech.
Okay, so Trump.
But the question is why it's so hard
Can I
because
ask a question?
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
So Trump saying he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which
That's not free speech, in my opinion. That's desecrating America and its values.
So the Supreme Court indicated it was protected by the First Amendment.
Well, they can indicate that, but they could have interpreted wrong, which you guys claim happens all the time. They overturned Roe v. Wade, which you guys claim is wrong.
Freedom of expression.
Freedom of expression
isn't protected by the First Amendment.
I mean, freedom of expression is, but I don't think it's freedom of expression to burn the American flag. I do think people get mad if you burn an LGBTQ flag. I don't understand why people are making so many flags. I don't think people. Should we burn an LGBTQ flag?
No, should that be legal?
Should you go to jail for a year for burning an LGBTQIA flag?
Yeah.
No, but some people.
Why not?
It may get to the point that some people may argue for that.
Manny, why not?
Because that, in my opinion, does fall freedom of expression because it's not. It doesn't stand for America. If you hate America, I don't want you here.
Manny, you understand that this is like akin to saying that like you shouldn't be able to like during the American Revolution, like around that time, like before that you shouldn't be allowed to like say something bad about the British government.
So you think we should overthrow the American government? ?
I'm not arguing that. No.
So then why are you bringing up that analogy?
Again, just to show you that it is the case that you talking out against the government that you think is tyrannical or you disagree with is protected by the First Amendment.
That's freedom of speech,
freedom of expression.
It's freedom of speech.
So Manny, so real quick, so maybe you disagree with it. You think it's desecrating the flag, but you're signing off on making it a felony.
I actually have a perfect question.
Yeah, I do agree. I agree with that. Listen, I'll explain.
I have a perfect question. Should it be illegal to raise the Confederate flag?
It's so hard to say. I don't think it should be illegal, but I think that there are negative connotations. There are negative connotations to doing it, but I don't think it should be illegal.
Oh, okay. So, but that's going against the core foundational principles of the United States, right? The same way burning the American flag is, because they're traitors to this country. They were fighting for slavery. Because they're traitors. They literally were traitors.
I'm actually one of the people that claims that the Confederate flag stands for states' rights, even though they were fighting for wrong things.
States' rights for what?
Yeah, I said fighting for the wrong things, even though it...
States' rights for what? Just be clear.
Many things, but they were pro-slavery, which I disagree with.
States'
I don't think
rights for slavery. That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't agree with slavery. It's reprehensible and it should never happen.
So, okay, again, are they traitors?
Traitors to the
are the Confederates traitors to the Union?
Sure, they seceded from the Union.
Okay, so then isn't that a desecration of American values if you are literally engaging in civil war?
It's not a desecration of the American flag. You're not engaging in civil war.
Yes, it is.
You think people flying the Confederate flag today want to secede from the Union?
I think that is desecrating American values and the American flag more than burning it. Appreciate the DJ glasses. Thank you so much. In protest of, say, people like Robert E. Lee.
American value.
I think it's more of desecration of American values and of the foundational principles of this country than it is for people to burn the American flag in protest of having statues of people like Robert E. Lee that helped back the Confederates.
Can you say what that was again? I need to hear it again.
I think it is more of a desecration against the values and the principles of the United States and the flag and what veterans have fought for in this country to raise a Confederate flag, right, rather than to burn the American flag in protest of there being a statue of Robert E. Lee, right, commemorating a Confederate who was a traitor to this country that fought for slavery.
Did you just say it's more desecrating to America to fly a Confederate flag than to set on fire the American flag, which way more
protest of supporting Confederacy? Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's a crazy statement in my opinion.
Okay, cool.
Okay, that's fair.
How is that crazy? How is that crazy?
Well,
I think it's crazy for you to say that raising a Confederate flag is better. Jessica, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Jessica.
Or worse. I'm not saying better or worse. I would never fly a Confederate flag. I just wouldn't do it. What I'm saying is many more people, because I don't really care enough to fly one.
You don't care enough?
Because I don't want to fly a Confederate flag.
Or maybe like you disagree?
I disagree with slavery. However, I do think it's within somebody's right to fly one. I don't think it's in with somebody's right to burn the American flag.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think is ridiculous.
You can think it's ridiculous, but so what?
Yeah, so again, you think that it is the case that putting up the Confederate flag is not a desecration of the foundational principles of the American flag?
Well, no, because people can have certain beliefs as protected under the First Amendment, but that's freedom of expression. I don't think freedom of expression, just like freedom of speech, there's limits on freedom of speech, such as hate speech. We should also have limits on freedom of expression, such as burning the American flag.
Appreciate the super. Thank you so much. So again, so you think that's not protected by the First Amendment, burning the American flag, and why is it not protected by the First Amendment?
Just like anything, it's up to interpretation. People change things all the time.
So how do you interpret it?
I interpret it as don't burn the American flag. It says freedom of expression, which is freedom to express yourself as you please. But just like freedom of speech doesn't include hate speech in the First Amendment. It doesn't say anything about hate speech.
It actually literally does.
Recite it to me at this moment.
Push the meerkat.
Congress shall make no law establishing, respecting the establishment of a religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, going off there, or abridging the freedom of speech. But you can have all of the hate speech that you want. The government can't charge you with a crime for it. Now, if you do something that is a crime that is motivated by hate, they can enhance a crime, but that they can't. If you were to go and scream the N-word on the corner of a street, they can't charge you with a crime for that.
Desta, thank you for the $1.84. Thank you so much.
So going back to what I said, it didn't have any limits, like you said. Freedom of speech, it says freedom of speech.
No, there absolutely is limitations on speech, but there has to be a compelling government.
So they interpreted that as what you're saying.
Yes, there has always been limits on speech, but there has to be a compelling government interest, and the limitation has to be as narrowly tailored as possible to achieve that government interest.
So I got a question real quick. Do you think there can be limits on freedom of speech?
I literally just gave you the test for it. So, for example, I cannot go and blast music at 150 decibels outside your house at 2 a.m. There's a government interest in restricting that. What's the government interest in me burning my own flag that I purchased with my own money as a form of expression?
The interest in the government on you burning the American flag?
Yeah. What is the government interest on restricting that?
The government interest is, I don't know, maybe you going against the government?
Oh, you going against the government? Isn't that the same thing as burning the American flag?
Yes,
you going against the government?
What I just said. But let me go back to my question. Freedom. You believe there's limits on freedom of speech? Can there be limits on freedom of expression?
So again, do you, as it relates to certain freedoms, again, like Law just mentioned, there is a public interest in specifically limiting that. What would be the public interest in limiting the burning of flags on someone's own property?
I think it's very dividing.
You think it's dividing? Okay, so we should limit Trump from being president because that's very dividing.
Well, Kamala Harris being president is very dividing. It's obviously going to be dividing when you have...
Exactly. You can say that for anything, right?
Yes, you can say that for anybody.
We don't restrict rights to protect people's feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we don't restrict rights to protect people's feelings. I think that's becoming increasingly not true.
How so?
I mean, we see DEI, we see affirmative action, which did get shot down after many years.
I have a question. Do you support the Senate?
That's not the same. I know what you're going to go into. I know you're going to go to. You're going to say Senate is DEI, but it's not, because it's not about race. It has nothing to do with race.
DEI doesn't have to be about race.
It is, but it is about race.
So what is diversity?
Diversity is having voices from everybody. Now you're going to say, I know.
Okay, so that's not specific to race.
You're extrapolating it way too much.
Is that specific to race?
In terms of how
is equity specific to race? Is inclusion specific to race?
Diversity itself, no. Inclusion itself, no. But DEI, in terms of how we use it today, it is. And I believe...
No, it's not.
Yes,
so
it is.
There's nothing conceptually different. The only difference is who it's specifically allowing to be able to get more of a say. DEI, in terms of the Electoral College, gives more of a say to country folk.
It's meant to even it out. Do you think it... Okay.
To even it out? Oh, okay.
Do you think about it
that's
this way?
diversity, equity, and inclusion. Okay,
But
I'm
it's not
sorry,
the
but that's
same.
DEI. That is literally DEI.
Listen, it's not the same though. Do you think it'd be okay for California and New York to say what the entire nation has to do?
So no, because it's not California and New York that would do that. Everyone's vote's the same.
But you would agree that more people live in city than in the country.
Okay. So then they get to vote. Land doesn't vote, people do.
Exactly. That's the point. But people don't have the same situations, is what I'm saying. People who live in the country are going to have different opinions than people who live in the city, and they don't really understand each other quite well.
So why do you want so again, tell me what are the conditions of DEI?
The conditions of DEI in our society today. What define conditions as in how we use it, or as in like the definition, like what we were just talking about?
What are the necessary characteristics for diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay, as it relates to in our society today,
can it be in terms of gender?
Some companies do that in terms of gender. Some companies do it in terms of race.
So it's not just race.
Some companies do it in both.
So DEI is not just race.
Yes, it's not just race, but as I was saying,
is not
it's
just
not
race.
the same.
Then why can't it be applicable to the Electoral College?
Because it's not the same. It has nothing to do with about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Has nothing.
So diversity for rural folk, equity for rural folk, and inclusion of rural folk. Definitely not DEI.
It's about evening it out, but it's different because
that's DEI.
The Senate represents everybody.
It's about evening it out,
regardless of race and ethnicity. It's supposed to support everybody. The Senate supports everybody. Where do you go?
What were you saying, Manny?
I said the Senate represents everybody in the nation. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, everybody, men, women.
But it represents more of Wyoming than it represents for each Wyoming person who's in Wyoming comparative to each person who's in California. So my vote is worth way less than someone who lives in Wyoming. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. And basically, the entirety of the country is subject to swing states. I would rather all of our votes be equal than it being subject to who's living in one fucking random ass state.
Let's talk about this. So who's going to represent Wyoming and Kansas if you're running the country that way? Because what's going to happen is the politicians...
people who live in the...
Listen. Hold up. Let me explain myself real quick. Because when politicians are running for office, they're never going to visit those places. And they're only going to visit California and New York in the big states because that's where the votes are.
Okay, right now they only visit swing states. Almost only visit swing states. Yes, they're not going to visit California and then where a majority of the people are. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
Then what's going to happen?
They're too busy shifting all their policy to what the fuck is happening in Pennsylvania or what's happening in North Carolina or what's happening in Arizona or what's happening in Nevada, not where most of the people are.
Obviously,
you want land to vote, not people.
Not exactly. I think that all land should have an equal say. That's why the Senate exists. But that's not, you're going to say,
so you support DEI. No, yeah, exactly. You support DEI when it benefits country folk and white people, but whenever it benefits women who are black,
as I said
right,
before,
it is the case that you don't support it.
You don't think any black people live in Kansas or Wyoming?
You understand that we're talking about DEI being applicable to, like, say, individuals, right, who are black or individuals who are women, right? Because it is the case that we want to extend diversity, equity, and inclusion for those groups that have been historically disadvantaged. Whereas if you're specifically referencing literally country folk, they haven't been historically disadvantaged in this type of way. White people haven't been historically disadvantaged for being white. So why is it the case that we need DEI for the Senate, but we don't need DEI for groups and communities that have been historically disadvantaged and not allowed to be in these positions of power?
Because the Senate represents everybody, and everything should be based off of a meritocracy and not.
It does not represent everybody. It represents people in smaller states more than it represents people in larger states. I have less of a say because I live in California.
You're looking at it too individualistically. It's looking at it as states as a whole.
That's the only way to look at it.
Is it?
Yes. Me and you are both individuals. Okay?
Yes.
Why should your vote be worth more than mine?
Because when you're looking at the grand scheme of things, all the people, as I said before, if you live in California or New York, all the politicians...
Okay, we're people. Why do we deserve less of a say than you as a person?
If we have an electoral college, you can move somewhere else and then your vote would matter more. Just do that.
Oh, okay, so just move? Are you serious? Just move? Jesus Christ, I shouldn't have to move to a different state for my vote to fucking matter. I should not have to move to another state for my vote to matter.
Your vote still matters.
I'm talking matter to the same degree, dude.
If you're saying swing states, that's where all politicians are visiting because that's the states that matter and where problems are happening.
Wait, problems don't happen in California?
Okay, you're extrapolating it too much. Obviously, problems happen in California. Actually, they have a lot of problems being run by Democrats all the time.
Oh, you're funny. Name one problem caused by a Democrat.
Oh, I don't know. Border and how many illegal immigrants
Border,
are there.
so you mean Trump undermining the border
Why do
bill?
you think people are flocking out of California right now?
Wait, so Trump undermining the border bill?
We already talked about this.
Nicholas, thank you for the $150 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Nicholas in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $150 on Cash App. Let's get some W's for Nicholas in the comment section. At least 300 W's. Thank you so much.
If Democrats have been doing so good running California, why are people leaving in flocks?
Okay, so you understand that prices are high in terms of housing because so many people want to live in there? So many people want to live there. That's why. So why do so many more people want to live in Los Angeles than want to live in other red states?
Then why is there a housing shortage?
So again, the housing shortage is because there is the case that people want to live in this area. There's not enough houses to compensate for people wanting to live in that area because there's a limit to how many they can buy, or how many they can build in terms of the different regions that exist, right? There's already places built in that land and people want to live in like the city. So there's some zoning registration or regulations I think that could be addressed in terms of building and allowing for more apartments that would specifically allow for more capacity in terms of living. Rather than just restricting it to single family homes.
Do you think it's a good policy to tax every mile you drive?
I think it's $2. I'm not necessarily advocating for that.
Okay, so you're against it if you're not advocating for it, or are you just neutral on it?
So like it could be more like reliable in the future. I don't think it's something to advocate for now though. Because that would be totally dependent upon like us trying to meet some particular carbon goal. Because like the costs associated with not doing it would be greater than like the benefits.
So why is California putting
Tracy, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Tracy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we talk about like Harris?
Oh yeah.
Love to talk about California, but it's just irrelevant.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
And you're just using that to divert away from like the whole DEI being applicable to the Senate.
Okay, we already talked about that. We're not going to agree on it. Let's talk about Harris herself.
It meets all your criteria. You just don't want to accept it.
Who meets all my criteria?
Yeah, it meets diversity, equity, and inclusion. You just are like, nuh-uh, as your argument. So like, I just like, obviously there's going to be no movement on that.
As it relates to states. But I don't agree with it on terms of running corporations.
So he disagrees with DEI as it relates to helping disadvantaged communities, right? But he agrees with DEI when it means helping people who are in the country and helping people who are white. You know what I mean?
It has nothing to do with white people.
Help Republicans. Electoral College, help Republicans. DEI for Republicans, but no DEI for women. No DEI for people who are black. No DEI for Indigenous Americans. Only DEI for small states.
Let's get
for white people.
Real quick. It has nothing to do with white people. I don't care what race you are. Many people of color live in those electoral states that are being represented as well.
Big cities are more diverse. Do you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. You just conceded.
No, I'm not conceding that.
Rural areas have less diversity.
And you can say that with full...
So you want less diverse areas to have more of a say? So more majority white areas you want to have a say than more diverse areas. Okay.
No,
that's
they have an equal say. That's why every state has 2 senators.
No, that's not an equal say. That's not an equal say. An equal say is each vote's the same. Okay, so you literally want white people to have more of a say.
Do you see the problem with that? I don't want white people to have more of a say. I want everybody to have a say.
That's literally what the Electoral College does. It's DEI for white people. I'm not trolling. I'm literally not trolling.
No, it's not, bro.
You and Charlie Kirk just say, nuh-uh, it has to be on race. Like, you guys make this.
It's not about race.
Oh, if it's not about race, then it's DEI.
The Electoral College is not about race. It's about representing states.
No,
rights.
What I'm saying is that you're saying DEI is only race. And that's not what DEI is.
When most people talk about DEI, nobody's talking about the Electoral College. Everybody's talking about how it relates to corporations and companies. Yes. That it's all about race. Why is it put in place?
What does DEI stand for?
Oh my Lord. That's like
diversity, equity, and inclusion. Does diversity, equity, and inclusion not apply to rural communities versus bigger cities or bigger states versus smaller states?
As I said, you can say it relates, but it's not the same. Because we're talking about individuals.
Yeah, so I agree. It's not DEI.
We're talking about individuals versus states.
So here's the point. You're saying you are okay with DEI as it relates to the Electoral College and as it relates to the Senate, but you're against DEI when it relates to women or people who are black.
As I said, it's about meritocracy.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
It's not about meritocracy as it relates to the Electoral College or the Senate.
It's about meritocracy.
That's not meritocracy.
Whoever is most qualified for the job.
So again, when
I
you
don't
say,
care what race you are. It should be who is most qualified for the job.
okay, if it should be who's most qualified for the job, here's the Lucy, thank you so much, then why'd you vote for Donald Trump? He's clearly not the most qualified.
He's not?
Yeah.
Would you? Harris has the most experience.
And also, do you think that Kamala isn't the most qualified?
You can say that she has more governmental positions, but it doesn't mean she has good experience.
Who has more qualifications, Kamala Harris or Donald J. Trump?
If there's more than just qualifications, she has more governmental positions held, which you would say that she has more qualifications, but doesn't mean
so she has more qualifications. So why are we acting like having a huge amount of money isn't DEI for Trump?
You're looking at it too.
Because the only reason he's in this position is because he has money. If Trump didn't have that $400 million inheritance from his dad, he wouldn't be here today.
$1 million loan.
He wouldn't be here today. So he didn't do it based upon what he did. He did it based upon what he inherited.
I'm sorry, what's his net worth?
So again, I don't know, but I think it's in the billion.
It's 8 billion. It's 8 billion.
That's
You tried
totally
turning
false.
$400 million.
Where'd you get that source from? Wait, what's the source?
I don't have a source. I mean, I looked it up on Google the other day, but
So do you want me to find this first source on Google?
Sure. It may have gone down since it might be 6, but it's in the billions. So you tried turning
Trump net worth just from Google, 3.72 billion.
Okay.
So did you know that if I got 400 million right now and I put it into the S&P 500, by the time that I was Trump's age, it would be $9.8 billion.
So do you think he put all his money in the S&P 500?
No, the investments he put it in did worse. Percy Confetti.
They did worse.
Yeah.
Okay. He's a billionaire. Do you think he's a good businessman?
No. Name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
Bankruptcy is more about shifting assets than it is about...
Name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
Donald Trump.
I'm saying other than Donald Trump because you're assuming he's good.
I don't know any.
Okay.
Okay. What's your point?
That was the point.
Yeah, he has 6
bankruptcies. You say he's a good businessman, but I don't know any good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies. That's pretty uncommon.
How much is he worth right now?
Where's the boxing glove? Thank you so much. I said 3.72 billion.
Sounds like
How much did he inherit from his dad?
He inherited 400, but his dad gave him a $1 million.
400 what?
The 400 million was
400 what? 400 what though? Wait, so answer the question. 400 what?
$1 million.
Oh, okay. So if you inherited $400 million, you're saying that you wouldn't be a billionaire?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not. When did I say I was a bad businessman? I never said that.
Well, if you just put your money in the S&P 500, you would have made more money than Trump.
Maybe.
Okay, so then how is he a good businessman if he did worse than an index fund?
You're looking at everything with hindsight 2020. Nobody could have known back then that the S&P 500 was going to be that big.
Okay, so you understand that the S&P 500
I know what it is.
Gained before Trump, right? And it gained at a specific rate before Trump that you could have predicted to do this?
Well, maybe he wanted more than just to put his money in the S&P 500.
Okay, but he clearly made less.
Yes, he made less.
Not that good of a businessman, huh?
Okay, that's like me starting a company and then saying that was stupid because I could have put that money in the S&P 500. So are you trying to not incentivize people to create small businesses and only put their money in the S&P 500 and the big companies?
If you're talking about how good of a businessman you are, how else are you going to identify that based upon other than based upon ROI or like other types of characteristics like that? Like, how do you determine what a better businessman is?
I said good businessman. I never said best. Just because somebody doesn't have the best ROI possible doesn't mean that they're not a good businessman.
If they don't have a better ROI than an index fund, I don't think they're a very good businessman.
Dude, an index fund is an entire collection of companies. You're expecting one person to have a better ROI than an entire the economy?
Okay, then why would you go into business? Why wouldn't you just put your money into that? If your whole goal is to make, if your whole goal is to make money, if his whole goal is to make money, why wouldn't he put it in the investment that would make him more money?
Because Maybe he wanted to create his own business and create his own network. People
Okay.
have different
Is Mark
reasons.
Cuban a better businessman than Donald Trump?
I mean, in my opinion, I don't know too much other than that he owns the Mavericks. He did a good job turning around the Mavericks. They were pretty bad before he got in there. But
Yeah, so his net worth is 7.7 billion, Trump's is 3.7, and he didn't inherit $400 million from his daddy. Okay, so he's a better businessman, right? Way better businessman. So who does he say should be president of the United States?
I'm not saying, as I said earlier, more than
Shelby,
it's more
think
than
of
just
$2. Thank you.
qualification. As I said earlier, it's more than just qualification and more than just business. There's
Okay, so what is
collection of
it?
things. America first.
America first?
That's not the sole reason, because anybody could say they're America first. There's a lot of complex nuances that go into
If
this.
he's America first, I have a question. If he's so America first, why did he believe Putin over U.S. intelligence? Do you want me to give you the example? Putin said that he did not interfere in the election, that Russia did not interfere. That was proven to be true, and U.S. intelligence indicated that. So why did he believe Putin over U.S. intelligence if it's America first?
Because he believed that U.S. intelligence was stacked against him.
Oh, okay. So not America first, Russia first, Putin first,
American people first.
Really, that's not what it did. So he picked, again, over U.S. intelligence. He picked Russian intelligence.
Do you think?
And they were lying, by the way.
Do you think that the CIA killed JFK?
I don't have any evidence of that.
You don't have any evidence. So you think that the government agencies are completely incorruptible and that they're completely fine and that we should trust them in every step?
No, so I think sometimes we could indicate that they're wrong, right? But again, it's not America first to trust Russian intelligence and Putin over U.S. intelligence. Like, that's just not America first.
You agree with the double digits amount of coups that we've conducted on other countries from the CIA? Oh, so they can be wrong, like a lot.
I'm not totally 100% America first, but he's America first. So if he's totally 100% America first, well, then how is this America first?
That's a very hard question to ask because that's very loaded. You can be America first without setting up coups in other countries.
That's not what he's advocating for. I said he believed Putin over U.S. intelligence. Is that America first?
I mean, it depends on the context of the situation. The intelligence is
so
wrong.
tell me, is that, it was right, by the way, the intelligence was right. Is that America first?
If the intelligence was right and he disagreed, it would not be America first. But if the intelligence
so he
was
disagreed
wrong,
with it and the intelligence was right. The intelligence was right that Russia interfered. So he's not America first.
Well, what if he
Bree,
had
thank you for
belief
the
that they were
$5.
wrong?
Thank you so
Well,
much.
what if he had belief that that they were wrong?
So again, not America first. You disagreed that if it is the case that if it is right and he does not believe U.S. intelligence, that it's not America first. So I just showed you how Trump was not America first. Now give me one instance of Kamala Harris not being America first.
Being the border czar?
Okay, so she wasn't the border czar.
Yeah, she was.
What constitutional or statutory authority did she have as the quote unquote border czar?
There's no real you mean authority is in title or like what power is given to her?
What constitutional or statutory authority does she get from being the quote unquote border czar?
Joe Biden put her in charge of the border. That happened.
In charge of what?
There's no real title or part of government, but in his administration, he put her in charge of the border.
In charge of the border doing what? In charge of what of the border?
Regulating it, being in charge of it. As in terms of
Manny, you just made that up. I'm not trolling, Manny. You just made that up. What she had was diplomatic relations with 3 countries in South and Central America, specifically to raise private funds, which they raised over $5 billion in private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place.
How did that do?
It did good. I just told you she raised over $5 billion.
So why are the numbers the highest they've ever been?
Because of inflation, right, related to COVID-19.
Inflation,
and because of the Title 42 backlog.
Inflation is why people are jumping over the border?
So yes, inflation leads to people coming here because it reduces the likelihood of people being better off socioeconomically there. That's why they had private funds to build up those places. Because if they build them up and make the socioeconomic status better of those countries, it reduces the likelihood of people wanting to come here.
But how are we letting them in, though?
What do you mean by letting them in? Right? The policy. What was the policy change that you think let them in?
They stopped construction on the border wall.
How much of the new border wall did we build?
a court base since Joe Biden took office.
Under Trump,
I think it was over 600 miles.
No. So
What was
it was like, I think 52 miles of new wall. So 3.7%.
I believe it was more of that, but 3.7% is better than 0%.
Okay, wait. So you think 3.7% is good?
I didn't say it was the best or good, but it's better than 0.
Is it good though? So how was that the effect? Wait, I have a question. So why were there less people coming to the country under the Obama administration? When there was no border wall like that to that degree, it was 0%.
There was probably less people coming in because of, I mean, a lot of that has to do with situation, as you said. Like, what?
Now you're saying it's external factors. Hilarious.
It has a combination of internal and external factors. If you're just inviting people in, then they're going to come.
So she said, "Do not come."
Yeah, and they came. So.
Oh, okay. So then, what did she do that caused that?
She literally is inviting them in by literally putting them in luxury hotels.
By saying, "Don't come here." Wait. What federal policy puts them in luxury hotels?
There's no federal policy, but they've been doing that. Cities, sanctuary. They're literally called sanctuary in cities. That sounds like inviting people
this guy said they're inviting them in. But what policy do they do? Nothing.
Why do they call them sanctuary cities? That sounds pretty inviting to me.
That's not the federal government, Manny. I'm asking you what Kamala Harris did, genius.
What she did, she also supports that and invites that, and it's very loudly.
She didn't. She said, "Do not come."
Okay, she said that, but what has she done is the real thing. And she's clearly been helping them.
She supports the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump put a stop to in the House, which includes border wall funding, which doesn't fix our biggest issue, asylum, among a lot of other things.
We already talked about this, how it related to Ukraine and Israel and sending money.
I understand that, but that's her official stance, is she wants to pass that bill. So how is that opening the border or supporting any policies that it's allowing more people
Because she's claiming she wants to pass that bill to send money to the border so she can also send money to Ukraine and Israel. And because she knew that they weren't going to be in support of it. No, because she knew that they weren't going to be supportive of it. She gets the claim that she's supportive of it because they weren't going to be supporting of it. And it makes her look good and everybody else look bad. That's why she supported that border bill when she knew that they weren't going to let it fly.
Yeah. The funding's already out of the bill, though. So by saying she supports that bill, literally the only thing she is supporting are the border policies within that bill.
When did they take the other funding out of the bill?
So the bill was a standalone.
I need to go pee. I'll be back.
Yeah, no problem. The bill was a standalone bill on its own. So it was a standalone bill. Now, in order to get it passed, they attached it to House Resolution 815, which was an emergency appropriations. The bill still on its own is a standalone bill. The amendment that was attempted to be added to HR 815 was a conglomeration of multiple policies. But the funding already passed. So now all that's left is the border provision.
Okay. So when Trump came out not supportive of the bill, was that before or after?
It was when the amendment process was going on. The amendment was attached in the Senate. Once the bill as amended went back over to the House, they stripped out the border provisions.
So it was in the process.
That was due to Trump's influence, yes.
So in the process, so it was when things were still standalone with the bill, where things were still in it. So he said that when it was still in the process, which means that stuff was still included.
The amendment had the Israel funding, the Ukraine funding, Taiwan funding, and the border provisions. They stripped out the border provisions and the Taiwan funding.
So he said that before they stripped it out.
He told them to strip it out.
Okay.
So, but the point is that Kamala supports that bill, which has all of those things that we discussed.
Yes.
And so how is that advocating for open borders or increased migration when she's supporting the bill that is attempting to stymie all of that?
Well, because a lot of that also has to do with she supported the bill, as I said, because it included a lot of other things, and they knew they weren't going to let it fly. Now let's talk about this. She wants to.
Well, you can't gloss over that. There's literally nothing in the bill. No, you can't just talk past that. There's literally nothing in the bill now other than the border.
Now there isn't. Is she still openly supportive of that? She says that because Donald Trump already.
$10.
She said that because he already said that about the bill, and now she gets to claim that she's pro-border. Now she gets to claim that because she said she supported the bill when it had that stuff in it.
So why did Trump want her to be able to do that? And instead of doing that, why didn't he just specifically support the border bill?
Want her to? What do you mean want her to do that?
Again, so you're saying that like it would have made him look worse to not do it because then she can use it against him. So then why didn't he specifically support the border bill?
Because there was other stuff in the border bill when he was taught.
The solo border bill. What was in the solo border bill he disagreed with?
The solo border bill was after this was said.
Yeah, no, that's not the timeline.
Okay, but adding on to the border, why does she not support ICE? She's been very out talking about deporting illegals.
Why do you call people illegals?
Because they crossed the border illegally.
So they did something illegal?
Yeah,
that's why. Why do you want an illegal as president? Because he has 34 felonies he's been convicted of. So why do you want an illegal as president?
Illegal immigrant crossing the border.
Yeah, why do you want illegals that are committing violent crimes to be president of the United States?
Because I disagree with his felonies, and I believe that everything was politically motivated, and they put it inside of courts that were politically motivated judges in democratic areas. That's why.
Oh, really? So
not just where the crimes occurred. It was.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about the crimes. I'm talking about where they had the trials.
The trials happened where the crime occurred. The Southern District or the Federal District, or God damn it, the State Court of Manhattan.
Is that a democratic area? Would you not democratic? Is that a liberal area?
Manhattan does have a higher portion of Democratic voters, but it also happens to be where the crime was committed.
Okay. Do you think that had a role in how the trial played out in terms of what people are going to say in the verdict?
Well, I mean, every trial you go through voir dire, where both the prosecution and the defense interview the jurors, and if anybody is indicating any bias, they can be dismissed for cause. So you go to the judge if they indicate any bias. This jury had a 16-page questionnaire that they filled out in order to try to detect any biases, and we do know there was at least one juror on the jury panel that had gotten their news from Truth Social. So they were a follower of Donald Trump's messaging. So the bias can go both ways. And the benefit is always on the defense, because all it takes is just one person. All you need is one person to not agree, and they can't convict you of anything.
It was definitely a trial that was geared towards political. Okay, let me reword that. It was politically motivated. I'll just say that.
And also, let me clarify. It had to be. So to clarify, also law, it had to be unanimous in the felonies case, but it doesn't have to be unanimous in the sexual abuse or defamation one.
No. Civil courts don't have to be unanimous. It did happen to be unanimous in the in the E. Jean Carroll case, all 9 jurors, but you only need 6 out of 9 in New York to reach a liability finding.
Good. Everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 8 million likes, everyone. Let's do another little thing. I think we can get to 10 million today. I think we have another hour or so at least left on the live, y'all. Probably go until 12. Go until.
What do you think about? They're eating the dogs and the cats.
Yo, Gavin, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think he's crazy. He's delusional, and you shouldn't vote for him. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Everybody, there is 8.5 thousand people here. You guys did awesome work getting us to 7.2 million. Literally, if every one of you filled up that bar, that little pink bar, we would be at 8 million, which would be a next great step. Now, we do know that there are some MAGAs that are hate watching. Oh, that's awesome. We do know there's some MAGAs that are hate watching, and they're not going to tap the screen. So if you guys want to be like a nice blue state and help subsidize the red states, you can also fill up the bar once for a MAGA.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? It's actually, you should start saying that from now on. That's actually what we should do. That's so funny, dude. You know what's up? How old are you?
I'm 57.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Because I can answer a question that Kamala can't answer. I was better off 3.5 years ago.
During COVID?
Also, 3.5 years ago?
Well, when Trump was president, yeah, I was better off.
Oh, okay. So you mean during COVID when there was 7.8% unemployment?
Okay.
Also, I just want to let you know, 3.5 years ago, I'm pretty sure Biden was president.
Well, okay, you know what I meant. 2016 to 2019, my life was way better under Donald Trump, okay? I got to spell it out for you.
Who was president in 2016?
You don't know?
Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, who was president? Yeah.
You don't know, do you?
Who was president in 2016?
Donald Trump.
No.
I mean,
it was Obama.
No. No, listen. I said under Donald Trump's term how many times?
So when did Donald Trump's term begin? What year?
January 2017.
Okay. Well, I mean, you said everything was great in 2016. So,
Okay.
I mean, that sounds like that Trump inherited a pretty good economy then if everything was great in 2016.
I meant November of 2016. It was great.
Yep. So good. Yep. Trump was handed a gem.
Yeah, sure he was.
The Greek, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Yep. Super
Okay.
easy. Appreciate it. And what did he hand Biden? 7.8% unemployment. A global pandemic.
A global pandemic that was started by the Democrats.
Oh, hot take.
Oh, there we go. How did that happen? How did they start it?
Chain of function with Dr. Fauci.
You said chain of function?
Yeah, but listen.
I've never heard of chain of
Listen,
function.
you don't think
so close.
Listen, you don't think you two are the biggest assholes on the planet. Go by. Good luck.
Wait. Why so?
Oh, it hurt my feelings.
Bill, I'm serious. Like, why do you think that? I'm not trying to be rude. I just think what you said was a little ridiculous.
Okay, well, it's 1:50 in the morning where I'm at. I'm a little tired. Excuse me.
It's fine. Don't worry. Appreciate the hand.
Yeah. All right.
I don't mean it negatively.
Now, do you want to have an honest discussion or you want to keep dicking around?
Honest discussion.
Okay. So, when Donald Trump was president, things were much better. It ain't just me saying it. It's millions and millions of people.
Okay, so can you name one policy he influenced to get passed that you like?
One policy he influenced. Well, there is one that never gets brought up. But how about the right to try bill? I know you're probably going to say it ain't no big deal, but it is a big deal to people who are terminally ill.
Yeah, hey, Bill, I agree with that. Actually, one of my friends was at the bill signing for there. He was saved because of experimental procedures. And I think it was a good thing that Donald Trump signed that. But are you able to indicate any statements prior to signing that bill that Donald Trump made trying to get that bill passed?
Statements from Donald Trump?
Well, right. So you're giving him credit for the bill passing. And it did pass the House and it passed the Senate. It was a bipartisan bill. But I have been unable to find any time prior to the bill hitting his desk that he advocated for it.
Base.
Okay, well, I don't remember any one thing he said, but I do remember him saying it a few times. How he was glad that they were able to do it and that it helped people out. So, I mean, even when he does something good, you guys got to question things. It's remarkable.
Well, no,
Really,
Bill. I mean,
really
I'm giving him
remarkable.
full credit for signing it, and I think it's a good policy.
But then you turn around and say, "Oh, what did he say before that?"
Well, but Bill, I think it matters when a president uses their pulpit, the bully pulpit, when they're actually advocating for policies and they're trying to push things through. Now, I can point to 100 times when Obama.
Also, I did say something in specific. I said like, name something that Trump influenced to get passed.
Yeah. Well, I can name 100 times when Trump talked about repealing and replacing Obamacare. I can name 100 times when he said that he's going to build the wall and Mexico is going to pay for it. I can't find a single instance of him actually advocating for the passage of that bill.
Okay.
Dexter, thank you for the $3. Thank you.
Do
you know what Trump's healthcare policy is?
What his healthcare policy is?
Yeah.
Not particularly, but I have healthcare, so.
Only there is Trump.
Okay, so Trump doesn't know either, so you guys know just the same. He's got concepts for a plan.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Trump's got concepts for a plan.
Yeah, okay. You guys are unbelievable. I'm a union guy too, and I get a lot of shit from my union people because, well, not anymore, because there's a lot of union people that are voting for Trump now.
Oh, he got removed for community guidelines.
Oh.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only sending guys requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 8 million likes, everyone. We're so close.
Good night, Bill. I hope you have a great night's sleep.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Bridge the Corgi, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Also, follow me here if you haven't already. This is like my live account. My other account gets less push for some reason, even though it has almost 5 to 6 times the followers. It's really weird.
TikTok's crazy that way.
I know.
Guys, you're
right?
at 7.7. You guys are doing your digital cardio. I appreciate that. Keep it up. Let's get to 8.
I appreciate all the hat mustaches. Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh, Bree, thank you for the $10. I'm sorry I missed that one. Thank you so much. I will put that to good use, helping people in need.
Okay, let me get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Oh,
we are just
man.
looking for some debates.
Thank you so much. That dinosaur's awesome. I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I'm not. I was trying to click. You can close me out.
You're good, don't worry.
Gilly W, thank you for tapping.
Thank you for tapping. Thank you for tapping. Let's get this next person up here. Do give it a second, everyone. I apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Oh, we might have an evil Parker on our hands.
Evil twin.
Wait.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No, I'm sorry.
Yo, W Parker? W Parker? Can we get some W Parkers in the chat?
Ever present W Parker. Thank you.
W Parker?
B's asking what charity do I donate to? Yeah, so this kind of happened organically. I don't donate to a charity. I'm a public defender, and very frequently I represent like unhoused people who are brought in on really BS charges. So I started using donations to pay off their booking fees, which is every time you get arrested, you get a $25 booking fee, even if you're found not guilty, or if they drop the charges, you still have to pay the booking fee. So I've been using it to pay those off for anybody who I come across, just because I don't think people should be criminalized for being homeless and having to pay a fee, even if their charges are dropped. But then through your guys' generosity, I've been able to pay off some fines and things for people like that, disabled veterans and other people who have been facing some injustice in the system. So if you want to contribute, I promise I will put it to good use, and I've got some videos up on my page showing how it helps. Thank you, guys. Mason, good to see you.
Yeah, are you voting Trump, Mason?
Fucking right.
Okay. Are you? Why so? Hello? Okay. Nice, dude. That was a nice response. Incredible, honestly.
I'm convinced now. E's asking how you contribute. I've got a link on my page. It's kind of like a little link tree thing. It's got both the Venmo and Cash App on it. So if you click my profile, click the link on the bottom, you will get it.
Are you voting? You're not voting
I
Trump?
just had one question. I just had one question up here.
I'm sorry. I really apologize. I always kick people who just ask questions. I apologize. You can ask me in the Discord. I do look at the Discord sometimes. I actually might pull up the Discord right now. So if you at me in the Discord, I will respond to your question.
Hey, there's 8 million. Great job, everybody. 8
Yo,
million.
W 8 million. That's actually insane. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. That's actually the most I've ever had. This is number one, chat. Number one TikTok live in terms of likes. So I really appreciate everyone. Y'all are fucking amazing. That's so crazy. That's actually insane. Y'all have no clue how many. It literally took 8 million taps. Hope you know this live. 8 million taps.
That's insane. That's at least how many Kamala is going to win by. That's one vote is one
right?
American. Thank you guys. W chats. Let's see 1,000 W chats in the comments.
Yo, it's a pal to you. Hello? Yeah, 8 million taps is insane, y'all. I just hope y'all know that's like so incredibly insane. I never knew a live could be so huge. So this is like still insane. So yeah, yo, it's a pal to you. Hello?
Oh shit.
Oh, they didn't.
All right,
they didn't
Melanie.
use it.
Thanks.
Thank you for tapping. Molly, appreciate the $5.
It sucks, but I'm happy. Every time I hear it, it's like, oh crap. It just means they were tapping, which I appreciate.
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you.
But everybody, if you're in the box right now, or even if you're not in the box, you might want to check and see if you accidentally
clicked on it. Yo, it's a pal. Gerard, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I said, come on, Chad, 80 million. Tap all 10 fingers and toes. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. 80 million is not possible.
Emily, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Macy, 15. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Dexter, $3. I appreciate you. Trey, $7.33. That's interesting. Please ask guests what a national security advisor is. Why they lie. Okay. Cass, thank you so much. 15. Jessica, 25. That's one booking fee. Thank you. I appreciate you. And Sean, $10. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
Molly, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, Erox, are you voting Trump? Okay, great. Parker, stay till 10 million. I probably will. Because I really want to try to get to there. I think we're gonna get there before I end anyway. So I plan to be on for another hour. Chat.
I'll stick with you. 10 million. We can do it.
Yeah, we can definitely do it. That's so crazy. 10 million is so insane. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Molly, thank you for the $5. If you guys are voting for Trump, we will be nice. Everybody's saying 2v1, but if you notice, like we tag team. It's like it's only one at a time. I'll jump in on most legal stuff, border stuff, maybe some policy related abortion stuff. Parker usually handles all the economy stuff. I let him nerd out on that shit. That's way above my pay grade. But yeah, we're here for conversations and. I'm excited to be convinced. So come up and convince me.
Yeah, yo, what's up, Howdy? Oh, they left. Kimberly, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Kimberly. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Everyone, keep tapping that screen. Let's run it to 10 million likes, everyone. We're so close. Kiki, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Congrats, Parker. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up, Howdy? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of like split right now. Like, I don't know.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. How old are you?
20.
For sure. Parker, thank you for the $1. Are you? Why are you voting Trump?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I said I'm split. Like, I don't know which one to choose. So, like, I honestly, I'm a little bit shocked. I didn't think I was gonna get picked to go on the live, but
Yeah. Michael, I typically just get people who are voting for Trump, but I'll let you ask one question here real quick. And then also I would just recommend just like watch the lives, and I think that it'll probably just convince you, to be totally honest.
Yeah, I think I'm like more leaning towards Trump right now because like I feel like Kamala Harris has been saying all these things that she wants to do,
But like, why didn't she do that for the past 3.5 years? You know what I mean?
Okay. So she actually did expand on a lot of these things. She had the largest investment in renewable energy ever to help fight climate change. A $35 cap on insulin specifically for seniors, which is like fighting to make it so that healthcare is more accessible to people in need. Which she wants to do for everyone, and wants to cap out-of-pocket expenses related to pharmaceuticals at $2,000 a year. So that's what she's advocating for. Now, do you think that like any of that was good?
No, yeah, no, I do think that was good.
Okay, so she did do a lot, even as vice president, because actually she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president.
Yeah, no. Like I said, like I'm pretty split right now. I just didn't know. I don't know who you're trying to get on here, so I guess I'm not really fit to
Sure.
talk.
Could I ask you like one question? Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Yeah, probably not.
Okay, so yeah, Trump has been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman unanimously by a jury of 9 people when the decision did not have to be unanimous. Just look up Trump liable essay and then go to AP News and you could read about it specifically.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, for sure. See ya.
I see.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen, everyone. 8.5 million. We're so close to 10 million, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yep.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Well, everything was cheaper when he was president, so.
Okay, so how did he cause that?
I don't know. Everything was just cheaper when he was president, so I'm getting to the age where I buy for everything, and I just want shit to be cheaper.
Okay, so you understand with either president, it's not going to be cheaper, and Donald Trump's actually advocating for tariffs, which will make it more expensive. He wants a 10 to 20% tariff on every good coming into the country, which would cause inflation. Whereas the Kamala Harris administration is not advocating for those types of universal tariffs.
But can you explain how like it was cheaper for Trump than it got more expensive in the last 4 years? Like, just explain that for me.
Wait, say that one more time.
So everything for Trump was cheaper than when Harris and Biden got in presidency. Like, it got more expensive. So can you explain how it got more expensive?
Yeah, so there was inflation around the entire world: Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
So with Kamala being president for the next 4 years, do you expect prices to go back down?
So I don't expect prices to go down necessarily for overall. I expect it to like prices to stabilize and inflation to stay between like 1% and 3%.
Okay, yeah.
And wages and take-home pay will increase to offset the differential.
I'm just going into like the blue collar force, and I just want to be a homeowner one day, and like as you know as well, like house prices are crazy and like buying land and whatever. So I'm just trying to get like the cheapest like possible land I can. Like, I know it was a lot cheaper for when Trump was in presidency and not the last 4 years.
Well, yeah, and what's interesting is Trump actually Trump's HUD repealed a restriction. It used to be that in order for a corporation to purchase a home or purchase land for development, it had to be open to private individuals. So for single-family households and residences, condos, it had to be open for for private individuals for either 30 or 45 days. I can't remember how long before they could make a bid. Now, once HUD removed that restriction, now we're seeing corporations come in and make offers above asking because they want to rent them out for Airbnbs or turn them into rental properties. And they make money hand over fist on rental properties because they have all of their maintenance people on staff already. They're already collecting a paycheck. They just send them out there to take care of anything. That has made the housing home values skyrocket. Now, something good about Kamala Harris's plan that I like is for first-time home buyers. She wants to institute a $25,000 credit, and she's also implementing policies to incentivize the building of affordable homes. So right now, the average home price for a new home construction is like $600,000 to $800,000. She wants to get it down to things like probably you could afford for a first-time home. Somewhere in the $150,000, $250,000, $300,000 range. And that $25,000 bonus would be enough to just cover your down payment through FHA, and now you're actually just paying your mortgage and not paying all this rent.
Okay, so you expect me, so like my down payment's covered for my few months for rent to get a house, and will that stay for a while she's president? Like,
Well, I mean, when you have a 10% down payment, and then you don't have to have a mortgage insurance premium like you do have with like an FHA loan. Once you get that 10% down on a $250,000 house, your mortgage would be like in the $800-900 range, depending on interest rate.
okay, that'd be nice, having like cheaper property and a nice house, because I want to be a homeowner one day, and I just things are way too expensive right now, as we all know, and it's unaffordable.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, man.
All right.
Yes. Yeah. So, but if we can't blame the Biden-Harris administration, so if we can't blame them, then what specifically makes you think that Trump's a better candidate?
Well, I mean, like I said, like it's my first year voting, and like going in, like in the real world, where like I have to afford everything and buy everything. Like, a couple years ago when Trump was president, like, I was just got my first car, and like buying gas and everything was a lot cheaper. I was trying to like, gain some weight and whatever. And, like everything was just cheaper back then and like affordable. And now it's kind of like one of those things where like, man, like everything's just so much more expensive after the last couple of years.
I get it. But coming from a perspective, like from an outside perspective, this happened globally, and actually it happened to a lesser degree in the United States because of the recovery. Like we had the fastest recovery in the G7.
Okay, yeah, I just want things to get back to like where they were, and like I want the best candidate that can like, bring things down a little bit where I can be more affordable and like have a sustainable life, you know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, but so like what is Trump going to do to make you have a more stable life? Because I just told you that it would make it more expensive if Trump was president.
Well, I don't get how it'd be more expensive when
tariffs. Do you know what tariffs are?
Yeah, like tax on
imports in the country. So it would cause the price of every good to go up that is imported or has some part of the manufacturing process to have been imported.
Okay, so you think Kamala's policy for that is better than Trump's, correct?
Yes, because she's not advocating for as expansive universal tariffs.
Okay, all right. So you think things would be more affordable because she's not adding tariffs?
So, yeah. Like actively, it would like her plan would not cause prices to go up, right, to anywhere near the same degree that the Trump administration would.
So why didn't she get rid of these tariffs while she was vice president?
So she didn't get rid of some of the tariffs. It's not universal ones. Trump's advocating for universal tariffs now.
Okay, and there's no universal tariffs as of now?
So no, they're not like that. She's
So why
advocating
is everything so expensive if there's no universal tariffs?
Because there was global inflation.
Global inflation, all right, and
inflation everywhere around the world.
So when she becomes president, that global inflation will go down.
So I'm not saying her being in office will cause it to go down. I'm saying that she won't actively cause an increase in prices in the United States.
Okay, and if Trump gets elected, then it'll
Trump
go
would,
up.
because he wants to cause tariffs. Now that'd be totally dependent on whether or not Congress would pass it, but it is the case that would be his plan, would be negatively impactful to the economy and would cause price increases.
Okay.
Estimates I've seen range between $1,500 per family to up to $4,000 per family a year.
Oh wow, that's quite a bit of a jump. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then other thing before I go is I saw a thing where Kamala would support giving money to inmates to want to like become transgender. What are your thoughts on that?
Wait, say this again?
So I saw a thing where she wants to like migrant inmates who, that means in jail, like she's going to support them and like give them the money to become like transgender or whatever. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Can you give me a source?
You can just look up on Google like Kamala Harris, like inmate transgender, and it just pops up everywhere. I just saw it on Twitter one day. I just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, just finding something on Twitter wouldn't really be the best source.
Like you can click the link and it's all over Safari, Google, whatever. Like I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I just want to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think if I recall this, and I could be wrong, what she was saying is that if an inmate is actively transitioning, so when they're sent to prison, that they shouldn't be denied the care that they're already receiving. Not that unless it's something medically necessary, not to cover any elective procedures or anything
Yeah, 'cause I don't-
while
I
they're
don't
incarcerated, but to continue hormone replacement therapy that they're already on, because there can be negative consequences for somebody who's actively transitioning for ceasing their treatments.
Okay, I mean that makes sense, but like at the same time, like they're in jail, so like I don't think being in jail should be like they should be receiving like those treatments because they did something like wrong. Like
wait. So should we cut off all medication for inmates? I think that's cruel and unusual punishment.
But like I've been in jail, and I think the legal system's like unright, and like I don't think it should be like I don't know.
So
like
should we stop medication for everyone?
I wouldn't say it's medication, but like she said she's supporting like I don't like all like transgender, like being transgender doesn't mean like being just on medication. Like there's other like surgeries and like other like
wait where can you show the
there's
bill
no way they
of
would
surgery?
cover any elective procedures. There's
well,
absolutely
it just says she
no way they
support
would
like inmates becoming transgender. So I don't know if that meant just medication, just like procedures, hospital bill.
So
like
there's no bill that she supported that gives people access to elective abortions and pays for that. Or elective procedures.
Yeah.
Abortions.
It just said that it just said that she would support like active like inmate becoming transgender, which I thought was kind of like a bit like crazy, like being in jail or whatever. But if it's just medications, that's all right. But I don't know. It's just like
right.
being in jail is just like it's one of those things where like you're like isolated and like away from the world, like you know what I mean. Like I don't know. I don't know.
What's your point though? We wouldn't stop any other type of medication.
But like why would she support that when they've committed crimes and they
wait? Why? So why would you stop other people? Would you stop other people's medication? Because
they're not in jail.
I'm saying if they committed crimes, would you stop their medication?
Well, yeah, they committed illegal crimes, so I think that should be like stopped. Like they did something illegal. Like until they get out, they can get back on it.
Okay, so someone needs insulin.
But that's not like that. That's a need, not a want. A want is to become transgender.
Okay. So, in terms of hormones, like if someone needs hormones,
do they need hormones to survive?
Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much, Cammy. I appreciate it. It can negatively impact their health if they don't get it.
I think they'll be all right.
What do you mean you think they'll be all right?
Like if they don't get their hormones, are they gonna die?
So again, wait. So you're saying I don't care what happens to them as long as they don't die?
No, like they're not
So
going
if
to be
they have detrimental health.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally cruel and unusual. This is the same thing. This is the same thing as saying that somebody who faces severe depression shouldn't get SSRIs in jail because they'll probably be okay if they don't have them. No, that's not what we do. If a doctor determines that something is medically needed to stabilize somebody's condition and stabilize their health,
they medically need hormones to be like healthy. They medically.
To be stable, and that includes mental health.
No, do they medically need hormones to be stable? Do they like absolutely need to be healthy?
So okay, so what do you mean by medically need?
Like do they need hormones to be healthy? Do they absolutely need it?
To be healthy, yes.
So people who become transgender need hormones to be healthy.
Yeah, cutting them off is not beneficial.
So once you start, you can't go back, is what you're saying.
Once you start, cutting off could be detrimental if you're trying to stay on that process.
Like no matter what, like you absolutely need it.
So what do you mean by need?
Like, do they need it to be healthy? Like, do they need it?
I would say yes.
You would say yes? Okay.
Yeah, because it could be detrimental to their health if they don't.
Okay. I mean, if they absolutely need it to be healthy, then like that makes sense. But like, if they don't, like, if it's not like like, okay, if they don't have it, then it's not okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if they don't need it, then like, why give it to them? You know what I'm saying? But
so we shouldn't give Tylenol.
Need it, then
so we shouldn't give Tylenol in prisons.
Well, I've been in jail myself personally for 24 hours, and I didn't need anything.
No, but like if someone would be in a circumstance where Tylenol would help them, we shouldn't give them Tylenol because they're in prison.
I didn't need anything or have anything for a while.
Should we give people Tylenol in prison?
I didn't ask. I didn't need it. It's just one of those things where you just don't ask and it's okay.
Okay. Do you think in a circumstance we should not give anyone Tylenol in prison?
If they are gonna but if they're about to die or like are unhealthy, then they need more than Tylenol. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying no medications?
unless they're gonna like die or like unhealthy. But like if they just like have
Unhealthy. So like when you mean unhealthy, you mean there will be detrimental health impacts.
anything, yeah. Like if they have a headache,
so then this is applicable then. But okay.
but if they have a headache, I'm not gonna give them Tylenol for that. You know what I'm saying? It's jail. It's not like it's paradise. like
saying medication is paradise is crazy.
But like there's like if you have a disease where you need medication for it, yeah, go ahead and have it. But like if you're trying to transgender and you don't need hormones to be healthy, then
what do you mean by need hormones, dude? We already went over this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, do they need hormones to be 100%?
What do you mean by need?
Like to be need as in be healthy. Do they need that to be?
Yes, we already said yes.
Where's like the studies that's proved that? Because
the studies don't matter. The opinion of the jail doesn't matter. It matters what their medical direction is from their physician.
Transgender didn't have.
So if a physician indicates if a physician indicates that it's needed or helpful, should they be able to get access to it?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
But I have my girlfriend's brother who is transitioning into a woman, didn't have estrogen for 2 months in rehab and is perfectly fine.
Okay, so you mean they're a trans woman, right?
Yes, a man becoming a woman.
So sister?
Yes. Well, they're not completely they're not transgender like completely yet. But what I'm saying? Like my girlfriend's brother who is becoming a sister. Yes, is not completely woman yet. But didn't have estrogen for 2 months in rehab. Did not have any estrogen, is completely fine and not unhealthy.
At what point does she become a woman to you?
Well, she had facial surgery she has facial surgery earlier this year.
So you have to do something physically in order to be a woman under your view?
No. She's been taking estrogen for a few years now, but she didn't take it for 2 months in rehab and she's perfectly fine. Didn't have any withdrawals, didn't have any health problems, nothing.
Okay, so does that mean that everyone won't have negative health?
I'm not saying everybody, but it just doesn't make sense how she is okay, but everybody else.
Do you think it could be negatively impactful to other people, and it's not negatively impactful to her if it's only 2 months as well?
It could be, but I'm not saying it is.
Also, are you a doctor?
I am not a doctor.
So are you able to even identify that?
I'm not, but I'm just saying from like my personal experience with my.
So should we look at like what the doctor indicates?
Yeah, that'd be great. But in rehab, she didn't get anything, and she was.
So all this is doing is allowing the physician and the doctor to be able to do that. But okay.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
I have a question. Are you pro law and order?
Pro and order? Can you explain that?
Like pro law and order? Like you think law and order is an important concept to maintain?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so okay, I have a question. So why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
Well, I mean, I'm technically a criminal. I have a battery charge on me, but I don't think it's just. Like, I don't think it's right at the same time, but I don't know. Like, I think, like I said earlier, like I said earlier, Trump, when he was in presidency, everything was cheaper, everything was like taxes, everything.
Would you let a violent sexual offender get access to a gun?
I don't think so.
Okay, so Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. He's a violent sexual offender, so he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but he should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
But Kamala said that she owns a gun and she's not going to ban them, so she's allowing Trump to have a gun.
Wait, her saying that she's not going to ban it for everyone does not mean that she thinks violent sexual offenders should be able to get access to guns.
Who is she going to ban guns for?
She's going to wait. Obviously, she doesn't think people who are violent sexual offenders should be able to get access.
She's going to go she's going to have people pull up to her house, like the government, and say you can't have a gun because you're a sexual offender.
Yes. You understand wait. Sorry. I restated. Or let me restate. They don't allow you to get it in the first place. My bad.
But if they already have them, what are they going to do about it?
What?
But if they already, so Trump already owns a gun, what are they going to do about it since he's a sex offender?
So you think? Wait, do you think that she supports policies that allows for violent offenders to be able to get access to guns?
I'm not saying I support it, but I'm saying is what is
do you think she does?
No, I don't. I don't think anybody.
Okay. So you don't think violent sexual offenders should be able to get access to guns, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So then Trump shouldn't be able to run for president.
But there's all these felonies. But is he gonna get convicted for all these felonies?
No, he's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll, which means he forcefully penetrated her vagina against her will.
Okay, and when is this conviction gonna go through?
It already went through.
So
He's
he
already
should
held
be
civilly liable.
so he should be in
Brandon,
jail.
thank you for $10. Thank you so much.
No,
Civil
civil
liability
suit.
doesn't work that way.
So a civil suit, what does that mean?
You're financially responsible, not criminally responsible. There's a statute of limitations which prevented a criminal case from being brought forward.
So he's gonna have to pay for all this with money.
Yeah, he has to pay her $2 million for the essay and $3 million for defaming her, and then another $83 million for defaming her again.
And is he like actively paying this, or like this is what supposedly is supposed to happen?
He appealed it, and the appellate court's decision is pending.
Okay, and how long should that take? After the presidency, right?
The appellate court could come down with a decision within a few weeks.
Okay.
No, he has been convicted of 34 felony charges in criminal court. The sentencing will take place in November after the election.
Okay, so you can't like truthfully say like, this happened and this didn't because he appealed it, correct?
Well, no, the verdicts are standing right now. The verdicts are what they are. Now they can be overturned, but as it stands today, the verdicts are what they are.
Hold up, let me talk to this person real quick.
Hey, Parker.
Liza, do you think I'm paid by the Democrats?
No, you're paid by us, and we're Democrats. We give you money whenever we want to.
Okay, she's trolling.
She got you. She got you. Hey, everybody! We reached 9 million. That is crazy.
That is crazy.
We have 8,000 people in here right now. We should have no trouble reaching Parker's dream goal of 10 million.
10 million, everyone. That's so crazy.
We can do that literally within 2 minutes if everybody filled up the bar twice. If everybody watching filled up the bar twice, even if you are a MAGA watching and you just are raging at the screen right now, take a break from punching the drywall and just punch Parker's face with your finger for 2 minutes, and we'll get there.
That's pretty crazy. 10 million is pretty crazy.
That is crazy.
You know, like I'll say one more thing before I get off is, you know, I watched you in that Charlie Kirk video. I give your props to you. You went up there every time and, you know, debated. That's, you know, it's pretty ballsy. There were some other people out there that look pretty scared, but I respect you for going up there, you know, debating him. I think you held your own against him. He's a pretty knowledgeable man. But the one thing I got to ask is, I'm not sure if you or Dean or Mason, I can't really remember, you know, too clearly. One of you guys said that all Charlie does is sit up on a screen and argue Democrats for money, but at the same time, you sit on TikTok all day and argue, and like you get, you know, all these gifts and stuff. So like, what's the difference between you and Charlie?
Push the money gun. Thank you so much. I don't think we argued that. I think that like we argue debates like college kids.
So who do you be? I mean,
we debate anyone. And also, this exists as counterculture to those things.
As in, like, what do you mean by that?
Is one of the main inspirations is to exist as counterculture to those types of things.
What do you mean by that?
South Florida boy, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. There's a culture of like Steven Crowder, Charlie Kirk, these conservatives going to these places and doing those types of debates with people in those contexts. I, from the left wing, am doing it the other way around. Carly, think of the $10. Thank you so much.
So you say you're arguing like the right wing?
What's that?
So you're like arguing like the right wing is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, like I debate anyone.
Oh.
Anyone can come up on my live. Like literally, it's
anybody?
totally random selection. Anyone can come up on my live.
Well, I feel like Charlie just like posts up at a random college and anybody can argue him.
But like the thing is, he's going to a specific college area. Like he's not to anyone on the internet can't just show up and talk to him for extended periods of time.
Well, I feel like any college, like I went to Indiana University, which I think is mostly Democratic, but like the school board, but like most of the students there are
Also,
Republican.
he's not live. He's not live. He can cut out all the parts where he loses.
Yeah, and I think that's the big point is Parker, Dean, Harry. They're like literally everybody has the opportunity to come up and cook them and record it and post it. There are actually people who have posted videos of them recording their debates with like people like Charlie Kirk and like cooking him and like making him stutter and then and walk away. But he doesn't post those videos naturally because it's detrimental to him. Like everybody here can sit here and watch Parker, Dean, Harry, all of the guys live, and if they're going to get cooked, it's going to be embarrassing and it's going to be for everybody to see.
Well, I feel like most of Parker's following is Democratic in the first place, so most people that see his live are Democratic. And plus, if you're a social media like person, you're not going to post your bad clips. You're going to post your good clips. So that's just good marketing by Charlie, you know?
Oh yeah. From a marketing standpoint, but I think from a actual like transparency and debate, I don't know if I've ever seen Charlie do like a live debate with somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying.
I'd love for him to come up on here and do a live in front of everyone, but he doesn't want to debate me until after the election.
After the election?
Yeah, he's explicitly said 2v2 debate after the election.
Why is that?
I don't know. I'd love to debate him before the election.
Well, you did.
I want to do a further, like a more extensive platform because it's like you understand there was like a time frame. I only have like 3 minutes to talk to him on each subject.
Yeah.
Understand like on a platform like this, I could have a conversation with him for 3-4 hours, going over almost all of our beliefs.
Parker, you're very educated. I totally respect what you do with the whole political stance or whatever. But like honestly, like watching you in the video, I thought you were annoying I thought both of you guys were annoying when you guys argued because both you guys talked over each other. So I think if you guys have like Charlie like talking for so many minutes on, I think that'd be very good if you guys like had like a debate, like almost like the presidential, where you guys can only talk for a certain amount of time and go back and forth instead of interrupting each other. I think that'd be very good for like YouTube or TikTok or whatever. I think it'd be very good for both of you guys. And
a moderated debate.
I'm willing to do it with a moderator. I posted a tweet about this. I'm willing.
You play console?
What?
So I actually would absolutely, with a moderator, do a debate like that where it's extremely long platform before the election at any point in time. I would debate Charlie any time of the day, any week, anything. I'm literally live every single day. I'd debate him in any context, in person, on the internet, on live, video recorded. Tara, I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. Like I'd accept any of those things. It's totally dependent on what he'd accept. But 10 million is so fucking insane, y'all. Oh my God, bro. Damn. Holy shit. Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. That's such a huge thing, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone. Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxies. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sharp. Thank you. Romania, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Oh. Fuck. Yo, South Florida boy, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm the worst. I'm literally the worst. I'm the worst. Yo, Analyze, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Nicole, thank you for the hand art. Thank you. I'm literally the worst, though. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, though. Katie, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you. Jen, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Carly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Brenda, thank you for the $10 as well. And Nancy as well, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Nancy. Tara, I appreciate the Panther Paws. Daniel, did you fix your microphone there? Thank you for the cat. Thank you for the IC. Thank you so much, everyone. 10 million is so insane. I still can't even get over that. That's actually ridiculous. Appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much.
Yo, congrats, Parker.
Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate. Thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You had like a bunch of like random sounds. Yo, Cammy, thank you for the mystery fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, everyone. Thank you.
10 million. You guys are insane. That's awesome.
Felicia, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Colin Kathy, thank you for the hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hand hearts. Thank you. Oh, Carl, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'd love to debate Charlie Kirk anytime. Moderator, anything. You know what's the hell to you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
I would like to stay neutral, but I can defend Trump.
Yo, thank you for the whale diving. Thank you so much, Eat a Bag. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W's for them in the comments. Natalie, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Please raid Carbon when you end. I probably will. I probably will. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you. Yo, what's up, Audio?
Sorry, my bad.
You're good. Don't worry. All right. By the way, everyone, we got about 30 minutes left on the live, everyone. 30 minutes left on the live.
Let's do it.
Debate Kirk
Molly,
Frank,
thank you
okay?
very
I
much.
will.
She says her parents have enjoyed listening, and her. Thank you very much. Jessica, $25. Thank you so much. Mizey, 15, and Emily, $5. You guys are awesome. Oh, and Marissa, another $5. Man, you guys are helping out so much. I'm looking forward to identifying some people who could really use this. So I appreciate it.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the gold medal.
53.
Are you voting Trump?
No, but I love you, Parker.
I appreciate it. Yo, W's for them in the comment section. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Always good to see that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah.
Thank you for the hand art. Oh, why so?
Man,
Jennifer, thank you for the $2 for 10 million. Thank you
Because
so much.
I like his policies, man.
Can you name one policy you like?
The policy of you being a bitch ass nigga on my mama, cuz.
Bro, what the hell? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. People are saying push for 11 million. That's crazy.
Tanya says that I need to get some merch made that says I helped Parker get to 10 million. Shirt.
Yo, so real, so real. Is Charlie Kirk really 6'5"? No. He's definitely
I'm
not
6'5".
6'5". He was like the same height as me, I feel like. I feel like I was like, maybe he was a little bit taller.
Hard to tell, yeah, sitting down.
I think I stood up next to him, but I can't quite remember fully. Is he? How tall is he? Because there's no way he was 6'5". Because I'm 5'11", 6 foot. So there's no way he was 5. I've been around people who are 6'5". They're so fucking tall. It's unbelievable. Law's 6'5". Law's actually 7'5". So.
Nope, 6'5" is enough. I hit my head on enough shit. I don't need to be any taller.
Kirk is not 6'5". Yeah, I know, right? All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, it's a pal to you? Oh, okay. Parker, we need merch. Yeah, I know. I've been thinking about it. People have been telling me to do it. I've been really lazy with the chat. Really lazy. I'm gonna work with Dean on that to get it set up because Dean has like a background in doing that. Sandra, thank you for the $20 for 10 million. You're doing great work. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, hello, my man.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How you doing?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, for sure.
Why so?
Because Trump did make friends with Putin, Kim Jong-un, and overseas, in Afghanistan and like that.
So we actually have leaked Kremlin documents that say that Trump is easily manipulated.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, they're lagging. Hello?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Hello?
Hello?
We have leaked Kremlin documents that indicate that Trump is easily manipulated. Okay, I think they're lagging. Broken, thank you so much for the Ferris wheel. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Let's get this next individual up. We have been on for, let me see how long we've been on. We've been on for 5 hours, 48 minutes, everyone. I might just get off at 6 hours, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll try to do 12, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. 5 hours. Oh, I do always do 6 hours every day. Literally every day without breaks. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, bro, what's your fucking issue?
How old are you?
You're a retard, dude.
Already using
yourself,
Man.
Jenny, thank you for the
Couldn't even
$10. Thank
last
you so much for 10 million. Thank you
15
so much.
seconds without a slur. Man.
I know. 15. I guess he's
Gabe,
not,
can you do better, please?
I know. He's used to lasting 15 seconds. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
He lets me play Fortnite.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
So I think we've reached the mom and dad have gone to bed portion of the evening.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, what's up, my man?
You voting for Trump?
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Oh, yeah, you're back
me.
up. You're back up. Yeah. So
yeah.
it seems like it's better now.
Listen, I appreciate you. You seems to be a good guy. And when Trump was president, in overseas, the soldiers for 18 months, not a single soldier died at.
When Trump was president?
Yeah.
Did you know there were 65 service members that died in conflict? Sorry. Here's the cap.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there was more under the Trump administration than under the Biden administration. The Biden administration 16, 65 under Trump.
Oh, okay. Because do you know Sweden?
Do I know Sweden? Yeah.
Yeah.
What time is it right now?
It's 8 in the morning.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No. I just saw you on TikTok.
Okay. I'm sorry. I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Trump voters only, please.
Yeah, we are just looking for someone who's voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, wow. I actually got in. This is crazy. I'm 34.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
And forgive me, I am like still new in the political world. I've kind of been on a deep dive for the last couple months now. And I think the biggest thing is, as a mother, the over 320,000 missing children in the last 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration.
Most missing children are found. It's like 90 something percent. I'm pretty sure. That has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. Look up what percent of missing children are found. I'm pretty sure it's like some ridiculously high percent. For children, I think. I could be wrong though. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, I mean those are children that are missing, and I think it's closer to 800,000 that have been abducted, and then maybe part of that is
97.8%. Nearly all missing children in the United States are found with a rate of 97.8%.
Well, I think regardless, it's that whole idea, right, that they're being abducted to begin with, which is just heartbreaking.
Okay. It doesn't mean they're abducted. That just means that parents report them as missing.
Right.
So like a kid could be doing something, like they're out with their friends, and then their parents report it, but like they didn't actually like get abducted. So you would want to look up like how many kids are reported to have been abducted.
Yeah, I mean, I would be curious to see what would be the difference between.
And then also, how's that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Border control.
Okay, so then why did Trump undermine the border? Border bill, sorry.
That Kamala tried to get through.
So actually it was written by a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford.
Right. So, I mean, I guess my biggest concern is I don't know. I don't know why it would get shot down, honestly. And so I think that it's alarming. And I think that the Harris-Walz administration don't have this on their radar at all. I think...
Lai, do you want to run your analogy you always run?
Yeah, I think my biggest issue is, and I'm not a Kamala Harris cheerleader or anything. I'm not a Democrat, but my biggest issue with Trump is that he continually lies to people about the border, and this is one of those things. Is he wants you to believe that he cares very passionately about the border, and that he wants to fix it. Yet we have this border bill, which literally, if I was to read off all of the provisions, you would agree. If you agree that the border needs to be addressed, you would agree with every one of the provisions, and I'm happy to do that. But but he says says that he cares about it, but then when push comes to shove and he had one opportunity to support a bill, maybe it didn't have everything that he wanted, maybe once he was president he could have expanded on it, he turned it down. And to me, this is like saying that you care about your home deeply, but when your home is on fire, you turn away a fire truck because you say, let it burn, I want the insurance money. That would indicate that you really don't care about your home, right?
Shea, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Did you listen to some Trump speech in California today?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, so as it relates to this, so I don't really see any reason to vote for Trump over Harris because of this.
Well, and then also I'm just, again, just after getting married and starting a family, I've definitely swayed more conservative for sure. And so just
do you have children?
Yes, I do.
So actually, the Kamala Harris administration is advocating for expanding the child tax credit, $6,000 for each kid in the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then $3,000 through them being 18 from 2,000. So that would decrease taxes on your family and help pay for things like childcare.
Okay, you can call on someone else. I'm going through the comments and people are just being super nasty, so I don't want to talk anymore.
Appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. I might just do one more, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
It just seemed like normalcy when he was president.
Okay. So you said it was normalcy when he was president. What does that mean? What's normalcy? Like, when
Just
there's a
means
global
like-
pandemic?
Yeah, well, no, just seems like everything was just, I don't know.
Normal?
Nothing
Really,
stuck out to me like, I wasn't pissed off about
Al
nothing.
Baghdadi, he died like a dog. Like a dog. It was terrible. He was a very bad guy. That's really normal.
Yeah. Didn't bother me too much.
Okay.
All right. So what was not normal under once Biden took office?
And all this drama shit on the news and shit and everything.
Such as
inflation.
How do they cause inflation?
I don't know. What do you think?
I think it happened globally. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
Like, why is that though? Is that just like for the cost of energy or?
Largely supply chain disruptions. Inflation. The primary driver of inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. And when the supply chain was disrupted globally, there was people who had money who were trying to buy things, and just natural law of supply and demand. When there's a decreased supply and increased demand, prices are going to go up, which is going to cause inflation to go up.
Gotcha. All right. Well, that's good to know. I never really thought about it that way, but yeah. Guess that's why I joined,
Okay. I have a question. Thank you so much for the dinosaur. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Ooh, nah, probably not.
Okay, so Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman unanimously by a jury of 9 people.
Okay, yeah.
The Trump liable essay, go to AP News and read about it. It's really important.
Which news?
AP News.
AP News.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Or you can go anywhere, but I would just recommend AP News.
Okay. Yeah.
Here's actually the verdict form. Let me show it to you right here. Can you read number 2 for us real quick?
Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll. Yeah.
And the reason why it wasn't considered grape under the law at the particular time, as you see under number one, is because it is the case that it had to be male member penetrating into female member, which she wasn't sure whether or not it was the fingers, the male member, or both. So like all of us would define grape as like the forceful penetration, right, against someone's will.
Gotcha.
So like
Okay.
obviously that would meet our criteria.
Yeah. 10-4. Yeah.
And also legally as well, you can say that Trump's a grapist, and he can't sue you.
Huh.
Yeah, like I just said it on live right now. He can't sue me. He'd lose.
Oh, 10-4. All right. Well, cool. Well, thanks for having me, man.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
Good night, Jake.
Well, nice talking.
Nice talking to you. Nice talking to you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. 10.5 is crazy. Yo, let's get this next individual up here real quick.
10.5.
That is so crazy. Got to do another screenshot moment. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Are you voting Trump? Yo, Gail, thank you so much. I appreciate the shiny airplane.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cool.
Why so?
He lets me play Fortnite.
Oh, it's the same kid. Why does it always put the same people at the top?
That is crazy. 8,000 people in here. I think Parker's got one last good debate. We're waiting for one good debate.
Hello?
Maybe Jenny will bring that to us.
Yo, what's up? Are you voting?
Let's get 11 million. I know we can do it. Everybody fill the bar one more last time. We can get to 11 million.
Let's get to 11.1 and leave it there.
All
So
right.
I am so glad I made it before you guys got off. So I just wanted to come on here because I feel like neither candidate is perfect. The reason why I say that, yes, I am voting for Trump, but Kamala also lied and the moderators did not fact check her at all. Okay, so I'll start
What did
with
she lie
number one.
about?
You can abort. Now, he did exaggerate. You cannot obviously kill a baby after it's born, but in several states, you can abort a baby up to 8 and 9 months. I will name them: Alaska, New Jersey, Colorado, Maryland, Oregon, and Vermont. So when you can actually terminate a pregnancy at 8, 9 months, which I have 2 kids, that is still kind of considering that is murder. A baby has a heartbeat at that.
How is it murder if it's living?
If it's living?
Yeah, like because the abortion at that point is just an induction of labor.
Right, but
Because the deliberate termination of pregnancy doesn't mean the fetus dies.
okay, correct. But a lot of babies, like both my 2 children, were actually born before 9 months, which means that 7, 8, 9 months, a baby can still live when.
Yeah,
if they
exactly,
come
and
out.
that's why they induce labor.
Correct. So my point is she lied and said that there's no states that allow termination up to those points.
Termination. Wait, no. She means
I'm
like.
sorry.
She
Having
means
an
like. She
abortion.
means lethal. She means lethal.
Okay, she said no abortions. Which is
she's
another
obviously
lie.
referring to what people mean in terms of lethal.
She lied. She said there was no abortions up to those points, basically.
Yeah, because she's referencing the lethal. Because that's how people use the term in plenty of circumstances.
I never heard her say lethal. She
Okay,
may have
so
referenced
I
it, but
I understand, but that's what she's
lied with
referencing.
Okay, well, she should have said that. She didn't say that. Second of all,
Sure.
Second of all, I would love to hear the other gentleman on here where he was saying, why didn't he pass the bill for the wall? But when Trump was in office, there was no bill of that sort that they were trying to pass that he's talking about. But yet 11 million immigrants did not come in when he was president. So he still managed to stop that many people, but she didn't. I also was just in Texas about 2 months ago and literally was there for 5 days.
Jenny, do you think there's a border crisis right now?
I do believe that.
Well, did you know there's actually less border crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration?
But how is that possible when she did the debate and they said over 11 million people, but there was not 11, there was
How is,
about
how
a
is that
million.
possible? Because of the recent Biden executive order.
And real quick, Jenny, you need to understand too that border encounters is not the same thing as entries. Border encounters just means that somebody without a pre-authorization to enter the United States was encountered by Border Patrol, and 78% of those people are turned away immediately.
So, but still 11 million got through.
No,
Because of the
11 million
debate-
did not get there.
Well, the debate, the guy said 11 million.
But that doesn't.
On-
Yeah, but Law just explained it to you.
Okay, so repeat that then.
78%
Of that was what?
Law. Do you want to reset it?
Oh yeah. Well, if I recall from the debate, is they're talking about that there's an estimated 11 million illegal people or people who have crossed illegally, so like undocumented immigrants in the United States right now. Not that 11, because even according to Customs and Border Patrol, there's only been throughout Biden's presidency, there's only been 6.7 and 6.8 million encounters, and again, that doesn't equal entries.
So when he said 11 million, you're telling me that that was just encounters? Because he clearly said, because I watched the entire debate, he said 11 million, which I thought it was way more. But 11 million is a lot. Now, mind you, they're all undocumented, and are they getting assistance? Are they getting free assistance more than the American people, or not even American people, just citizens that should be getting more help?
They don't get any federal assistance.
So you're telling me no undocumented illegal immigrants today get any assistance? That's what you're telling me?
Not from the federal government.
Okay, so we're gonna skip that one because I found facts on that they do get assistance.
Can you tell me what they get federally?
They get free housing. Okay, I've actually seen and heard. I know I have family members in Chicago that are seeing this.
You know, that's not the federal government. Tell me what federal government policy
Maybe
gives
the state
them money.
is doing it. But maybe the state is allowing.
Jenny, do they get mega mansions, Joe?
No, I would clearly know that they're not going to get mega mansions, obviously, because the government.
I'm just asking you what
government gives them just
what federal
enough
policy.
to get them. It's not a policy. They're not even supposed to be doing it. And there was a video of Kamala saying, "Let me finish because you keep interrupting me, and I'm not interrupting you." There was a video saying that out of Kamala's mouth, where she said that she has given protection to over 100,000 illegal Haitian immigrants. That she's offering them protection. She's already given them protection.
So what do you mean by protection?
Are illegal and undocumented.
Wait, do you mean asylum?
PTSA, or
do you mean the asylum process?
No. So Parker, what she's talking about is temporary protected status that was extended to Haitian immigrants. This actually started in 2010 after the earthquake in Haiti, and oddly enough, it was actually renewed by the Trump. It was renewed by the Trump administration in 2017, the temporary protected status, and it was renewed by Biden administration in 2023.
Okay, so then it was an old video. It was an old video.
So why did Trump do that? Why are you voting for someone who did that?
I'm voting for Trump because he
though he did that?
Well, I didn't know about that. But I didn't know about that.
You'd still vote for him now, right?
Absolutely. I'll vote for any man that's going to put citizens before illegal immigrants. Absolutely. And she's
what
actually...
federal policy does Kamala Harris support that gives funding to undocumented immigrants?
I don't know, but I know that they're getting... I have family members that are showing me that they're getting funding in Chicago.
They're getting
from the state and from the city.
Okay, so then, so the state can do stuff, basically you're saying without her permission, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so she's not able to stop that. She's just letting it happen, or Biden's letting it happen? Who's letting
Trump
it happen?
undermined the border bill.
How is that okay?
Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the border bill.
Hey, real quick, I did find the quote from the about the 11 million. So it was David Muir asked Trump if he would use the National Guard to process the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country, and then Trump says with local police, and then David Muir says you also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? Take us through this. What does it look like? And will authorities be going door to door in the country?
11 million?
Yeah, exactly. Funny how that works. So yeah, he was talking. It wasn't about anything about how many have entered during the Biden presidency. They're talking about 11 million undocumenteds that are residing in the country right now.
Gotcha.
Sarah, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much.
Question I'm thinking
Trump's
about
live.
is,
It's so fake. Parker's live. It's so fake. It's all the undocumented immigrants. Look at that. It's 11 million.
and it's so funny how you keep saying, "Oh, you'll vote for Trump," someone that do
Karen,
that, but
thank you for
yet
$11. Thank you so much.
She clearly said that she would actually give sex changes to prisoners with our tax dollars. Now, she did say that. No, is that not her that said that? What about the fact that when she was
Can you give me a source? That
I don't know, you can
they're
look it
paying
up
for
too, but I
people's
have the
elective
video.
procedures?
She actually already did it to one person, and she said that she would actually.
Brenda, thank you for $22 for 11 million. Thank you so much. So what did you say that again? Can you give me any source of this actually?
She said that she would and wants to offer sex changes to prisoners.
Can you give me a source?
I don't have a source, but I can send you the video that it came out of her mouth. This is stuff that came out of her
Just
mouth.
play it. Just play it.
I don't know how to play it on here. You're gonna have to
go find it and tell me. Or tell me the title. Law, do you know anything about this?
Look it up. Look up video of Kamala saying sex changes for prisoners. And what about the fact when she was a prosecutor, she had evidence that would free an innocent man from death row?
Appreciate it. Thank you so
What
much
about
for all
that
the gifts.
one? If she could innocent evidence to free an innocent man from death row, and the judge had to force her to give up that evidence, or else that man would have died.
Where's the money gun?
Maybe that one's false news too.
So again, what are you saying that she supports? Are you saying she supports government elective paying for like
Sex
these
changes for
particular
prisoners.
procedures?
Mhm.
Again, you can't provide no source indicates that.
Well, when we're done with this, I can send you the video that she says it out of her own mouth. And then what
I'd love
about
to hear
defunding
it.
the
I'd
police?
seriously love to hear that.
Absolutely. I will make sure I follow you and I'll send it to you. No problem. And again, this is a simple conversation. I'm not trying to persuade you to change your mind because you're not going to persuade me to change my mind. I just was listening to what was going on. And you were sitting here saying Trump lied, but she lied. She sat there on the debate and said that she said nothing about defunding the police when she had several videos of her saying that she would defund the police. Which I think is a joke.
She said that she didn't support that now. You understand that when she was saying
so
defund
she
the police,
changed
what
your
they
mind.
mean is what? Yeah, of course you can change your mind. You understand that as it relates to
Exactly.
police, she's advocating to reallocate police funds towards things that are better suited at fighting crime. She's advocating for police reform. She still advocates for that. Nicole, thank you for the $11 for congrats for the likes. You deserve them. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
But she did say that at one point that she wants to defund the police.
So, do you know what defund the police means?
Yeah, that means pretty much not fund them, right? Defund.
It means reallocate police funds towards things that are better suited at fighting crime. But listen to this. Listen
Like
to this.
not being on
If you're
street
are you
ground?
pro-police?
Yeah, no, I'm for police.
Okay, if you're
I
really
think-
pro-police, then why would you vote for someone who said he would pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
Oh, that thing with the Capitol, right? Is that where it was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
56%
so you
pled
have-
guilty.
It's like you want me to send you the proof. You're gonna have to send me the proof on that.
Wait,
too.
no. Okay, so okay? I'll tell you. I'll give you a title right now for something.
And can
While
you,
we're waiting
can you
here,
tell me,
I'll just. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I actually like speaking to you because you're just a little bit more calmer and you don't laugh at stuff that I say. So sure, go ahead.
So from NPR right here. The Trump campaign embraces January 6 rioters with money and pardon promises. From Reuters. Trump says he would pardon January 6 rioters if he runs and wins. He said it to like
Okay, so
a journalist.
what about the illegal immigrants that were locked up? That
11.1
she
million is
released?
crazy, chat.
she released several illegal immigrants, right, out of prison that have now come out and they've raped young girls.
Wait, when did she release people? How did
Oh my
she do
God,
that?
there's several of them. You can look them up. Like,
How did she do that? Wait. I have a question. Okay. Wait. When prosecutor. Okay. Can you give me a source?
Prosecutors can't do that.
Yeah. Like what? Jenny, can you tell me how a prosecutor can do that?
So I'm going off of videos that I've seen out of her mouth saying that undocumented illegal immigrants are not criminals. But we all
That's
know
a complete pivot.
No, it's not a complete pivot at all. So tell me what good things that Kamala has done.
Well, good things. That's another pivot.
So you can't tell me.
I can tell you, but I'm just telling you it's a pivot. Do you want to stay on one topic or do you want to keep pivoting?
Okay, so the topic was you're telling me about the illegal immigrants, right? Or you're telling me the prosecutors that I said.
Can you answer my question? I see it. Do you want to keep pivoting or?
Okay, go ahead.
So again, why would you vote for someone who, again, was said that they would pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers?
Maybe because he felt that those people, I don't know. Maybe he felt that those people were not really criminals.
Really? When they pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers?
Yeah.
Transform, parachute the glowing jellyfish. What do you mean? Well, okay, so I thought you were so pro-police.
I am pro-police.
Okay, if you're so pro-police, then again, how can you support people being pardoned who violently assaulted them?
So they said that they admitted to guilt. Those people.
They pled guilty.
Guilty.
Here's the confetti. Yes.
So out of their mouth, they said, "I'm guilty."
Yes, that's what pled guilty means.
Okay, so then yeah, absolutely. I think that they should definitely be punished.
So Trump saying he'd pardon them, why would you support him?
I'm supporting
you were so pro-police.
Absolutely. So I'm going to tell you why I'm supporting him, because he puts citizens before illegal immigrants. Okay, and both of these candidates. I'm telling you why I would support him. It's not a pivot. You're telling me why I would support him. I'm answering your question because she is not by far perfect. Again, she's done a lot of bad stuff too. Like I said, withholding evidence.
No, my point is that you're not pro-police then.
Okay, go ahead. Now it's your turn, I guess, because I can't talk.
You're not pro-police, right?
I am pro-police. I just said that those people should be punished. Did you not hear that out of my mouth?
And how can you support someone that literally supports them being violently assaulted?
Can you let me finish talking?
Go ahead. Are you just saying she's the lesser of two evils, or he's the lesser of two evils?
Pretty much. I think that, yeah, absolutely. Because she's not perfect either. And both of these candidates have both been in office, and he did a better job, I feel, than her. Because again, she's with boys being in sports, okay? She's okay with
it's just like literally like transphobia, bro. Are you Christian, Jenny?
I'll never fucking interrupt you.
I don't care. Are you Christian?
Yeah, I don't care either. Then
cool. Are you Christian?
Like, you made this thing saying, "Oh, we're here to just have a simple conversation," but I can't ever talk.
Yeah. Are you Christian?
I was raised Christian. Yeah.
Okay. Are you
What
Christian
does that
right
have to
now?
do with the fact that she's done a lot of evil shit too?
Trust me, I understand. Are you Christian right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So God the Father is a man, right? Because all fathers are men.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then, what XY chromosomes does he have? What small gametes does he have? And what penis does he have?
Are you telling me God's not a man?
Yeah, because he doesn't have any of those biological traits. Under your worldview, he's not a man. Because I thought it was biologically determined.
You're telling me Jesus is not a man?
Oh, okay. So prior to incarnation, I'm saying God the Father, because there's a Trinity. So God the Father is a man, because all fathers are men, right? So again, you think that someone is a man, and it's not based upon their biology?
It's based on how they're born.
Wait, but God the Father wasn't born. So again, do you think that they're a father and a man,
What
and
is-
use
what
he,
is-
him
what is
pronouns to
God-
refer to them without them having any
what
biology?
did God create though? Jesus, right? Was Jesus a man or a woman?
I'm saying when God is the Father, prior to incarnation, prior to the Jesus Christ, being on earth. There's no
So
biology for
that's
God the Father. If there's no biology for God the Father,
God was a man that turned into a woman.
no. What I'm saying,
Come on, what have you been taught, though? Like-
listen, Jenny, listen. What I'm saying is that the way that you define gender is not based upon biology. So if you don't define
Based
gender
on
based on
what you were born as. If you were born with
but God the Father was not born.
Okay, we're talking about Jesus and we're not talking about God because obviously God was not born. We're talking about Jesus. We're talking about how a person is born. We're talking about taking away women's
How can
rights.
God the Father
and
be a
allowing
father?
a boy to come into a sport. I have two daughters.
How can
I
God
don't
the
want
Hey, Jenny, I'm asking you a direct question. How can God the Father, right, be a man without small gametes or XY chromosomes or a penis? He has no biology that you would say relates to being a man under your worldview, yet it is the case that you still refer to them as a man. So are you defining gender off of socially constructed norms, or are you defining it based upon biology? You can click unmute, click the profile picture in the bottom right, then click the mute button, the microphone button, I mean. It says him in the Bible. I know, yeah. It's like they use his preferred pronouns and his gender identity they accept, but they don't accept trans people because they're transphobic.
what the world is coming to. That you're trying to like sit there and say that a man could be a woman and it's okay for
So
boys.
wait,
to
hold up. Wait, what is a man? What is a man? Define man.
A man is a guy, someone that is born with a penis, basically. I didn't want
God
to say
the Father doesn't have a penis.
Okay, how do you know that? How do you know that? Because you didn't see him?
How big is it?
I don't know. You tell me because
He
you're
has
telling
no
me. he has a
biology.
penis.
Jenny, he has no biology. God the Father is a spiritual being. Okay? There's no biology.
Okay, but boys and women's sports is not.
Like,
a
can you
spirit.
answer my
It's not a
Jesus
spirit.
Christ?
Yeah,
Jesus
I'm
Christ. Can you
answering.
stay
It's
on?
not
Stay
a
on.
spirit.
We'll get
Boys
to that,
that are
Jenny.
in women's sports are not a spirit.
Don't stop misgendering people when you literally use the preferred pronouns of your God
I'm not
without their
misgendering
biology.
nobody. If
Yes, you
we
are.
have a living being that's not a
Hey,
spirit,
Jenny,
and they're in
what is a
order-
man?
you're-
What is a man?
you're wrong. I don't know.
Where
you
is
tell me,
God
are
the
you a
Father's
man?
penis?
I don't know. Are you a man or a woman?
Oh, I like how you can't tell.
Ooh,
So you
neither
can't
can
tell?
you. I can't.
You can't tell? So you don't know if I'm a man or a
I think
woman?
you're a man, but I don't know. Maybe
And
you're
why
not.
do you think that? Have you seen any of my biology other than the fact
No,
that you see my
because you
face?
seem to not know what a man is because you're telling me that a
Wait,
man can be a
Jenny,
spirit.
are you
If you're a
saying
spirit,
that you know I'm a
spirit,
man
you might
without
have
seeing
a pussy or a dick?
You haven't seen my XY chromosomes. You haven't seen my small gametes. You haven't seen any of the biology relevant to identifying that I would be a man under your worldview. So why do you consider me a man? Tell me. Why? Why do you think I'm a man?
You keep muting. Why do you keep muting me?
Why do you think I'm a man?
Why do you keep muting me?
Why do you think I'm a man?
I'm not confused because I've. Why do I
you think
you're
I'm a man?
I don't know if you're a man until I see your genitals. Honestly.
So you don't know if I'm a man?
Yeah, but that's what makes
So
a man.
have you seen
It's their
Donald Trump's genitals? Have you seen
That's
Donald
what-
Trump's genitals?
That's what makes a man.
Jenny, have you seen Donald Trump's genitals? Is he a man?
You know I
Is
haven't
Donald
seen
Trump a
his
man?
genitals. You know I haven't.
You're not
seen
sure
his
if Donald Trump's a man?
So you're telling me it's okay for boys to be in women's sports?
You're not sure if Donald Trump's a man?
I'm pretty sure he's a man.
Oh, okay.
Are
So
you
you haven't
sure
seen his
he's a man?
genitalia. You said you couldn't identify if you haven't seen the genitalia. So you haven't seen his so you have seen Trump's genitalia?
Donald Trump was born a man.
So you've seen his genitalia.
No, absolutely, I have not.
But wait. So how do you identify that he's a man?
Because he was born a man.
How do you know that?
Well, since you want to fact check everything, why don't you fact check it?
Yeah, so how do you know his birth certificate's valid? Remember, because he denies all these birth certificates? So how do you know he's a man?
How does anybody really fall for this?
Jenny, tell me, how is he a man?
Because he was born a man.
Okay, so again, one, you can't be born a man because you can't be born an adult. But again, you dispute birth certificates, so we don't accept Trump's birth certificate.
You know what I mean? He was born a boy. So let me ask you this.
Okay, what evidence do you have of that? Have you seen his genitalia?
Do you think it's okay for boys to be in women's sports?
I'm not going to answer any of your questions until you reference. I think that people who are trans should be able to be in sports so long as they have hit multiple years of HRT. I don't see any relevant difference insofar as they should be allowed to in terms of people who are trans.
You don't think transgender should have their own?
No, I don't think trans people should be segregated from everyone else. Okay, now Jenny,
So
can you
okay
answer my
for
question?
It's okay for a boy to beat up on a woman just because he identifies.
Hey. So are we gonna call God the non-binary individual? Are we gonna call God non-binary, or should we call God the mother? Which one should we do today? Because we're not using the preferred pronouns of God. Do you think God has a vagina? Jenny, does God have a vagina?
I keep having to push the on button because you know. But I think it's a shame that you think it's okay for boys to be in women's
So wait.
sports.
So why God the mother, right? So are you following the mother, the daughter, the Holy Spirit?
So sad. It's just sad. I think it's sad. You must not have a daughter. I think it's really sad. I know
Also,
you don't.
by the way, yes, I think that trans people shouldn't be segregated. Jenny, I think trans people shouldn't be segregated after multiple years of HRT.
I think they shouldn't be.
There is no relevant
sports.
difference.
I think that actually takes away women's rights.
You're gonna fucking scream in the mic. No, it doesn't. Push this in glass. Thank you so much. You don't even know what you're talking about. After multiple years of HRT, the differences are minimal insofar as that trans people aren't going to be able to dominate. Okay, give me one trans person that is dominating women's sports. Give me one.
Oh my God, this is what
Name one person.
So sad, bro.
Just give me one.
Masculinity in men.
I'm just asking for one. You're saying I'm not masculine because I've given you an argument? Jesus Christ, Jenny.
I thought you said you're not a man.
Are you serious?
Are you a man?
Jenny, I'm obviously a man. I'm just telling you that you have no ability to identify that I'm a man under your own characteristics because you can't identify any of my biological traits.
Penis, so how would I know?
You don't have to, right? That's not what gender is.
Well, you just said I needed to see Trump to know if he's a man or not.
No, that's what you said. So I was running a reductio on you, and obviously you think that Trump is a man, even though you haven't seen his genitals. Jesus Christ, your tracking in the conversation is negative, actually negative. So can you answer my question? Negative. God the Father, what biology does God the Father have?
None of us have met God.
God the Father doesn't have any biology. So the way that you define man is not off of biology. So define the term man.
God is not.
Can you define man? Define a man. What is a man?
So how could we define him off of God?
What is a man?
We are not spiritual. We are all human beings.
So is God non-binary?
We're flesh. We're flesh.
Okay, so if God is spiritual and is immaterial, has no biology, then you define gender not based upon biology, but you defined it based upon some social categories.
No,
right?
I defined it on how someone's born. If they're born and they have a vagina,
Jenny, respectfully, what you're referring to is sex, right? Sex is biological. I'm not disputing that. What we're referring to is gender, because you're not saying God the Father is a male. You're saying God the Father is a man.
Listen, it's okay that we have different beliefs. And
is God the Father a male?
I don't see that this is not how it's supposed to be. This is not.
Jenny, is God the Father a male?
20 years ago, this is not how it used to be. And it's sad and it makes me very emotional.
I don't care. I don't care. Jenny, can you stop freaking out?
I'm not.
Stop freaking out?
It's just sad that this is what the world is coming to.
Are you crying right now?
Yeah, because you don't have a daughter and there's people in the audience.
Are you fucking trolling? What type of fucking crazy shit is this? No fucking way. Are you trolling?
It's sad. It's really sad. Yeah.
Jenny, are you fucking trolling?
Absolutely, I am. I'm emotional because I think it's sad that this is what the world is coming to. That they think it's okay to put boys in men's sports. That's insane.
She's laughing while she's doing this. That's kind of messed up.
She's literally trolling. Like, are you fucking? That's actually insane. Literally, including trans people. When she can't name one trans person that's dominating women's sports. Literally, not a single one could she name. Jesse, thank you for the trash panda. Thank you. This is why I mute people. People like this fucking exist. Are you trolling? The fact that I have to talk to someone and I'm supposed to give a response to the shit that just came out of her mouth is unbelievable. Actually fucking unbelievable. I'm supposed to give a response to that. Jesus Christ.
Didn't a man just beat a girl in the Olympics?
Who? Name the person.
What do you mean? It was all. It
What's
was
the name?
everywhere.
Name the person.
I don't know the name, but
oh,
I can
you don't
look
even
it
know.
up.
So
Why
who the
don't
you don't even
Google
fucking
it?
care. Why don't you look at the 1/3 of women have a restricted access to abortion? Why don't you look at the E. Jean Carroll? She got sexually assaulted by Donald Trump. If you actually care about women, you'd care about E. Jean Carroll.
Trump
You'd
never
care about
even
women
met
who don't
that
have
girl.
access to abortion.
That
Jesus
Donald
Christ.
Trump never even met that girl.
And you really turned off that switch of
Access
crying
to
real quick, didn't
abortion.
you?
You guys are murdering babies at 8 months.
Jesus Christ. You don't know what fucking abortion is.
You
Okay?
shouldn't even say Jesus Christ because
Oh,
you don't even.
what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
You don't even go by the Bible.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say it as much as I want.
Yeah, I know. Well, you're an
Versus
abomination.
sunglasses. Thank you so much.
to it.
You're an
You wanna fucking
abomination.
change- you
Hey,
wanna
Jenny,
change
Jenny.
what God created and a woman
Jenny.
into a man. You're okay with that?
Jenny,
And
can
put
I
it
ask
in
you a question?
sports. Like, come on.
Jenny,
You're not a true
Jenny,
Christian.
did God
You're
give you
not
your
a true
name?
Christian. You're not.
I'm not a Christian. I never claimed to be a Christian. I think Christianity is false. But Jenny, did God give you your name? Because you're changing yourself. When you gave yourself a name and you have a name, God didn't give you that. So why are you changing yourself? Why are you changing yourself? Why are you changing yourself, Jenny? When you gave yourself a name, God didn't give you that name. So why are you changing it?
I never changed my name.
Well, God didn't give it to you. So you went from not having a name to having a name. So you should just not go by a name. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Because you should be how God created you. Molly, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Grace, thank you for the $6.68. And Christine, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Christine. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And also, like, Jenny, I have a question. Have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
No.
It says, now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Now, do you think that it's totally okay to slaughter the Amalekite children because God commanded it, but it's wrong for women to get an abortion with a non-sentient embryo?
I believe in abortion, but not at 8-9 months.
Okay, but you're okay with slaughtering Amalekite infants, right? Outside of the womb, you're okay with slaughtering them because God commanded it.
Well, that
Judson, thank you for the
sounds
$5. What's up?
No, I'm not. I don't think that it's okay to slaughter children.
Okay, so God commanded something bad?
I don't know if that's a fact. I'll have to read that myself.
It is 1 Samuel 15:3. I'll show you the verse.
Yeah, post it.
Okay, I got you. Adam, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'm not voting Trump for no reason. I'm voting Trump because he's the better.
Melissa, thank you for the $20. Molly, thank you for the $5. Emily, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And also Cindy, the $10. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Dooley, 44 for your 44th birthday. Happy birthday, and Dooley. Thank you.
Can you
and
read it? Jenny, can you read it?
Yeah.
Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children, infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. So God explicitly commands Saul and his men to slaughter infants. Okay, is that justified?
That's in the Bible.
Yes, that is in the Bible. That's in Samuel. 1 Samuel.
Wow. Yeah.
The crickets.
I'll have
is
to go
unbelievable.
fact check it.
So you'd never support slaughtering children, right?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Okay,
But
so
Kamala
God
clearly
commanded something
lied.
evil?
I think it's wrong. And if that's in the Bible, then
Wait,
yes,
Jenny, did God
he did.
command something evil? He
If
did?
that's in the
Okay, so Christianity's false then. Because God can't be all good and do something evil.
You're showing me something. Okay, cool, great. But I do agree that if that's really in the Bible, then yeah, that is wrong.
So if
I would have to
Christianity's
go fact
false,
check that
why is
myself.
abortion wrong in the first trimester?
I never said abortion was wrong in the first trimester. I said abortion is wrong in the third trimester.
Okay,
at
so if you
8-9
didn't know,
months, which is allowed.
okay, so yeah, so again, lethal abortions don't happen at that point. It's literally induction of labor. Okay, They induce labor. I agree. Like literally, like lethally killing it at that point makes no sense. I don't know why anyone would do that. Because you'd have to induce labor either way. You'd either induce the labor of a dead baby or of an alive baby. Like obviously, you'd induce the labor of the alive baby. Bam, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so Jenny.
Are we done?
No. It's just like the point I'm making is that you're supporting a guy that's actively undermining women's access to abortion. You say you're okay with abortion in the first trimester. Donald Trump left it up to the states, which restricted 1/3 of women's access to getting abortion, and most abortions happen in the first first trimester, the first 2 trimesters.
Okay, so he left it up to the state. I mean, that's not entirely bad. Maybe the states should be the ones that allow abortion at that time. How is that his fault if he's leaving it up to the states?
Because it restricted
Maybe
1/3
all
of
the
women's access to abortion and didn't provide federal protections for rape victims to be able to get access to an abortion. Huh?
Okay, well, the state should allow it then. So the state should allow
Okay,
it
I understand,
within
but
a certain amount of time.
it was federally protected, and Trump went from it being federally protected, appreciate Henry, thank you so much, to it being in a scenario where 1/3 of women have restricted access to abortion, and rape victims don't have federal protections. So there's like 12 states right now, or 14 states, I think, that do not allow for women who have been raped or children who have been raped to get access to an abortion.
Okay, well, he left it up to the state, so I think that.
And do you think that's okay? So you think the women and the girls in those states should have less rights when they're raped?
Boys and women's sports is taking away
don't
women's
even
rights.
change the topic. She's fucking insane. Literally insane. The fact that you care more about literally trans people being in the respective sports after multiple years of HRT or not even going through a male puberty. Appreciate the little crowd. Thank you so much. You care more about that when you can't even name one person who's trans who's dominating than you care about literally women or girls who have been fucking assaulted, who have been sexually assaulted getting access to an abortion. You're saying women who are raped in those states should have less rights. That's what you're saying. Women who have been assaulted should have less rights.
He clearly said it on the debate. He clearly said in the debate that he believes in vitro, and that he said during rape or incest that he allows abortion. He clearly said that on the debate.
Yeah,
but he also left it up to the states.
Exactly. It's not federally protected. So if it's not federally, listen, if it's not federally protected.
He agreed with rape.
He also refused to answer whether or not he would sign a bill that instituted a national ban.
Yeah, he said he wouldn't. He never said he would veto it. He said it wouldn't happen. It's not going to happen.
I don't understand why, if the states, why don't you guys go after the state and make sure that they allow it?
That's what federally codifying Roe versus Wade would do. It would provide those protections up to the point of viability. So 22 to 24 weeks.
Yeah, but then it would also allow them to do it at 8 or 9 months.
No, every state would be able to pass their own laws post viability.
It's still going to be able to allow women to do it just like it has now in certain states. They're able to murder a child at 8 months old. I had both my daughters at 8 months.
Wait, so you think it should be left up to the states, so that should be allowed under your worldview, right?
I believe that they should leave it up to the states, and I believe that the states should be the ones.
Okay, so certain states should allow for that, right?
I believe that the state should have an abortion. I think the cutoff should be at the first trimester and no later than the first trimester.
Wait, but Jenny, if you think it should be left up to the states, you understand that that's going to be allowed to happen, right? It's going to be allowed for a state to make lethal abortions legal at that time, right?
They're going to make it, if it's left up to the state, that means that they're going to allow them to be able to have an abortion or not to.
No, they can allow that.
They get to decide. Leaving it up to the states lets the states decide what they want. So you'll have states like Texas, which will ban it after 6 weeks, and you'll have states like Parker and mine.
Oh, while you're cutting out. Oh, Law, you there?
Minnesota.
Oh, Law really
It's so
cut out.
funny how you guys hear. It's so funny how you have here men that are so interested in women's rights, but you're not interested in boys and girls sports.
Jenny, we just talked about this. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're a lost cause. Appreciate it, Lucy. Thank you so much. And Law's lagging a lot, so I think I'm just gonna get off everyone. Law, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it just got you back.
All right. Well, Parker, it's been fun.
It's been fun. It's been fun.
Big W to everybody watching. 11.5 million. That's insane. I've never seen a live with those numbers.
Yeah, that's the most on debate lives ever. So that's history, everyone. Reality. Thank you for the love drop. That is a history on a live. I just want to let everyone know that. So I really do appreciate everyone. Also, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. It's 400 followers away from 3,000 for the day. Kennedy, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Also, we're on this third account. Everyone, this is my live account. Everyone, I'm going to be going live on this account, and the reason why I'm on this account is because it gets more push than my other account. My main account is getting capped. Earlier when I added up my main account, appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. It was capping the live. When I got rid of my main account, I immediately started shooting up. Appreciate the handout. It's really fucking weird. So there are a bunch of following glitches on TikTok that are account related. So I'm able to post my videos on TikTok and they're fine on my main account. Appreciate the handout, appreciate the ICU. But the lives, we got to be doing it here. So I think I'm going to make sure and bring my subs to here and everything like that. So I think that's what's going to be the goal from now on. But yeah, I appreciate everyone coming on tonight. Thank you so much, everyone. Deborah, appreciate the confetti. We're going to send everyone over to Carbon's stream if Carbon is still live. Is Carbon still live, everyone? Let me see if we can send everyone there. We'll go. Sharp, thank you so much for the media shower. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see if Carbon's still live. Yes, Carbon is live. Carbon is live. Look up Carbon Says. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. Thank you for the core game. Appreciate it. Carbon Says. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. Everyone. Carbon with a K. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. Love y'all so much. Good seeing you, Law, as well.
Yep. Take care, buddy. Good night, all.
Definitely good night.
Guys, mumpung tadi kemurti banget sama dia, guys, sekarang ban aja nih. Ya Allah. Ayo ketemu cekannya nih guys ya, ntar kalau dia check out itu bilang ke aku nih, ntar kalau dia check out bilang ke aku nih guys ya, buru-buru aja.